Guys, if you like Dragon Ball Hakai, today is the best day for you to subscribe to our Patreon. We started publishing about 3 pages a day of the next chapter of Dragon Ball Hakai. In addition, you will also have access to several other stories created by our team, including Dragon Ball Shinken. By collaborating with our Patreon, you help us keep Dragon Ball Hakai alive and have a lot of benefits. Become a member of our community too. The link is in the video description and in the pinned comment. I'm waiting for you there.
Moro, the Devourer of Worlds, was a great threat to Universe 7. However, with a lot of effort, Goku and his friends managed to defeat the terrible villain and bring peace to the universe again. That is, for a while. It was another ordinary training day on Beerus' planet for Goku and Vegeta, when suddenly the Grand Priest arrived on the planet and went to Whis, asking about the mortals he was currently training. Whis says that they have great potential, and someday they might even become gods of destruction. Then, the Grand Priest asks Whis to take his god of destruction and his 2 students to Zeno's palace in 5 hours. 5 hours later, Whis arrives at Zeno's palace and realizes that all the gods of destruction and creation and their angels were there. One thing they all had in common is that no one knew the reason for that sudden meeting. Suddenly, Iwan, the god of destruction from Universe 1, politely asks the reason for the meeting and why 2 mortals attended the meeting that was supposed to be for the gods. The Grand Priest replies that the meeting was to name a new god of destruction, and as in Universe 11, there was already a candidate for Destroyer, Jiren was not called. So Zeno decided to call the mortals from Universe 7, Goku and Vegeta. They were the 2 warriors who excelled in the Tournament of Power. At that moment, everyone in the place was in shock, including Beerus himself, knowing that he could be replaced by Goku or Vegeta. Vegeta says, "Are you telling me that we were all tested by both Zeno and you? Aren't there 12 gods since the end of the tournament? Why do you need another one?" At that moment, Arak, the god of Universe 5, scolds, saying, "How dare you speak like that with the Grand Priest, mortal?" But the Grand Priest completely ignored the god of Universe 5 and says that everything was fine. And to clarify all doubts, he said, "We are replacing this god because this deity has not been able to fulfill the responsibility of his job for many years and is no longer able to serve the cosmos." The gods of destruction are very anxious to know which of the 2 will be their new co-worker. Vegeta, thinking he's better for the job than Goku, is already sure that he'll be chosen. "Without a doubt, I'm much better suited for this job than Kakarot. This will be the perfect opportunity for me to become the most powerful being in all the universes." But the Grand Priest says, the warrior who has demonstrated these qualities along with the potential needed to become the strongest and who will assume the responsibility of a god of destruction is Son Goku, who will return within 24 hours of Earth time to make him the new god of destruction. After hearing this, everyone was in shock. How could Goku, the guy who helped even the worst of the worst enemies, become a destroyer of worlds? Goku, very scared, screams, saying that destroying things and planets didn't suit him. But the Grand Priest says that the job of a god of destruction is much more than just destroying things, and Goku would learn about that with some experience. Goku, after hearing this, feels a little more relieved. The Zenos smile at Goku and says he'll be a great god of destruction. At this point, Vegeta is very angry and says that Goku was only chosen because he was Zeno's friend. What does that idiot have that I don't? Zeno must have chosen him because Kakarot is his friend. But Beerus, extremely angry, tells Vegeta to shut up and that the next time he accuses the great Zeno of favoritism, Beerus himself will kill the prince. Vegeta, startled by Beerus' fury, apologizes, and everything returns to normal. Whis said that his father was right, and soon he'll understand that being a destroyer is much more than just destroying, eating, and sleeping. Beerus is angry by these words, thinking it to be an indirect criticism of the angel. The Supreme Kais, while being surprised that Goku has become a god of destruction, are also curious to know in which universe he'll reign. Vegeta grabs Goku's clothes and says that it's not because he'll be a destroyer that he will be stronger than him. "Just because you'll be a destroyer doesn't mean you'll be stronger than me, Kakarot." And Goku says he wouldn't fall behind Vegeta either. Then everyone goes back to their respective universes. Goku decides to gather everyone at Bulma's house and says he has something important to tell them. After everyone arrives, Bulma wonders why everyone was gathered. Goku then says, "Hey guys, apparently I'm a god of destruction now." Everyone, very scared, screams, "What?" And Chi-Chi, as usual, faints. Finally, the 24 hours have passed and the day has come when Goku will officially become a god of destruction. And if Goku is going to become a destroyer, that means some god of destruction will be replaced. And it will be at this meeting that the Grand Priest will reveal which universe Goku will be sent. In Zeno's palace, only the gods of destruction, the Supreme Kais, and the angels are present. This time, not even Goku is participating. During this meeting, the 8 gods of destruction who are below average are extremely scared. After all, one of them will be replaced by Goku for not fulfilling his divine role properly. Meanwhile, Iwan, Arak, Liquor, and Jin are very calm because they're the only ones who are with the universe with an above average quality and have fulfilled their roles as gods correctly. So they're not at risk of being replaced, as they are doing a good job. The only ones at risk are the 8 gods whose universes participated in the Tournament of Power. The Grand Priest warns that the ritual to officially transform Goku into a god of destruction will begin in about 24 hours on Earth time. At that moment, Bardock thinks that she wouldn't mind serving the mortal Goku, as he'll be great for the god of destruction, as she knows him and knows that he has an ability to get stronger very quickly. Meanwhile, Margarita, she just hopes that Goku isn't an idiot and actually does his job properly. At that moment, Champa was apparently more angry than afraid. He glances at Beerus and thinks to himself, great, now my brother's gonna rub it in my face that he, in addition to winning the Tournament of Power, had a member of his team promoted to God of Destruction. Finally, it's time for the Grand Priest to announce who will be replaced by Goku. At that moment, all those gods of destruction who are in danger of being replaced are very scared. Silence rules the place for a moment, an extremely tense moment. That's when the Grand Priest finally says, Mr. Champa, for Universe 6, please step forward. Champa, thinking that the worst had already happened, says the following words in his mind. I knew I should have listened to Vados. If I had really gotten in shape and destroyed the planets, I wouldn't be in this situation. All that food is now worthless. Champa, as he takes his first step, shows that he is completely sorry for having been a fool while he was a destroyer. The Grand Priest looks at Champa and speaks the following words. Mr. Champa, you are being removed from your responsibilities and obligations as the God of Destruction of Universe 6. This decision was made by me and the great Xenos. You will be removed because of your unfit stature and because of your questionable choices while in your position. You prioritize competition and spent much of your time collecting the Dragon Balls and traveling to other universes without the great Xeno's permission. Because of this, your universe is below average. In recent years, you've been more negligent than usual, so your universe has become more chaotic than usual. And that's because you haven't fulfilled the needs that your role demands. Therefore, you will be the God of Destruction replaced by Goku. After listening to the Grand Priest, Champa says that he understands that situation and that he should have realized that one time or another this would happen. He asks what would happen to him now that he would no longer be a god. The Grand Priest says that he'll be converted back into a mortal, and thus he will begin to age immediately from the moment he accepted being a god of destruction. He asks Champa which planet on Universe 6 he would like to spend the rest of his life on. Champa, with a simple smile on his face, says that he wanted to spend his last moments on the Earth of Universe 6 because that planet was a gift. The Grand Priest turns Champa back into a mortal and sends him to planet Earth from Universe 6. While all this is happening, Fuwa, the Supreme Kai of Universe 6, is extremely sad because he had advised Champa many times, but it never worked, and Champa always threatened him in some way. And after those sad words, the Supreme Kai from Universe 6 disappears. Fuwa goes to the other world, where he will spend the rest of his days being a dead god. Beerus, who never showed any affection for his brother, now has a serious and thoughtful expression as he may never see his brother again. All the gods are in complete silence. Many of them didn't like Champa's attitudes and choices, but they still had respect for their colleague. The Grand Priest says, I know this change is sad, but now let's move on to the new future for Universe 6. If there's going to be a new God of Destruction, this means that a new Supreme Kai needs to be chosen for the Kaiju tree so the life of Universe 6 can be kept in balance again. At this moment, the Xenos are very excited, saying that Goku will be a great god of destruction. The Kaioshin's assistant from Universe 6 was pretty sad about what happened to Fuwa and Champa, but he's also excited about this new chapter of his universe, and now he would have to serve as new Supreme Kai, and he'll also have to serve the destroyer, Goku. Meanwhile, Bardock seems to be a little excited, as she finds it quite interesting to train a former student of her brother's. The Grand Priest ends that meeting by saying that within 24 hours, it was for everyone to gather there on Planet of Destruction from Universe 6, so that they could begin the ritual to officially transform Goku into a god of destruction. Then, within 24 hours, the ritual will then transform you into a god of destruction will take place. The Grand Priest sends all the gods to their respective universes. On the planet of destruction. After landing on the planet, Beerus is very thoughtful about everything that is happening. He climbs on top of a tree stump and observes the peaceful lake next to him. He closes his eyes and thinks about everything that happened and what could happen from that moment. After all, his twin brother, Champa, had stopped being a god, and now he went to the Earth from Universe 6 to live his last days like a mortal. He thinks to himself, why am I so upset about this? I think I ended up caring more than I let people realize. Goku, a destroyer? That time he refused Whis' proposal and always said he would never be able to destroy anything. I wonder how Goku will deal with the loss of his pure heart. Well, that doesn't matter, that's not my problem. But one way or another, I don't want him to end up like my brother. Beerus gets up, leaves the stump, and heads towards his castle with the intention of taking a nap. Meanwhile, Whis sees him and says, are you really thinking about sleeping now, Lord Beerus? Beerus said he needs some rest after all this stress, but then Whis reminds him that there's going to be a celebration, and if Beerus sleeps now, he will end up missing out on the delicious foods that will be served at Bulma's house. At the same time, Beerus, who is very upset, starts to get very excited and decides to leave his nap for another time and go to Bulma's house to taste the most delicious food. Beerus puts his hand on Whis and they go off to planet Earth. Meanwhile, back on Earth, everyone is gathered on the balcony for a big party, and Chi-Chi, who had fainted upon hearing that Goku would become a god of destruction, has just woken up. To everyone's surprise, Chi-Chi is happy to know that Goku will become a god of destruction, because according to her, Goku will finally have a real job. She knew that being a farmer didn't suit him, but now he would finally have a real job. Bulma, who is quite surprised by Chi-Chi's reaction, says that it's decided Goku will become a god of destruction, and they should celebrate. After saying that, Bulma tries her best not to look worried, but she is very worried because she knows that Goku would never be able to destroy anything. Trunks approaches Goku and says, you know that when you become a god, you're gonna have to destroy, right? Why did you take this job? Goku explains that he didn't have much choice, but when it comes time to destroy planets, he said he'll avoid it as much as possible. At this point, Goku remembers the words of the Grand Priest when he said that being a destroyer was much more than just destroying planets, and that he would understand that when he started training with an angel. Goku is very worried about all this, but he knows one thing, that he couldn't just say no to the Omni Kings, or he would put the entire universe at risk, even though he was Zeno's friend. He wonders which universe he'll be sent to, and also wonders if Beerus will allow him to make some visits to Universe 7 to visit his friends and family. Goku is literally freaking out by stepping out of his universe to be a destroyer. Goten approaches Goku and asks if he could go with his father to train in another universe. Goku says he doesn't believe that would be possible, but he could ask Whis. Goten says that he intends to someday become as powerful as his father, and upon hearing this, Goku says that he's sure that Goten will become very powerful. Goku senses Whis and Beerus' kid approaching. When they arrive at Bulma's house, Beerus is very excited about all the food on the table. While Beerus puts all his worries aside, Whis remains worried about breaking the news to Goku, but he prefers to wait a little longer and lets Goku enjoy that night, because that would be his last night as a mortal in Universe 7. Some time passes and Whis decides to give everyone some information. I see that not everyone is informed, but to sum things up, yes, Goku will become the next god of destruction, and I'm going to start explaining all the details now since everyone has finished eating. Bulma asks how the meeting went and if he already had any idea what the universe would be where Goku would be a god of destruction. So Whis explains, yes, indeed it is very sad that Goku will be replacing Lord Beerus' brother. Unfortunately, for not properly fulfilling the functions of a destroyer, Lord Champa was relieved of his responsibilities as a god. Goku will train as the new destroyer of Universe 6. They ask Whis what happened to Champa, and Whis explains that he has now been sent to Earth from Universe 6, where he will spend the rest of his life as a mortal. Tien, who is also there, asks Whis if Goku would work side by side with the Supreme Kai from Universe 6. Whis says yes, but it won't be the same Supreme Kai that they knew, as when the destroyer leaves his job, the Supreme Kai dies and is sent to the other world. Then, the universe remains in balance until the new god appears. Vegeta enters the conversation asking, so how are they going to choose another Supreme Kai? Who decides to answer this question is not Whis, but the Supreme Kai of Universe 7, Shin. The race I am associated with is called the Shinjin race. We are all born from a divine tree called Kaiju. The normal fruits of this tree give life to the King Kai, who live on the planets of the other world. The Supreme Kais are born from a golden fruit that is quite rare. There are also fruits that are born with a great contained evil. This kind of fruit is sent to the demon realm, so they don't disturb the balance of the universe. This world is the same world the Dabura ruled while he was still alive. That is, Dabura and I are of the same race. After Shin's words, everyone is surprised, as no one knew all that information Shin told. He goes on to say that the reason the Grand Priest chose Goku at this very moment is because in the last 1,000 years, the Kaiju tree has spawned a golden fruit in Universe 6, and that fruit is finally ready to give life to a new Supreme Kai. Master Roshi, curious, asks what the process would be like to turn Goku into a god of destruction, but Shin says he couldn't reveal almost any information about it because the process of becoming the destroyer is very delicate. The old Kaioshin says that within 24 hours, Goku would become a true god of destruction, and that he had a little certainty that Goku would do a great job. Goku approaches Whis and asks the angel if he could visit his family from time to time in Universe 7. Whis says the following, unfortunately, you won't be able to do that until your training is complete. For you to visit your family, everything will depend on the speed at which you will progress, and this time, your training will be totally different. After all, you will be trained by my sister, who is much harder than I am. But when you finish your training as a god of destruction, I don't see a problem with you paying a little visit. A few hours later, it was finally time for Goku to say goodbye to his old friends. Whis approaches Goku and says, Goku, are you ready? Goku replies that yes, he was ready to leave. Goten holds back his tears and says that he'll miss his father a lot, and Goku says that soon, when he finishes his training, he'll be back to visit them. Goku decides to give Goten a little motivation by saying that when he gets back, he wants to test his son's power. Goten stops crying and gets really excited. He even calls Trunks to train with him in the gravity room. Vegeta looks at Goku and says, don't think it's over, Kakarot. I'll still be stronger than you, even if you're a deity now. Krillin says, good luck, Goku. I know you're going to be great at this job. Krillin extends his hand, and the two expend, giving with a touch of hands. Goku holds on to Whis, and the two set off for Universe 6. Bulma, after they've already left, looks up to the sky and wishes Goku good luck, saying she'll be waiting for him. A few minutes later, Whis arrives at the planet of destruction from Universe 6, and Goku is very impressed by everything he was seeing. All the deities were already there waiting for the ceremony. Goku makes a comment saying that planet was very similar to Beerus' planet. The Destroyer says that all planets of destruction and creation are equal. Goku wonders how that ceremony would work. The Grand Priest approaches and tells Goku to follow the other gods of destruction to the place where the ceremony would take place. Goku and the gods walk through the halls of the castle until they arrive in a gigantic room where there are several pictures of all the gods of destruction that have passed through Universe 6. The last picture was by Champa, and in that room there were also two statues representing a god of destruction and a god of creation. The god of destruction statue wore the same clothes as Champa, and the god of creation statue had the same clothes as the Kaioshins. The Grand Priest tells Goku to sit on the pillow on the left side. Goku notices that there's a golden fruit on the pillow next to him. He wonders what the golden fruit was, and the Grand Priest says that that was the Kaioshin he was going to unite with. Meanwhile, all the Kaioshins and destroyers are standing still, watching all the angels going to Goku and make a circle around him. All the angels join hands and a great barrier of energy begins to emerge. The Grand Priest says, you need to clear your mind, Goku. Think of nothing but emptiness. It is crucial that you do this. The moment Goku empties his mind, all that energy flowing around his body causes the golden fruit to bloom and a new Kaioshin emerges. Goku, after all that energy is gone, says he didn't feel much difference, but the Grand Priest says that from that moment on, he will no longer age, and that his life and the life of the new Kaioshin will be a single shared life. If one of them dies, the other dies too. Goku looks to the side and says, impressed, wow, I didn't know that Supreme Kais could be a girl. The Kaioshin on Goku's side says that normally Supreme Kais are genderless, but some can be born with feminine qualities. Then she introduces herself, claiming to be Liai. Bardock approaches Goku and in a relaxed voice says that Goku looked much better in that costume than Champa, and only after that comment from Bardock did Goku realize that he was wearing the clothes of a god of destruction. The Grand Priest says, Goku, the new god of destruction, and Liai, the new deity of creation, you are now united. You must work in harmony to maintain peace and balance in the universe. All the gods of creation and destruction are sent back to their respective universes. The only exceptions are Whis, Beerus, Shin, and the Elder Kai. After the ritual to turn Goku into a god of destruction, Whis asks the Saiyan if he feels anything different in his body. And he replies, Goku, not really. I feel like it's exactly the same as always, but I'm feeling a strange kind of energy inside of me. Then Whis explains what that energy was flowing through Goku's body. He says this is probably the energy of destruction starting to manifest. Now Goku, in addition to having the ki of a god, also has the ability to use the energy of destruction. And he says that training and getting stronger will allow Goku to use much more of that energy. The new Supreme Kai, Liai, wonders what will happen to her. Who answers is the old Kai. He says that she'll be working and training with her assistant on her own planet. From today, she will have to learn and strengthen herself to ensure that Universe 6 is back in balance. As the other god of destruction, Champa didn't do a good job. He left everything a mess, and she, with Goku, have to fix it. Hearing this, Liai says goodbye to Goku and says that he can go visit her anytime. After saying that, she leaves with her assistant, going to the supreme planet of Universe 6 with her instant transmission. After that, Goku also says goodbye to Shin, the old Kai, Beerus, and Whis. Goku says that he'll get much stronger and will soon finish his training as a god of destruction, and when he does, he will challenge Beerus to a rematch. The destroyer of Universe 7 replies, Beerus, don't be arrogant just because you're now a god of destruction. You're still a million years behind me, but I accept your challenge. I'll be waiting for you, Goku. After that, the Supreme Kai takes them back to Universe 7. Goku asks Vados if he can wear his training outfit, the one he always wears, because he still hasn't gotten used to a god's outfit. Vados says that the clothes of a god were only obligatory in the presence of other gods, or in some meeting with the great Zeno. As long as he was on his planet, he could use anything. After all this, Goku, who was already tired, asks Vados if he can sleep. Vados says that's fine, and that they would start training as soon as he woke up, in approximately 35 years. But Goku, when he hears that, stays surprised and scared. Goku, what? Do I need to sleep as long as Lord Beerus does? I can't just wake up tomorrow? But then Vados smiles and remembers that this need to sleep for so long is a characteristic of the Nicosagians, the race of Beerus and Champa. Recalling this, she jokes that having the god of destruction always awake is going to be big news. Vados takes Goku to his room and he quickly falls asleep. The next morning, Goku's training begins. He asks Vados what the first stage of his training as a god will be like. Vados replies that first they will find out how well he can access his energy of destruction. But Goku asks how he can do that. Vados explains that the energy of destruction, as the name implies, is based on destruction, the strong emotions behind it. Usually, when people are destroying, they feel anger, sadness, despair, and some other emotions. Goku is a little disappointed and then says, should I feel bad about using the energy of destruction? That doesn't seem like my style. Vados explains that this is just the beginning, but given time and with the proper training, he could access this energy without having to go through it. Vados says it was time to start training. Goku begins the first attempts to use the energy of destruction. Apparently, all his attempts were futile, as the only thing he was doing was feeling angry and using his normal Kai. He tries many times, but everything is useless. Vados, seeing all of Goku's fails, sees the problem. He was accessing his energy source from a god of destruction. He was just using his old energy. But despite everything, Vados tells Goku that she already knows what the problem is, and she says that meditation training will make everything simpler. Vados sits on the ground and asks Goku to do the same. After that, she says she needs him to close his eyes and focus on where his energy usually comes from. Initially, he won't see anything, but if he concentrates on the center, he will encounter a weak, dark energy. Goku does exactly as Vados says and starts traveling on his own thoughts, in his consciousness, as if he were in another dimension. Suddenly, he finds his power source. He keeps moving forward and begins to delve deeper and deeper into that dimension. After some more time, Goku ends up finding a small sphere of purple energy, and when approaching that energy, he says that the sensation was very strange, and just being close to it, he felt a great fear. Eventually, he decides to grab hold of the energy, and when he does, he feels a lot of pain. But it wasn't physical pain, it was emotional pain. By leaning on that power, he begins to remember all the pain and suffering he went through in his life. With every second that passed, he felt worse and worse. His body and mind were getting heavier and heavier. All the anger that was hidden in his body began to be released, and as he held that energy, all he felt was anger and a lot of pain and anguish.
No, Krillin, I'm here! Wake up! He's gone.
No, Frieza! Don't do it! Goku! I'm really mad! And now it's time to pay!
What he was feeling at that moment was far worse than the rage that made him transform into a Super Saiyan for the first time. He fights against the limits of his body and mind and orders that energy to help him from then on. That is, he had to command that energy, not the other way around. By pushing his body over the limit, Goku causes that energy to cooperate with him, and then a small sphere of purple energy is seen in Goku's hands. Vados, seeing Goku's progress, smiles and says she didn't expect him to understand so quickly. Goku stands up and that little energy of destruction disappears. Vados says that was enough for today. She says that attempt to dominate the energy has damaged his existence badly, and that now he needs a good rest. Goku says that the trip through his consciousness, revisiting his memories, made him understand a little more how that source of power works. In a very distant location in Universe 7, there is apparently only one planet there. This planet didn't even have a star close to it, and because it didn't receive any heat from a star, it was extremely frozen and lifeless. At the center of this planet was an immense glacier, which was so huge that it looked like a real ice fortress. Suddenly, a spaceship lands on this glacier. Who leaves the spaceship is Frieza, and next to him are his two most trusted servants, Berry Blue and Kikono. Unlike Frieza, who apparently didn't feel cold, Kikono and Berry Blue were wearing extremely advanced clothing to survive the extreme cold. Unlike his two subordinates, who were very uncomfortable with the cold, Frieza was thinking about something else. All the Emperor had in his mind was a memory that made the villain tremble with rage and shame. Frieza couldn't accept the humiliation he suffered on his last visit to planet Earth, when a Saiyan named Broly gave him a real beating. After a long walk, they arrived at a region of the glacier that had a well-hidden button. When Kikono presses this button, a mechanism opens a hole in the floor and an elevator appears. When they enter, the elevator goes down at a high speed to the underground of the glacier. As the elevator goes down, Frieza says, "I haven't been to this place for a long time." Berry Blue responds by saying that Frieza was right and that the last time they went there, King Cold was with them and that they went to arrest someone. Frieza says, "This prison was built by my father, especially with the intention of imprisoning this person. After that, it was no longer necessary for us to come here." The elevator stops, and when the door opens, they see a hallway with hundreds of soldiers. It was almost 1,000 soldiers from Frieza's army just to guard a single prisoner. When Frieza started to walk, all the soldiers were kneeling down, showing respect to the great emperor of the universe. Seeing this, Frieza smiles and says, "So many soldiers, but in the end, they're all useless. If he freed himself, they would all be easily eliminated." Upon reaching the end of the hall, Frieza comes face to face with a well-reinforced door. Berry Blue, who is by his side, starts to tremble with fear just remembering what had happened in the past. She begins to remember that a few decades ago, the general of Cold's mighty army was the great Cooler, the king's firstborn son and Frieza's older brother. Cooler was extremely powerful and had great achievements for Cold's army, but Cooler's power grew so much that the king became very worried about him, as his powers had already far surpassed the powers of the king and Frieza. One day, fearing that Cooler would usurp his throne, Cold, along with Frieza, made a plan to capture Cooler, and with a sneaky plan, Cold and Frieza managed to capture him and his most trusted men and imprison them in a prison specially built for them. That prison was the one they were in now. Frieza places his hand on the fingerprint scanner next to the door, and after his identity is confirmed, the reinforced door opens. Inside that big room was a big tube filled with liquid, and inside that tube, surrounded by that liquid, was Cooler. He was sleeping, and his arms and legs were held together by huge metal plates. Seeing his brother, Frieza says, "There's my big brother. Congratulations, Kikono. It seems that your prison capsule is working perfectly, even though many years have passed." Kikono thanks the compliment and explains how that capsule worked. He explains that the liquid in the capsule is a powerful sedative, and thanks to this sedative, Cooler remains paralyzed and drowsy. and this metal that holds his arms and legs is made of a special material that helps neutralize Kai. Kikono also says that he worked a long time on his capsule, and it took a lot of resources from Cold's army to build. Frieza praises Kikono, saying, "You did a good job with this prison, but now I want you to empty the capsule and remove the sedative liquid." Hearing this, Kikono is very scared and wonders if that was a good idea. Lord Frieza, with all due respect, are you sure about this? I don't know if only the metal plates can hold Lord Cooler if he's not sedated. But Frieza only responds with a frightening look, one who doesn't admit to having his authority and power questioned. The little yellow man is filled with fear. Obeying Frieza, Kikono goes to the main computer in the room and releases all the sedative liquid from the capsule. After that, Cooler starts to wake up. Kikono is very impressed by that. Amazing. Just a few seconds without a sedative is enough for your body to start waking up. Upon finally opening his eyes, Cooler sees the image of his brother in front of him and then shouts, "Frieza!" But Frieza responds in a quiet voice, "Hello, brother. How have you been all these years?" "You damn! How dare you stand before me? Where's our father? I don't deserve Cold's illustrious presence." Frieza explains to Cooler that their father was long dead. "Damn it! Who dares to do this? I was the one who should have killed him." Frieza angrily says, "Amazingly, it was a Saiyan." "What? This is impossible. A monkey like that could never kill our father." "Oh, Cooler, so much has changed since you weren't here. As shocking as this may sound, the Saiyans are no longer the vermin we used to subdue." And then Cooler says, "What blasphemy! How could you let that happen, you idiot?" At that moment, the plates that held Cooler starts to vibrate with the increase of his Kai. Frieza replies, "That's why I'm here, brother. As much as I hate to admit it, our army that once dominated everything we wanted is no longer the ruler of the universe. I need you to join me to form a true elite of powerful warriors to defeat the Saiyans who live on planet Earth." But Cooler gives his answer, "Join you? I'll kill you. I will kill your servants, and then I'll find this planet Earth and eliminate those damn Saiyans." At that moment, Cooler explodes his handcuffs and completely destroys the prison capsule, releasing his Kai with such a force of impact that it throws Kikono and Berry Blue out of the room. After that, Cooler flies at full speed to give a powerful punch on Frieza. But Frieza easily catches his punch with just a single hand. When this happens, Cooler is absolutely shocked. "I'm glad to know that even though it's been so many years, your power hasn't even decreased by 1%. After saying that, Frieza concentrates his energy and transforms into his golden form, and the impact of his Kai is so strong that Cooler falls to the ground. "It can't be. How did you get so much power?" "Brother, you don't have to be sad. If you'll join me, I'll teach you how to get to that form, and together we'll unite an elite force capable of standing up to Earth's warriors. And after that, the Frieza army, commanded by Cooler, will rule again." Cooler gets up and decides to join his brother, and the two seal the deal with a handshake. On the way out of the fortress, Frieza leaves with Kikono and Berry Blue, but also with Cooler and his special forces. They all return to the spaceship. As soon as he enters, Cooler notices an inhabitant of the planet Yardrat and asks Frieza why he has that person there, since he seems to be very weak. Frieza says that was Soba, and he was there because, despite not being strong, he has a very useful ability that Cooler will be able to see later. With Frieza's spaceship traveling through space. Inside the ship, Cooler's soldiers begin an intense training in a special technological room. In another room, Frieza and Cooler are training with gravity hundreds of times increased. Frieza says to his brother, "Amazing how you've evolved in so few days of training, brother. If it continues like this, I will end up fearing that it will exceed my power again." After days of traveling through the universe, they were approaching the place they wanted to go. And in that place, all they had was a dimensional fissure. Cooler, seeing the destination they were heading towards, asks his brother, "I didn't know you knew people from other dimensions." "I didn't know, but thanks to the information that Berry Blue got from spies in my army spread across the universe, we managed to find a man named Zuno, an omniscient man who knows absolutely everything that happens in the universe. All I had to do was go up to him and threaten a little. So he told me everything I wanted to know. So I discovered the location of the strongest warriors in this universe." Hearing this, Cooler says, "I get it. Who shall we find now?" "It's a demon named Janemba." According to what Zuno reported, Janemba is a being that has existed since beginning of time. Currently, this being is sealed in a deep sleep, but if he awakens, his power will be of great help to our army. According to Zuno, Janemba is a being as old and powerful as the demon Majin Buu himself. Majin Buu? You mean that Majin Buu our father always told us to avoid? That's right, my brother, but no need to worry. How are you so sure about that, Frieza? Did you face Majin Buu? It wasn't necessary, brother. The Saiyans from Earth defeated him before I came back to life. So if even those idiots defeated him, someone at Majin Buu's level is no threat to us. But at the same time, it will be of great help to our army. Arriving in the dimensional fissure, Kikono asks Yardrat's man, Soba, to teleport the spaceship into that dimension, because they wouldn't be able to pass through that fissure without the ship being completely destroyed. Cooler, hearing this, asks his brother, is it possible to teleport an entire ship to another dimension? He is an inhabitant of a planet called Yardrat. On this planet, the inhabitants have some very peculiar abilities, and one of them is the instant transmission. In this case, Soba is a true master of this technique, far above even the inhabitants of his planet. Now I understand why you want him here, Frieza. He's a very useful insect. As soon as the spaceship got close to the fissure, Kikono orders Soba. Now, Soba. Soba touches one of the walls of the ship, and then he uses the instant transmission. Suddenly, the ship disappears from that region of space, and then reappears on the other side of that dimensional fissure. The realm of darkness was a cold and dark place, and the skies were as red as blood. In this dimension, many dark creatures roamed through the sky and earth, and when they saw the strange ship flying over the sky, these creatures went towards it with a great desire for destruction. Kikono tells Frieza that they need people outside to protect the ship from the creatures. Cooler immediately offers to have his soldiers take care of it, and obeying Cooler's orders, the soldiers head outside the ship and begin to eliminate any approaching evil creatures. After a while of flying through the bloody sky of the realm of darkness, they finally find a great castle. The ship lands on top of this castle. Frieza, Cooler, and their special forces enter in the castle. On the way to the center of this castle, they are attacked by several demons that guard the place, but Cooler's 3 soldiers defeat them all with great ease. When they arrive in the main room, they notice a large capsule in the center of the room. The capsule was being guarded by 3 guards, who we later learn are called Sancho, Nikki, and Ginger. Sancho, seeing the invaders, says, "They're not the mages. We don't need to worry about them. We can go with all we got." At that moment, the 3 demons raise their powers to the maximum, and the whole place starts to shake. According to trackers from Cooler's Special Forces members, each guard has a power of around 500,000 units. Dor, one of the soldiers, says, "Amazing. If we hadn't trained our Lord Frieza's ship, we wouldn't stand a chance against them." The castle's guardians advance at incredible speed against the soldiers, but in an instant, Captain Salza, alone, beat all of them with his Kai blade. Seeing this, Cooler says very proudly, "Better give up. You can't against Cooler's special forces." The 3 guardians look at each other, as if planning something without even needing words. With a smile on their faces, the 3 become just a single warrior, making a kind of fusion that makes them a single warrior that much more powerful. The warrior says in a childish voice that doesn't suit his size, "Behold, the most powerful fusion ever. I am Genisho." At that moment, Cooler's soldiers, upon hearing Genisho's funny voice, start laughing. But everything changes when they try to measure the power of the demon. Laughter gives way to great fear. Genisho's fighting power was so great that it couldn't be measured by the trackers. The soldiers, even with fear, go all out against Genisho. And even with great teamwork, with very well synchronized blows, they couldn't do anything to hurt that monster. Seeing this, Cooler impatiently says, "Men, back off." The soldiers retreat to their leader's back. After that, Cooler looks at Genisho and says, "I'll only ask once. Better let us pass." But Genisho laughs at Cooler, making a mockery of his power. Cooler says it's a waste of time having to deal with that creature, but he had no choice. He stretches out his hands to Genisho and says, "Deadly paralysis." Suddenly, a wave of energy fired by Cooler hits Genisho. Upon being hit by that power, Genisho loses all his movements. Frieza smiles and walks slowly towards Genisho, then says to the Guardian, "There's nothing you can do against our forces. We don't need to solve everything with such violence. We didn't come here to attack you, but to free the creature that is inside that capsule." "I don't understand. Why would anyone want to wake up one of the primordial beasts? It could mean the end of the entire universe. Why do you want to do this?" "Oh, you seem to know a lot about the creature in there. Tell me how I can free him." "We're just second-tier guardians. We can't do that kind of thing." Before Genisho has finished speaking, Cooler fires a laser from his finger and kills the Guardian. Frieza gets very angry. "Why did you do that, my brother? He seemed to know a lot." "I'm tired of waiting. If we want information, it's better ask for that guy called Zuno who knows everything, don't you think?" "Alright." After all that, Frieza, Cooler, and the other soldiers return to the spaceship with the capsule. At this moment, there's sparring between Vados and Goku in the same style which Whis trained Goku and Vegeta. At some point, Vados decides to stop training and say that they've been training for a month, and she sees he already started to master his power of destruction, so she thinks it's about time he knows his universe. Goku says, well, I'd like to visit planet Sadala, or maybe train a little with Hit. Vados replies saying they can pay a visit to the planet Sadala in the morning, but he shouldn't face Hit with all his power because that could end up destroying the entire universe. Hearing this, Goku made his decision. Then let's go to visit planet Sadala. I don't want to fight Hit if I can't use all my strength. The next morning, the two most powerful creatures in Universe 6 go to planet Sadala. About 27 minutes later, they finally arrived on the planet. Vados tells Goku that they now arrived and asks what he intends to do. Goku says, while we're here, I'd like to visit Kaba. I'd also like to visit Kale and Caulifla. Vados says she believes that after Goku's teachings at the Tournament of Power about Saiyan's transformations, Miss Caulifla became Sadala's strongest Saiyan. While this was happening, on another part of the planets, Kaba, enjoying his day off, was training to become even more powerful. All he wanted was to be strong enough to fulfill the promise he made to his master Vegeta. He was training to become stronger than Vegeta himself. Kaba was flying above the mountains when he noticed that Vados and Goku were there. He quickly walks up to them and says, Goku, what are you doing here with Miss Vados? Goku says, Mr. Champa wasn't doing a good job as God of Destruction, so I was chosen to be the new God of Destruction of this universe. I see. So what are you doing here? I just finished my first month of training, so I wanted to see my universe and especially the planet of the Saiyans. It would be an honor to show Sadala and introduce the king. Kaba asks Vados and Goku to follow him to the center of the planet. After a few minutes of walking, they arrived at a kind of large shopping center. Goku is amazed at the large amount of Saiyans in one place, and the more time passed, the closer they got to the castle. After a while of walking, they finally arrived at the castle. Arriving at the main gate, they encountered guards who were part of the Saiyan elite. The castle security seemed to be of high quality, seeming impossible for ordinary people to break into. Upon seeing Kaba, the guards show him a lot of respect, as Kaba was himself the captain of Sadala's elite forces. He's recognized for being the most powerful Saiyan in the king's army. Kaba, after talking to the guards, allowed him to enter the castle along with Goku and Vados. While they were walking, Kaba says, Lord Goku, can I ask you a question? Why do you want to talk to the king so badly? I just want to know how strong the Saiyan king is. Count me in. There are currently only 3 survivors from the Saiyan homeworld of Universe 7. Knowing Goku's reason for meeting the king, Kaba is more relaxed. Walking through the interior of the castle, they finally arrived at the place where the king was. Kaba enters the king's throne room first, leaving Goku and Vados waiting outside. And as he enters, he bows to the king. The king rises from his throne and says, Kaba, it's great to see you here. I was in need of talking to you. It looks like the southern sector's in trouble, and I would very much like my most powerful warrior to go there and check out what's going on. Your Majesty, I have a very important guest to meet you. Who is this important guest? Why wasn't I informed that I would have a visitor? It is the God of Destruction of this universe. What? What does the God of Destruction do on this planet? Go, Kaba, ask him to come in immediately. Kaba went back to the door to find Goku and Vados, who are waiting for him. Lord Goku, the king is ready to speak with you. Goku enters the room and is surprised by the amount of Saiyans that surround the king. But when Goku enters the room, the king breaks his great pride, and along with all the other Saiyans, they bow to Goku. The king says, to what do I owe the honor of your presence, God of Destruction? But Goku, hearing this, is very embarrassed and says, No need to bow, guys. I came here just to talk. I'm a Saiyan just like you. All Saiyans say, what? Goku approaches the king and says, Hi, I'm Goku. It's a pleasure to meet you. The king, not understanding anything, says, Nice to meet you. My name is Krista. I'm the king of this planet. Taking a good look at the king, Goku notices something strange. Wow, are you like Vegeta? Vegeta? Who is this guy? Who answers that question is Kaba. It was Vegeta who taught me how to transform into a Super Saiyan. He's an incredible strong Saiyan from Universe 7. Kaba told me what happened to the Saiyans planet of Universe 7, but I confess I doubted the veracity of this story, but apparently it's true. After that, Krista asks Goku, but if you didn't come here to destroy the Saiyans, what did you come to Sadala for? I became a God of Destruction just a few days ago. As I didn't know the planet of the Saiyans in my universe, I was curious to know what this planet would be like. Well, I hope you enjoyed this planet. I can ask my servants to prepare a feast for us. Goku was hungry and his stomach was making weird noises. but Goku says that unfortunately he has to refuse. Krista is very surprised by Goku's answer. A Saiyan refusing food? It really seems like the Saiyans of Universe 7 are quite different from us. But Vados decides to join the conversation and says that actually the Saiyans of Universe 7 also have a habit of love feasting and eating a lot, but Goku is forbidden to eat anything for the next 30 days. Kaba is very surprised. Forbidden? Why? Vados explains that during his training, Goku got too carried away and ignored all her requests. As a result, he nearly destroyed the entire universe. Because of all the mess he made, she had to go back 4 seconds in time to fix everything. So as punishment, she forbade Goku to eat anything for the next 30 days. Krista, impressed by this revelation, says, "The entire universe? Incredible! You really are the most powerful Saiyan of all." Vados says that Goku is currently one of the 5 most powerful gods of destruction in all of the universes. Impressed by that, Krista says, "I had no idea a Saiyan could get so powerful. Lord Goku, can I ask you something?" Goku was a little surprised. "A request? What is it?" And then Krista reveals his request. "Could you fight me? I would like to see how strong I am compared to the most powerful Saiyan. After all, I am the Saiyan that represents this planet." Despite Vados and Kaba's surprise, Goku simply smiles. "I thought you'd never ask." The god of destruction, Goku, is in the palace of the king of the planet Sadala. The atmosphere becomes extremely tense after Krista asks Goku to fight against him. Krista wants to find out the difference between his power and the power of a god of destruction. Kaba, watching this, was starting to get scared, dreading what was about to happen. Vados says to Kaba he looks nervous and asks if he's worried. He explains, "I'm not worried about the fight, but I'm looking forward to finally seeing the power of King Krista." Vados asks why he used the word finally, and Kaba explained, "Very few people know about this information, but King Krista is the oldest Saiyan on the planet. They say thousands of years ago, when he was just a child, the planet Sadala had been invaded by an alien race. This race ended up killing 70% of all Saiyans. When all seemed lost, a single Saiyan child raged, and alone, that child annihilated all enemies. That child was Krista. Even without belonging to the royal family, he was declared king. Afraid of an upcoming attack, he went to planet Namek, and with the help of the Dragon Balls, he asked for eternal life. Now he can protect Sadala forever." Vados comments, "That means Krista is a true hero of this planet." Kaba replies, "Yes, but unfortunately almost no one is aware of it. The population sees him as an arrogant and proud man, but in fact, all the changes that's happening on this planet, all the technology upgrades, all the army organization, all the economic advancements, it's all thanks to him." Vados asks why Krista doesn't just tell the world the truth. Kaba explains, he doesn't like to attract attention. If this story were to spread across the universe, it could be very problematic, and many warriors could come to Sadala to face him and prove their strength. Krista doesn't want to put the planet and people in danger, so he prefers to keep this secret. That's why no one saw him fight in many generations. Vados says that Krista seems to be a truly responsible king who truly cares about his people and his planet. Besides that, he's probably a very powerful king too. Kaba very proudly says, "Yes, King Krista is no doubt a great king and also a powerful warrior." But 1 second later, he's upset. Kaba says, "He's without a doubt a legendary Saiyan and is very important to the history of our planet. But unfortunately, even his own daughter thinks the worst of him." Vados wonders about this daughter and asks Kaba about her. Kaba says, "Do you remember Kale? That Saiyan girl who participated in a tournament of power? Krista is her father." Vados says that Saiyan named Kale is very strong. So if Krista is her father, and he is that legendary warrior who defeated an entire army when he was just a boy, he must be really amazing. Kaba agreed. "Yes, he is amazing, but I'm realistic. No matter how powerful he is, Lord Goku is already at the level of a god of destruction, so I believe this battle won't last long." Suddenly, King Krista shouts, "Here I come, Goku!" Amazingly, the legendary King Krista was defeated with just a single blow. After this defeat of the king, even Kaba, who had already expected this result, was impressed. He says, "This is unbelievable. Lord Goku's power is much higher than in the Tournament of Power." Vados, very proud, says that's obvious. After all, he's trained with her, and she is a much more interesting teacher than her brother. But she says that if that fight happened in the Tournament of Power, not even transformed into a Super Saiyan Goku would be able to win this fight. That affirmation surprises Kaba, who says, "Wow, this is amazing." King Krista, who was defeated, stands up and says, "Awesome, Goku. I didn't stand a chance. So this is the true power of a god of destruction? Or rather, so this is the potential of a Saiyan? Incredible. I never thought our race could reach this level." Goku, very excited, says, "You're very powerful, Mr. Krista. To tell you the truth, I noticed that you didn't use all your power in this fight, so I hope someday I can see everything you have." So you noticed. You really are an interesting guy. Goku says goodbye to the king and asks Kaba where Caulifla was. Kaba decides to take Goku and Vados to the warehouse where Caulifla was. Arriving at the warehouse, Goku asks Kaba if that's really where Caulifla was. It was a totally different place from all the rest of the planet. Kaba responds by saying that Caulifla lives there along with Sadala's rebellious Saiyans. Basically, he explains that while he leads the king's army, Caulifla leads Sadala's criminal army. A Saiyan guard who is at the door walks up to them and asks who they are. Vados responds by saying their name and that they are there to see Caulifla. The man tells them to wait and that he will ask Caulifla if she wants to see them. He goes inside the warehouse, and when he gets close to Caulifla, he says that there are people waiting to see her. Caulifla, who is eating, says she didn't expect a visit and asks who it is. He says he's a blue girl named Vados and such a god of destruction. Caulifla wonders what Vados and Champa were doing there. She yells at the soldier that he shouldn't have kept them waiting and then orders him to let them in immediately. At that moment, Caulifla had no idea that in fact the god of destruction who was accompanying Vados was Goku. The Saiyan guard runs towards Vados and Goku. Arriving at them, he says that Caulifla was ready to speak with them and he apologizes for keeping them waiting. But Goku says it's okay. Caulifla, seeing that someone was coming, starts to apologize with Vados and Champa and promises that she'll give that idiot guard a punishment. But who answers her is Goku. It's okay, Caulifla, but my name isn't Champa. At that moment, Caulifla is absolutely shocked. Caulifla asks what Goku was doing there, and he explains that he was passing through the planet and thought about saying hi to her. Caulifla asks why Goku was wearing those weird clothes, and Vados explains that he's this universe's new god of destruction. This information leaves Caulifla very astonished, and she asks what happened to Champa. Goku says, "To be honest, I never wanted to become a god of destruction, but since I had no other choice, I had to replace Lord Champa. Apparently he wasn't doing a good job." Caulifla is strangely excited by that information and says that if Goku is a god now, he is certainly more powerful than when they fought in the Tournament of Power. Goku replies that yes, he has gotten stronger. Caulifla is very excited to see Goku's new power, so she asks Goku to face her right away. Goku says he doesn't think that's a good idea. Caulifla questions the reason for his negative answer and asks if he's scared. But Goku replies that he doesn't think it'll be a fair fight and that she still needs a lot of training to face him. Caulifla, very angry, tells him to repeat what he said. She transforms into Super Saiyan 2 and charges at Goku with all her strength. However, the Saiyan God, with extreme ease, dodges all her blows and without any effort, increases her ki a little and launches Caulifla to the back of that room. Caulifla gets up, startled by how easily Goku defeated her. She asks how he did that without even transforming into a Super Saiyan. Goku replies, "A lot has changed in the last few days, but let's just say I'm currently able to access the full power of Super Saiyan 3 without having to change my form. And to tell you the truth, it's much better that way, because that way I don't lose as much energy. Right now, I'm using the power of a Super Saiyan 3 without having to change my appearance. That's why I said it wouldn't be a fair fight. You can't even transform into Super Saiyan 3. Caulifla now insists that Goku teach her how to do this. Then Goku, to not deny directly, decides to make a deal with her. Goku says, "Let's do this. If you defeat me, I'll take you to train with me, and then I'll teach you everything I know." Goku says that because he knew Caulifla wouldn't ever be able to defeat him in that moment. But Caulifla, surprising him, was very excited about that proposal, and so she calls Kale. After a few moments, Kale arrives. Goku doesn't quite understand and asks Caulifla what she was planning. Caulifla replies that Goku didn't say any rules about defeating him, and then tells Kale that the time has come. After those words, they begin some strange moves. Goku is very scared to see what the two Saiyans were doing. What they were doing was the fusion dance. Seeing the new warrior that appeared before him, Goku asks how they learned that technique. The warrior explains that when they came back from the Tournament of Power, they wanted to be able to fuse whenever they wanted, but when they asked the Supreme Kai for Potara earrings, he denied it, saying those earrings were divine artifacts that couldn't be used that way. So they forced him to explain another way to make a fusion, and he explained about the Metamoru's race's home planet. Going there, they learned the Metamoru dance. After saying that, the warrior introduces herself, saying that she is neither Caulifla nor Kale, she is Kali, the most powerful warrior in the universe. Goku says that was amazing and that he never imagined that in that universe the Metamoru race would be alive, but he says that a promise is a promise and that she could attack him with all her might. Kale concentrates his energy, leaving Goku very scared. Goku says, "What? Don't tell me they can use the..." Right now, the entire planet of Sadala is shaking with a gigantic increase in Kali power. The power was so great that Vados had to protect Kaba and the other Saiyans on the ground with a force field. After focusing his energy, Kale shows off his new transformation, Super Saiyan 3. Goku is impressed by Kale's power level, but smiles and says he won't hold back either. Goku concentrates his energy to use his divine transformations, and at the exact moment that Goku would show his divine transformations, Bardock lands a blow to Goku's neck, and the God of Destruction falls in a faint. Bardock says she had warned Goku that he would not be able to use all his power before finishing his training, and for disobeying the rule, now Goku's punishment would be to go 3 months without eating. Kale, very upset, reverts to her normal form and asks Bardock about her training. Bardock replies that she'll be back soon to get them. She slams her staff twice in the ground and leaves the planet Sadala. Upon arriving in space, Bardock asks Goku why he promised to train the girls. He says, "I believe those kids have enormous potential, and if they're trained correctly, they'll be able to get a lot stronger. I can't wait for that to happen." And finally, Goku remembers something and yells, "Miss Bardock, I'm hungry!" After that, the episode goes to Universe 7. Frieza and Cooler finally arrived at Zuno's palace. Frieza says, "See, brother, apparently this man doesn't want to tell us anything about these celestial mages or how to wake up this beast. Want to do the honors?" Cooler says, "You can have the fun this time, Frieza." Alright. Faced with Frieza's threat, Zuno says, "Alright, I will answer all the questions that I've been asked. A long time ago, a group of very powerful mages appeared in our universe. This group introduced themselves as the 5 great celestial mages. They dominated very peculiar and dangerous spells. Their goal in this universe was to awaken Yardrat, the supreme evil deity who had previously been sealed away by the power of the Super Dragon Balls, and had its power split and sealed into 5 super powerful beings called the 5 primal beasts. But before the mages could collect the energy needed to awaken Yardrat, Universe 7's first god of destruction sacrificed his life to ensure they couldn't do that by sealing them away. But Zuno interrupts his speech when he notices something, and then he says, "But now the celestial mages are alive. How is this possible?" In a very distant place in the universe, a strange voice says, "How did someone manage to discover us? Didn't you say we were invisible? You are incompetent. You can't even hide your presence. Now we're screwed. Our plan is over again, and it's your fault." There are some other strange people gathered there. Among them, a strange man with wings responds to the man who is complaining. "Calm down, Zorky. It wasn't the gods who found us, so our plane is still safe. The one who found us was a mortal named Zuno, who knows a lot about us. Look how funny this is. Janemba is with them. This is dangerous for our planet. Tyra, finish him off." In an instant, Zuno disappears. Frieza and Cooler are surprised by this. Cooler asks, "What happened? Where did he go?" Frieza, thinking about Zeno, says, "Was it that little guy?" With Bardock and Goku traveling through space, Goku says, "Can we visit Universe 7? I would like to know how things are there." Bardock spies something on his staff and says that apparently at this moment, Beerus and Whis are on Earth enjoying the most delicious foods. They are on a boy's birthday party. Hearing this information, Goku decides, "So it's decided, let's go to Universe 7. Planet Earth, Universe 7. All the Z-Warriors and their friends are gathered at Capsule Corporation for Trunks' birthday. Everyone is sitting around a table eating very delicious food. Everyone is silently enjoying their food when suddenly Goku and Bardock enter Universe 7. Bardock warns Whis that they are arriving on Earth. Whis immediately warns Beerus and everyone at the party about Goku's arrival. A few minutes later, Goku and Bardock finally arrive in Earth's solar system. When this happens, Vegeta and Beerus feel a very powerful ki approaching. Vegeta says, "Kakarot is coming." Everyone in the place is excited for Goku's arrival on planet Earth, but something was apparently different with him. He was more serious than usual. Bulma, noticing something different about Goku, goes to him and asks if he's okay, but the one who responds is Vados, saying they needn't worry, Goku is fine. But Whis, more perceptive than anyone, realizes what was happening and tells Goku that he has already had access to his power of destruction, which is confirmed by Vados, and she said that he only needed a few hours of training for this, which makes Beerus completely surprised and scared. He says, "You did what?" And then Goku confirms, "I've accessed my power of destruction in a few hours of training, but I still don't control almost anything. Every time I try to use this new power, I end up losing control." Beerus says, "Do you think the energy of destruction is something simple? It takes a lot of training to master. That's why you're still light years from my power." But Whis, laughing, adds, I don't think so, Lord Beerus. Lord Goku was able to access the power of destruction much faster than you. But Beerus, annoyed, scolds the angel. Shut up, Wiz. Nobody asked you anything. Goku, surprised, asks, is this serious? Was I faster than Lord Beerus? Bardock confirms the information, saying that both Beerus and Champa were only able to get in touch with the energy of destruction after months of training. Upon learning about Goku's new power level, Vegeta feels uncomfortable and decides to leave the place, flying away. Goten and Trunks, who were playing around the house, see that Goku is there. Goten, seeing his father there, ran to him in high spirits. Talking to his father, Goten asks if he has become stronger, and Goku says yes, and also asks if his son did as they agreed and also trained. Goten reveals that he does, and that he and Trunks are going to Monster Island every day to train. He says that Android 17 is a really nice guy, and he lets him train with the Cells Juniors every day, and all they have to do is deal with some invaders. Goku is excited about this, and says that Goten must have improved his skills a lot. Trunks interrupts the father-son conversation by asking him to go see his gifts. Goten, curious, runs after his friend, and the two leave. But shortly after that, suddenly a strange light appears in the sky, making everyone curious. In the sky, they saw Universe 7's Supreme Kai, but he was not alone. Wiz, seeing who was there, gets up and says, this energy is from, and then someone says, hello master, it's been a while. And Wiz completes, is that you? Pikkon? What a surprise! Beerus, Goku, and everyone there in the place were surprised by what that man had just said. Beerus asks Wiz, who is this guy, Wiz? Why is he calling you master? I've never seen him before. Did you train strangers while I slept? Wiz explains that Pikkon was actually one of the gods of destruction a very long time ago. He belongs to the first generation of gods of destruction. This means that he's the Beerus' predecessor. At that moment, everyone yells, what? Goku goes to Pikkon and says, is that true? So you are also a god of destruction? Pikkon politely responds, yes, but that was a long time ago. Goku insists on the questions, but if you came from a time before Lord Beerus, how are you still alive? Shouldn't you have lost your immortality when you stopped being a god? Pikkon says yes, he's actually already dead. So Goku, rather awkward as usual, continues with the interrogation, asking where Pikkon's halo was. Before Pikkon answers that question, Wiz interrupts asking him a much more relevant question. What's going on, Pikkon? Why did you show up just now after all these years? The ancient god of destruction replies, unfortunately, my motives are not good. Everything indicates that the celestial mages managed to free themselves, and I would venture to say that they came back with their plans. So before the worst happens, I came to ask for help from the current god of destruction of this universe. Wiz, with a worried expression, says, so it finally happened. It was sooner than I expected. Beerus gives his answer to Pikkon saying, Pikkon, right? I don't know who these mages are. I don't know how you're alive, or why you want my help. But the answer is no. I'm sleepy, and I plan on getting some sleep, so whatever's going on in the universe, they can always find a way without me. Pikkon, very surprised and also angry by his successor's answer, argues, but you are the god of destruction. Your job is to destroy everything that threatens the universe. Your job right now is to help me. But Beerus insists on his answer. Forget it, green guy, I'm out. You know what? All this talk made me sleepier. After defending his position in this discussion, Beerus turns to Wiz and calls out to him, Wiz, let's go. Wiz, seeing that Beerus was determined to not get involved, touches his staff to the ground and leads them away. Clearly very frustrated, Pikkon grumbles, without help, I won't be able to stop the multiversal apocalypse. No doubt it will be the end of it all. Goku, interested in the matter, asks, what do you mean by that? But the one who explains it to him is Vados, saying that a long time ago, very close to the time of creation of everything, Pikkon was the most powerful god of destruction among all the universes, but not even he was able to defeat the celestial mages. Goku asks who these people called celestial mages are. This time, Pikkon explained. Celestial mages are gods from another realm. They've been around since before the creation of universes. They're extremely powerful. Piccolo, who was there listening to everything, comments, for a god of destruction, you're too scared of these guys. Are they that strong? The ancient destroyer answers, for you to understand, if one of them was participating in the tournament of power, the tournament would certainly have ended in a few minutes. But the worst is not the mages, but their plan. Goku asks what their plan is. Pikkon explains that before the universes were created, the celestial mages lived in another realm. In that place, there was an extremely powerful being called Yardrat, who was a supreme deity in that place. But when the universes were created, Yardrat came to this realm and tried to take control of everything. Being a creature from another realm, Xeno's powers did not affect Yardrat, so it was necessary for the dragon god to be summoned, and with the help of the Dragon Balls, Yardrat was trapped in a deep sleep forever. After that, Yardrat's chief servants, the 5 great celestial mages, came to this realm with the aim of bringing their lord back. To do this, they needed a massive amount of energy, but in that era, he, Piccolo managed to stop their plan by sacrificing his life, but it looks like they're back. Goku, startled, asks if Yardrat is that powerful. For example, Piccolo claims that not even Whis could defeat him, and if Yardrat wakes up from his sleep, all the universes will be in danger. Piccolo comments that this looks like a big nightmare. Piccolo said that was the reason he asked the current god of destruction for help. He says that last time he was lucky to stop the 5 mages, but this time they can't risk that much. But it seems the current god of destruction doesn't care at all. Bulma, who is there as well, asks why the mages haven't acted if they are free, and why they haven't woken Yardrat yet. Shin replies to her, "Miss Bulma, from what Piccolo explained to me, when Yardrat was defeated, he had his energy split into 5 parts. Each of these parts created a new life form with reduced power. Luckily, the 5 beasts are still in deep sleep. Each of these beasts were sent to a different universe where they could never be found, and the most amazing thing about it all is that one of these beasts was Majin Buu." Piccolo, understanding that concept very well, adds in the explanation, "I think I understand perfectly. Some time ago, Kami-sama, to become God on Earth, had to expel the evil that was present in his heart. This gave life to Piccolo Daimao. As we became 2, our power was reduced. But when we merged again, our power reached a completely different level. It seems the same thing applies in this situation. The difference is that Yardrat had its power divided into 5 parts, and if there is a new union of these 5 parts, Yardrat will return with full power." Piccolo completely approves of Piccolo's explanation. "Exactly, that's why I decided to spread the beasts in different universes, so that it would be impossible to bring this monster back to life. But somehow, the seal of the Celestial Mages ended up being broken, and ever since then, the mages have been searching for these beasts. For a while, we didn't have information about them, but we do know that they recently used their powers to erase a mortal from this universe. Everything indicates that they will soon go after a mortal named Frieza, an inhabitant of this universe." Goku asks why they would go after Frieza. Piccolo replies that Frieza is in possession of one of Yardrat's parts, and the mages are no doubt aware of this and will soon go after him. Piccolo suggests they go to Frieza and get this beast from him. Bulma agrees and says that if they collected these beasts before the mages, they would have the upper hand, and it also says that if the Supreme Kai is right, they already have Majin Buu on their side. Goku says, "Supreme Kai, you better stay here. If something happens to you, Lord Beerus could die too, and that would be a big problem. Please let me take Piccolo to Frieza." Vados reminds Goku that they have a time limit to stay in this universe. The Destroyer guarantees that he will return before the time is up. After saying that, Goku concentrates and locates Frieza's key. After finding the villain, he teleports with Piccolo. Arriving at Frieza's location, Goku discovers that he was not alone, because along with him was another person with a very similar energy and appearance. Goku yells, "Frieza!" Frieza, without even having to look, recognizes that it was Goku screaming his name. Frieza says, "See if it's not Son Goku. Glad you saved myself the trouble of going to that disgusting planet after you." But when looking at Goku, Frieza completely undoes his carefree posture and yells, "What? Is he now a god of destruction?" But Piccolo, uninterested in their personal rivalry, says, "So you're Frieza. Now I understand how Nikki, Ginger, and Sancho were defeated. You are not an ordinary person." Confused, Frieza asks who he was, and if he was a Namekian. Piccolo responds by saying his name, and that he was the boss of those Frieza killed in the demon realm. Frieza, with much disrespect, said that those guys were useless, so if Piccolo was their leader, he is just a green worm. Goku asks Piccolo to leave Frieza in his charge, as he has faced Frieza a few times before and knows his fighting style. After hearing Goku saying that, Frieza tells Cooler it's time to use that thing. Cooler tells his brother not to order him around, but ironically, he does as his brother ordered, saying he wanted to have fun. Cooler, after concentrating his power, reveals his newest transformation, the Golden Cooler. Goku notes that Cooler is even stronger than Frieza, and this is going to be very interesting. Cooler says, "With that power, I don't care if you're a Saiyan or a god. I'll crush you like a worm." But to everyone's surprise, Cooler is easily defeated by Piccolo. Frieza, seeing his brother defeated so easily, is completely scared. Goku, to avoid further problems, asks Frieza to give him the cocoon, and if the villain does so, they will let him go. Seeing the titanic power of Piccolo, Frieza, despite all the fury in his heart, decides to calm down, turns his back, raises one of his hands, and says, "Take it. This thing is useless. It's impossible to wake this beast." After saying that, Frieza takes the cocoon and throws it into Piccolo's hands. Cooler, who was down, gets up, and he goes with Frieza to their spaceship that was nearby. With the situation resolved, it's time to head back. Piccolo is surprised that Goku allows Frieza and Cooler to leave, even though he knows they intend to do something against him and the universe. But Goku replies, "Don't worry, I'm sure if they do something wrong, Vegeta will deal with them." Piccolo accepts Goku's choice, but says it's time for them to say goodbye. He needs to take Janemba to a safe place, but before going, Piccolo warns, "Goku, don't think we've avoided the apocalypse. This mess is just beginning. Now that we've had one of the primordial beasts, we've just declared war on them." But Goku smiles. "We won't be defeated, I assure you." Piccolo smiles, saying he was an interesting guy. "I hope you're right." Goku uses his instant transmission straight to planet Earth. Upon arriving on Earth, Goku explains to everyone that Piccolo has taken possession of one of these beasts and taken it to a safe place, and that this could result in a war against the new enemies. Understanding the situation, Piccolo says, "Don't let your guard down. The enemy can attack at any time." And ironically, as soon as Piccolo finishes that sentence, the sky goes completely dark and hundreds of thousands of portals begin to appear in the sky. These portals are scattered all over the world. From each of these portals, many different monsters come out, and the Earth, in the blink of an eye, is infested with monsters. Very alarmed by this situation, Piccolo says that despite the low fighting power of these creatures, they all had a totally terrible energy, devoid of any common sense, and that he had never felt anything like it. The Supreme Kai says that, in fact, there was something different about those monsters, and that none of them were from that world. Piccolo says that whether they are from this world or not, they need to be eliminated before they destroy the entire planet. Even Vegeta, who was flying over the mountains far away, notices the enemy invasion. No matter where he looked, the sky was covered by enemies. He quickly decided to return to the Capsule Corporation to understand the whole situation. At that moment, all the portals close, they disappear into the sky, and the beasts madly start attacking energies against the planet. And in the blink of an eye, entire cities disappear from the map. Piccolo, Gohan, Krillin, Tien, Chaotisu, and the Z Warriors who were there in the Capsule Corporation, seeing that disaster, decide to face the enemies and do battle. However, Goku, with an extremely serious expression, says, "There are too many. Even if you all attack at the same time, you wouldn't be fast enough to defeat them all before they destroyed everything." Piccolo tells Goku he's right, and that there's nothing they can do against so many, but then asks what he intends to do about it. Goku asks Vados how much time he has left in this universe, and she says that they only have 1 hour. Hearing this, Goku asks everyone to back off, and realizing what he was up to, Vados asks if he's sure about that. Goku starts trying to expel all of his power, and with this huge power boost from Goku, all the hundreds of thousands of beasts in the world stop scared. Suddenly, we can see Goku with the transformation with purple hair. Gohan, seeing his father's new appearance, says, "So Dad's got a new transformation? That's amazing!" But Vados says it's not a new transformation. The truth is, apparently every god of destruction, when using the Super Saiyan Blue, their hair turns purple. Vegeta was flying at full speed, almost reaching the corporation. When he sees Goku, he asks himself, what will Kakarot do against so many enemies? Transformed or not, it's not possible to defeat so many of them. Goku raises one of his arms, and concentrating a massive amount of energy in his hand, he yells, "Hakai!" In the blink of an eye, every enemy on the planet becomes nothing. Vegeta, seeing that all the enemy energies on the planet have completely disappeared, says in disbelief, "Impossible! All those energies were gone in the blink of an eye. Don't tell me this was Kakarot's doing. Damn! Always one step ahead of me." After using up his destruction energy, Goku slowly falls to the ground, unconscious. Piccolo, admired by Goku's feat, says, "Awesome! Who would have thought that kid would become a god?" Bardock says that Goku still doesn't control his energy of destruction perfectly, so until he's able to control his energy, he won't be able to visit this universe again. She says goodbye to everyone and says she'll take Goku back to Universe 6. Shin says that he'll return to the Supreme Planet, as there's the only place where he can feel the things that happen in the entire universe, and that it would be the perfect place to track the movements of these celestial mages. However, before the Supreme Kai leaves, Vegeta arrives at the Capsule Corporation and screams, "Wait! Supreme Kai, take me to Lord Beerus' planet now!" Shin complies with the Saiyan's request, and they disappeared with the Kai. Piccolo walks up to Gohan and says, "Gohan, I believe this will not be the last attack. According to Goku, we're going to war against these guys, and now neither your father nor Vegeta is here, which means that in the next attack on planet Earth, we will be alone." Gohan, understanding his master, says, "I know where you're going, Piccolo. I understand our current strength is not enough to save everyone. This invasion made me realize how dependent we are on my father, and now he doesn't belong this universe anymore. Proud of his disciple, Piccolo smiles and says, "That was exactly the answer I wanted to hear, so we can't waste time. Let's start our training." All the other warriors in the place say they won't stand still either. That is, they will also start hard training. In an extremely distant place in the universe, the Celestial Mages discover about the events in Earth. One of them says, "This place called Earth, among the 28 planets with life in this universe, has so far been the only one that has managed to give us a counterattack." Another mage replies, "So, we already have a perfect place to start our plan. Send the Elite 16 immediately to that planet." The episode ends with Odisu, one of the members of the mages, asking to send an elite group of soldiers to planet Earth. On a small isolated island on Universe 7's planet Earth. It's been a week since the invasion took place and Vegeta went to Beerus' planet. In this isolated place, Piccolo and Gohan were training intensely, each of them using many attacks, and they fought both in the sky and on Earth, moving swiftly through the place. The rule of that training says they were forbidden to perform energy attacks, to use transformations, and to destroy anything on the island. Even a small tree was forbidden to be destroyed. According to Piccolo, who came up with this idea, the intention of that training was to control their strength. At one point in the fight, Gohan says, "With my current strength, I'm not able to protect the universe like my father did." But Piccolo scolds him. "This is a fight, pay attention." Piccolo lands a strong kick on Gohan. Even though the Saiyan blocked the attack, he was launched into the sea. Gohan comes out of the water quickly and at great speed. He goes all over Piccolo, and so they return to exchange intense blows. Gohan comments, surprised, "You've greatly increased your skills, Mr. Piccolo." The Namekian warrior explains, "After I participated in a tournament of power, I saw the power of the warriors from the other universes. I don't want to be left behind." Suddenly, in a rush of speed, Gohan disappears in front of Piccolo and appears on top of him, applying a strong kick. Piccolo blocked it with his arms, but Gohan's strength caused him to fall to the island, and in order to not crash to the ground, the Namekian made several acrobatic movements to break the fall. Without giving his master time to breathe, Gohan reaches him again, and the two continue to exchange blows. The Saiyan, very determined, says, "Don't think I'm not determined to improve either." Gohan lands a kick in Piccolo's abdomen, who is launched into the trees and disappears from the Saiyan's vision. Gohan closes his eyes and is silent. Your intention is to feel the presence of your opponent. Gohan feels something and quickly jumps to escape from Piccolo's hand, which reaches out from under the ground to grab his ankle. Piccolo retracts his arm and also flies out of the trees. With a satisfied smile, the Namekian says, "You are really progressing very well, as well as improving your physical attributes a lot. You are much more concentrated." Suddenly, they both heard Dende's voice in their minds, saying that he needed them immediately on a celestial platform. When Piccolo and Gohan arrived at the sky platform, Shin and Kibito were also there, but soon after, Tien, Chatsu, and Krillin arrived. Shin, a little disheartened to see only those present there, asks where the other warriors are. Gohan replies that Goten and Trunks must be on Android 17's island by now, and Krillin says Android 18 didn't come because she's taking care of their daughter, and 17 is definitely working. Dende says he's tried to contact Majin Buu, but his mind is empty. He's definitely sleeping again. But Shin says that Majin Buu had better stay out of it. The enemy needs him to complete their plan. Gohan asks Shin when the enemies will arrive and says he doesn't feel any energy approaching. Shin explains, "While I was in the Supreme Planet searching for the Celestial Mage, I ended up feeling 16 energies that didn't belong to this world." Piccolo asks Shin about the power level of those 16 invaders, but Shin says he's not sure. That's because their energy is quite different from the energy of the inhabitants of Universe 7 and the rest of Xeno's realm, but he ventures to say that these enemies are certainly much more stronger than the ones that attacked Earth when Goku was on the planet. After the Supreme Kai says this, a voice agrees with him. "You're right, we are different from those pawns that invaded this planet before." Everyone who is in the temple is scared and looks up, and then realizes that the 16 warriors were already there. Piccolo confronts the enemies by asking, "What do you want with this planet? Answer at once." A woman in the group replies that they are soldiers of the 5 great celestial mages, and they are there to bring the complete destruction of that planet. The Earth's warriors, together, step forward and prepare to fight. But to their surprise, one of the invaders shouts to the others, "Guys, it's party time, disperse!" And then all 16 invaders quickly split up and left the temple in various groups. The Z warriors were quite surprised. They didn't expect this to happen. Krillin, not knowing what to do, asks how they should handle it. There weren't enough of them to follow the enemies, but Piccolo, not sharing Earthling's doubt, shouts, "Go after whoever you can. Don't let them attack the planet." Piccolo flies off. Gohan does the same soon after. Chatsu calls Tien, who goes too. Krillin, muttering, leaves last. They're completely crazy leaving the temple with no plans, says Krillin. Kibito, still on the platform, says, it's a shame we gods have to depend on mortals for everything. Shin says, now it's all in their hands. If only Goku and Vegeta were here. But Dende answers the Supreme Kai in defense of the planet's inhabitants. All Earth warriors will do everything possible to defend the planet. They might not be as strong as Goku and Vegeta, but their determination is the same. While all this was happening, Master Roshi was watching a program of beautiful women dancing on television. Beside him was the turtle, which questions how the old man manages to spend an entire day watching this. Annoyed, Roshi replies, shut up and let me watch. It's almost the best part. But suddenly, Roshi feels something and turns off the television. The turtle asks what happened, and he explains that someone is watching the house. When Roshi and the turtle leave the house, they see two of the disciples of the great celestial mages. Both were young, and the two were apparently not followed by anyone after splitting up from the rest of the group on the sky platform. As soon as he sets eyes on the two, Roshi assumes they are not from Earth. The turtle, anticipating the confusion that was about to start, headed for the sea and quickly left. The two invaders descend from the sky and land on the island. They face Master Roshi, ready to attack. Master Roshi faces the two mage soldiers. They are two young ones, a man and a woman. Seeing Roshi, the two enemies are confused. The woman says that they felt an energy superior to the other inhabitants in that place, but it was just an old man. She was underestimating Roshi because of his old age and thought that their senses had tricked them. Master Roshi asks who they are. The woman says that she is Kifara, the disciple of the great warrior mage, and the man introduces himself as Hakai, the disciple of the great mage of the seals. After hearing the visitors' names, Roshi introduces himself. I am Roshi Master. Could you say what you want by coming to my house? Kifara replies that they are disciples of the 5 great celestial mages, and that they came to the planet to collect the energy of the strongest warriors and destroy the planet. Hakai says that since they're there, they're going to wipe out that place. Surprised by their revelations, Master Roshi says, you're amazingly sincere, but if you think you're going to get something here, you're in the wrong place. Kifara, annoyed, says that Roshi is too confident for an old man. After that, she raises one of her hands and forms a key sword. Roshi, not liking that attitude, says, what a rude young ones, breaking into an old man's house to do bad things. I'll have to teach you manners. Roshi raises his staff and takes his fighting stance, but at that moment, they start laughing at Roshi, and Kifara says that he must be an old crazy. Kifara leaps towards Master Roshi to pierce him with the key sword, but Roshi skillfully deflects her hand with the staff and hits it with a blow in the middle of the face that sends Kifara off the island into the sea. Hakai is very surprised by this. What's going on? How did you do that, old man? Kifara quickly emerged from the water and returned to the island. Very angry, she calls Roshi a decrepit old man and says that it was luck. The mage warrior attacks Master Roshi again, trying several other attacks, but the old master dodges them all, and when he sees the opportunity, counterattacks with his staff, blows to the legs, abdomen, and chin. In the last attack of the Earthling sequence, the mage is thrown back into the sea. Hakai, shocked, asks, hey Kifara, what's going on with you? Kifara comes out of the sea again, even more irritated. She tells him to shut up and asks why he wasn't doing something. It's her way of asking for help. Understanding her signal, Hakai runs across the island, surrounding it. Kifara attacks Roshi again, this time in one of her slashes with her blade. She cuts Roshi's staff in two, but now she's attacked by both parts of the staff and again thrown into the sea. Kifara comes out even angrier, asking how he was doing this, but Roshi explains, you may be physically better than I am, but you're still very young and lack the experience to fight. Roshi decided to throw his broken staff on the ground, showing that from that moment on, he will use his own fists against those young people. Very angry, Kifara makes a slashing motion in the air, and then the keyblade leaves her hand and goes quickly towards Master Roshi. The elder dodges, but the blade hits his house and completely destroys it. Kifara teases Roshi, asking if he still thinks experience will save him. Hakai flies off the island and warns Kifara that everything is ready. Hearing her comrade's signal, Kifara starts firing several keyblades at Roshi, who starts to dodge in every possible way. In the moment, he ends up stepping on a glowing circle that has appeared under his foot. He tries to get out of that circle, but the circle explodes and the Earth Warrior is launched into the air and then to the ground. As he gets up, injured by the last attack, Roshi asks, what was that? Hakai, very proudly, explains, I scattered several magic runes on the floor. These are seals that work like magic traps that explode when touched. Kifara, laughing, asks how Roshi is going to be able to dodge her blades if he doesn't know where to step. Roshi thinks to himself, I need to find a way to counterattack them, but I'll only be able to get close if I trick them in some way. Kifara, as she prepares to attack the island, says that she is now going to finish him off. Master Roshi began an intense movement that resulted in his multiplication, but Kifara says he won't get away with such a simple trick. She started to launch several keyblades at the island, opening several fissures in the ground and also undoing the mirages as she hits them. In a few seconds, there was only one Roshi left. Kifara flies with all her speed towards him and hits him with a deadly cut, but Roshi simply disappears. It was a mirage too. Suddenly, the cunning old man emerges from one of the fissures in the floor with a key sphere in his hand. Archery, from a distance, sees the earthling approaching the mage warrior and yells for her to be careful. However, it's too late. Roshi hits her in the back, throwing her again into the sea, this time really hurt. Archery, flying at full speed against Roshi, says, Damn old man, now I've got you. Archery casts from his hand a magic rune that hits the ground below Roshi, thus forming a magic circle that pinned the old master's feet to the ground. What is this? Says Master Roshi. The mage replies, Stepping on this magic trap, you won't move. Now, I'm gonna teach you a lesson for what you did to Kifara. Archery steps forward to attack Master Roshi, but suddenly, he starts doing a lot of weird movements with his hands. In addition to the hand movements, the old master starts humming a very slow song. It was a bedtime song. Archery asks, What are you doing? Did it go crazy? But then he suddenly starts to feel dizzy and becomes more and more sleepy. What is happening to me? Archery falls to the ground in a deep sleep, and his magic wears off. Relieved, Master Roshi thinks that was close. But then Kifara comes out of the sea extremely furious, cursing Roshi in every possible way. And then she flies at full speed to hit him with a deadly attack. Doing another one of his special techniques, the old master quickly puts his two hands together as if in a prayer, forms a yellow electric aura, and launches it at Kifara, paralyzing, electrocuting her. After a few seconds, Roshi stops the technique, and she falls to the ground, stunned by the attack. Roshi says, You're tougher than I thought. I can't save energy to get this over with. Roshi concentrates his energy, drastically increasing his musculature, which startled Kifara. Now I'm gonna teach you not to mess with the elders. While concentrating his energy on his hands, Roshi yells, Kamehameha! Kifara tries to resist the technique, but fails. The energy wave takes her far and far away, surely defeating her. Roshi returns to his normal form. Seeing the destruction of his house, he thinks dejectedly, I have to clean up this mess. Roshi receives a call from Dende, who says that someone will pick him up and take him to the celestial platform to explain what was happening.
But in another part of the world, something is happening. Tien and Chatsu chase a pair of enemies flying over the sea in a region of mountainous islands. At a certain point, the enemies stop fleeing and start facing their pursuers. Tien asks, So, you guys finally decided to face us? One of the enemies who has green skin says, named Kaikeru, You idiots! We were just separating you. The other, which has blue skin, says, his name is Gura, You guys are so stupid. You acted exactly as we wanted. But Tien replies, We already knew exactly what you wanted to do, but we just can't leave you guys alone doing whatever you want, destroying our planet or causing harm to its inhabitants. That's why we're here. The green man says, I see. It seems that you are warriors concerned about this planet and its people, but don't think we will be merciful to you for that. But Tien argues. Tien says, We don't need your mercy. We will fight with all our strength and we will surely win. Somewhat in awe, the green man respectfully says, You have a lot of determination, said Kaikeru. Before we start, tell me your names. Tien introduces them. My name is Tien and this is Chatsu. After hearing the names of the Earthling warriors, the green man also introduces himself. My name is Kaikeru. I am a disciple of the great warrior mage. This is Gura, disciple of the great mage of seals. But Gura complains, Hey, don't introduce us to others, you idiot. Kaikeru angrily responds, Don't boss me around. As the enemies argue, Tien tells Chatsu, Listen, Chatsu, I feel this green-skinned guy is the strongest among them. Let's focus on him first. Chatsu agrees. Kaikeru and Gura's argument ends when Tien quickly charges forward with a kick at Gura and launches him away. Surprised, Kaikeru complains, You cheater! Kaikeru attacks Tien and then begins an exchange of blows. Chatsu concentrates his ki at his fingertips, creating a small ball of yellow energy and then yells, Get down, Tien! Chatsu launches a Dodonpa towards Tien, but when he gets down, the attack goes towards Kaikeru. But before being hit, Kaikeru quickly forms a small shield of energy into his left arm and thus blocks the attack. Tien goes to Kaikeru's back to attack him while blocking Chatsu's attack. but Kaikeru quickly turns around and hits him hard with a strong punch in the abdomen that set the monk thrown a few meters and agonizing with pain and shortness of breath. Finishing defending himself from Chatsu's attack, Kaikeru advances towards him to attack him. Tien, to protect his friend, ignores his pain and goes in front of Chatsu, trying an attack that makes Kaikeru dodge. After that, Tien says to Chatsu, "Tien, that's weird. The first time I exchanged blows with him, his strength wasn't great. But when I tried to hit him from behind, he landed a punch that seemed to have more than triple the power of his regular punches." Chatsu suggested then analyzing the enemy to find out what happened. Gura returned, stopping behind Kaikeru. He looked quite annoyed. Gura says, "You bastard, that kick of yours hurt a lot." Tien smiles and says to provoke the opponent, "The next attacks will hurt more." Kaikeru impatiently says, "Let's stop this talk." Kaikeru flies towards Tien. Chatsu entered the front and prepared another Dondonpa, but Gura came and said to him, "Quit getting in the way," softly. Chatsu turns to Gura and stretched out his arms to launch the Dondonpa, but Gura grabbed his arms and suddenly Chatsu's energy disappeared, and the little warrior didn't understand anything. Gura lands a blow on Chatsu and launches him towards the sea, but Tien moves fast and catches his friend before the little one falls into the water. He asks, "Chatsu, what happened?" Chatsu explains that when Gura touched his arm, his ki simply disappeared. Looking at Chatsu's arm that was grabbed, Tien noticed that there was a rune that appeared to be some sort of sealing. He remembered that Kaikeru introduced Gura as the disciple of the great mage of seals. Then he says to Chatsu, Tien says, "I see, he sealed your ki. Can you still fly?" Chatsu says a little badly, but yes, he does. Tien says, "Then go to one of those islands around us and wait for me there. You're no longer able to fight." Chatsu apologizes, but Tien says that he helped him a lot, especially discovering this Gura's technique. Tien lets Chatsu go and he flies with some difficulty to one of the islands nearby. Gura, laughing, asked, "Will you face us alone?" The three-eyed warrior replies, "Yes. Now I understand your trick a little better. I'll be fine." Kaikeru, annoyed, asked, "What are you talking about? Are you telling me that you understand my fighting style?" Tien replies, "I have a good theory." But the green warrior argues, "Don't talk nonsense, you're just bluffing." Kaikeru steps forward to attack Tien with a punch. Tien does the same thing, going toward the enemy, preparing a punch. Kaikeru smiles and puts his shield in front of Tien's punch, but at the same time, Tien also smiles, and instead of hitting the shield, he grabs the shield with one of his hands, takes the shield out of the way, and lands a punch in Kaikeru's face with his other hand, throwing the mage warrior and almost causing him to collide with Gura, who had to dodge his companion. Kaikeru says, "You bastard, that hurt." Tien says, "It's just like I imagined. The key to your ability is your shield. Your ability depends on your shield because it is based on defense and counterattack. When you receive a hit on the shield, you transfer the force of that hit to your right hand, using the opponent's own strength in the counterattack. That's why the punch you hit me while blocking Chatsu's attack was way stronger than normal punches. The same thing happened after you blocked one of my punches and hit me." As Tien said all this, Kaikeru became more and more nervous. Gura taunts his companion. "Looks like he really figured it out. You're having a bad time." Kaikeru replies, "Shut up, you idiot. This is bad for you too." Tien, not wanting to waste time, flies towards them while saying, "All I need to do is avoid his counterattack and avoid his touch. That can seal my ki. If I do this, I'll be fine." Kaikeru flies towards Tien and the two begin an exchange of blows, both attacking, defending, dodging, and countering each other's attacks. At one point, Kaikeru tries to land a punch on Tien, but the martial arts master dodges the blows and counterattacks with a punch to the mage warrior's chin, launching him high into the air with his strength. Gura comes to him trying several attacks. The mage's intention was to touch Tien to seal his keys, but Tien, like the great master of martial arts that he is, dodges all the attacks and, holding Gura's arms, hit him with a strong attack, saying that the attack was for Chatsu. After that, seeing Kaikeru return to attack him, he throws Gura at the green warrior, who had to stop his fight to hold his companion. Taking advantage of this, the Earthling launched a ki blast at them. Kaikeru threw Gura to the side and blocked the attack with his shield, but before he could think of a counterattack, Tien reached him and kicked him in the face. Gura tried to grab Tien, but the three-eyed warrior used a blow whose pressure in the air created an impact wave that hit Gura even from a distance, stopping the mage. Kaikeru advanced again. Tien retreated, flying while firing several ki blasts at the mage, who blocked them all with his shield. As he advanced, preparing a strong counterattack with all that energy, Tien retreats while he touches the wall of a mountain on one of the islands that surrounded them. There's nothing else for him to retreat. Kaikeru came at him, delivering a powerful blow, but Tien got out of the way, doing a skillful somersault in the air and going over him. The mage only hit the rocks, opening a larger crater in the mountain. Finishing his acrobatics by going behind the opponent, Tien hit him with a dodonpa in the back. Upon being hit, Kaikeru was trapped in the rocks. Gura tries to hit Tien in the back, but he quickly confused Gura by making after images of himself. Gura, not knowing who to attack, ended up attacking a mirage, and then Tien appeared behind him and hit him with a kick that threw him against Kaikeru, thus burying them in the rocks. After that, Tien launched his third eye beam at them, and they were both electrocuted and fell from the rocks into the sea. A few seconds later, they came out of the sea reasonably injured and very angry. Kaikeru curses, "That damn, how dare he?" And Gura suggests, "Let's finish him off." Tien thinks, "They're stronger than they look. I have to find a way to hit them with a definitive attack." Tien lunges at them and shouts, "Taioken!" Tien's body reflects a great light that temporarily blinds Kaikeru and Gura. Taking advantage of the temporary blindness of his opponents, Tien flies towards Gura and lands a strong kick that knocks him away. After that, looking at Kaikeru, he says, "I'll finish you off first." Kamehameha! But at the same moment the attack was going to hit him, Kaikeru sees again and blocks it with his shield, and then he says, "Now you're mine." Kaikeru flies until Tien lands a powerful counterattack on him. The warrior dodged, and the only pressure of the blow in the air, that was enough to blow away all the clouds in the sky and cause great waves in the sea. But even not hitting the blow, Kaikeru takes advantage of the approach and grabs Tien, who is surprised by that. Tien says, "What are you doing? Let me go!" Kaikeru yells, "Now Gura!" Gura goes at high speed towards Tien to seal his energy, but at that moment Tien smiles. Seeing this, Kaikeru, who's holding him, asks, "Why are you laughing?" The Earth Warrior replies, "Now I'll get you." As Gura approaches, two arms emerge from Tien's back, ripping his clothes and grabbing both of the seal's arms. At the same time, with his common arms, he grabs Kaikeru. So he had the two enemies attached to him. Gura asks what the technique was and says that Tien is an abomination. Kaikeru orders him to release them, and grabbing them won't help. But Tien, with a smile on his face, asks if it really won't do. Suddenly, three Tiens come out of the sea and surround them from the front, behind, and above. Kaikeru asked what was happening and if there were more mirages, but Tien explains no, those are real clones. I made 3 copies of myself and dove into the sea along with 2 of them while you were blinded by the Taioken. When I sent one of my clones at you, the same one in front of you now. Gura, surprised and scared, says, "What? That's not possible." Kaikeru, equally surprised and scared, says, "So what's holding us back is a copy? It cannot be." Then try to break free of Tien's copy, but fail. Tien says, "Now that I managed to bring you all together in one place, I'll soon end this fight with a definitive blow." Tien and his clones, who surround the enemies, begin to concentrate ki, exhaling a white aura around them all at the same time, making the hand position forming a triangle. Kaikeru and Gura, scared, try to claim for their lives. However, it is useless. Tien, after concentrating all his energy, shouts, "Kiko-ho!" The 3 Kiko-ho coming from different directions hit Gura and Kaikeru, destroying them. After the victory, Tien undoes his copies. He's a little tired. Finishing the fight, he goes to the island where Chatsu is. Arriving at his friend, he comments, "They weren't the powerful enemies in the sense of raw power, but they had very peculiar tricks, which made them quite dangerous. We have to go back to the temple and see what else we can do." At that moment, Krillin chases a trio of enemies. He followed them from the celestial platform where the group of enemies dispersed. After a long chase, the group stopped when they arrived in the western city. The group consisted of a beautiful woman, a bearded dwarf, and a guy who was extremely weird. Krillin tells them to fight somewhere else. The woman asks why they would do that. The Earthling replies that if they fight there, they will destroy the city and put people at risk. The ugly creature, laughing, asks why they would care about it, and Krillin, disappointed, says he thought that they had at least a little honor. But to his surprise, the dwarf says, "Those two may not have honor, but I do. As far as I'm concerned, your city won't be affected by the fight." Krillin thanks him. The ugly creature says that Krillin shouldn't have gone after them alone, and he concludes his sentence by saying that he's just a bald dwarf. And that last phrase makes the dwarf of the group angry. "What's wrong with him being a dwarf?" Gilmer says. But the ugly soldier says that he wouldn't be discussing nonsense. He says he thinks the other two are enough to finish Krillin, and that he's going to destroy the city for some fun. Krillin yells no, and watches the ugliest disciple walk away. He tries to chase after him, but the dwarf gets in his way. Krillin, without thinking twice, attacks the dwarf to try to get him out of the way, but he defends himself and retaliates with a kick that Krillin parried. But the blow was so powerful that he was thrown back a few meters. The dwarf disciple says, "Your opponent will be me." The woman asks about her. The man replies, 2 against 1 is not a fair fight." She says, "Whatever. and then flies to the top of the building and sits down to watch the dwarfs fight. Krillin praises his opponent. He says, "You seem to have a much greater sense of honor than your friends. Why are you doing this?" To which the dwarf replies, "The law that rules the world is that of the strongest. That's what I believe. So if we have a power greater than you, we have the right to take over your planet." Krillin sighs, disappointed. What a disappointing thought. "I'll finish you off soon to go after the other one," the enemy doing his fighting stance says. "Do you think it's going to be that easy? You're very wrong. Listen well. I am Gilmer, disciple of the great warrior mage. It will be me who will defeat you." Krillin also introduces himself. "I am Krillin, an earth warrior." Krillin flies towards Gilmer to attack him with all his might. However, he ends up backing off when Gilmer forms two key weapons in his hands. According to Gilmer, these weapons are called chakrams, and they're basically discs that in theory can cut anything they touch. Krillin observes, "It looks like a smaller version of my Tienzan." Gilmer charges at Krillin with a series of attacks, trying to cut him with his weapons. The Earthman dodges all the attacks, retreats to gain distance, and prepares a Kamehameha to launch at Gilmer. But the invader quickly launches a chakram at Krillin. When the Earthling launches the Kamehameha, the disc advances through the energy wave, cutting it in half, and almost cuts Krillin, who needs to dodge to avoid dying. He says scared, "That was dangerous." Gilmer quickly rushes towards the bald Earthling and tries to cut him in every possible way with the chakram that remains. Krillin manages to dodge and prepare a counterattack, but at the last second, he cancels his counterattack, as he has to dodge the other chakram that has been launched before, which was almost hitting him from behind. After Krillin dodges the chakram coming from behind, Gilmer takes the weapon in the air and starts another slashing sequence again with the two discs in his hands. After dodging more attacks, Krillin manages to retreat again and fires two key blasts at his opponent. Gilmer launches his weapons in one fell swoop, and the discs slash in half Krillin's attacks and goes toward the bald man. Krillin makes an acrobatic movement in the air, managing to pass between the two discs, narrowly missing some part of his body. But that wasn't enough to get rid of the energy discs. Gilmer, even from a distance, manipulates his chakrams to hit Krillin, who dodged with difficulty. Krillin starts to fly away from the discs. Gilmer says, "Sooner or later you're going to get hit. Give up at once." Krillin headed towards Gilmer as the discs chased him, but when he got close to the invader dwarf, the Earthling dwarf maneuvered through the air, moving away from the invader and letting the chakrams head towards him. But unlike what Krillin imagined, Gilmer took the chakrams quite easily. He laughs. "Haha, did you think you'd get to me with a trick like that?" Krillin, a little embarrassed, replies, "Actually, I thought." The two realized that in a place far away, a city was being destroyed. Gilmer comments, "Looks like my companion started the attack." Krillin hurriedly says, "I can't waste any more time here. Sorry, but I have to defeat you as soon as possible." But Gilmer argues, "If that's all you've got, give it up." But the Earth Warrior explains, "Actually, I was trying to save energy when dealing with you, so I wouldn't get worn out when I face the other two later. But if I don't fight with my best friend, it's going to take too long, and a lot of people could end up getting killed." Those affirmations make Gilmer angry. "Are you telling me you're hiding your power? What a joke." Krillin points both of his hands towards the sky and forms a disc of energy in each one of them. This makes Gilmer curious. "What is it?" Gilmer says. Krillin explains, "That's my special technique, the Tienzan. It's a technique I created myself, and it's my most powerful skill." Gilmer, observing the Tienzan, says, "I see. It's like a chakram, like mine, only bigger." Krillin tries to make a deal with his opponent. "You said you believe in the law of the strongest, right? Well, if my technique beats yours, we can say that I'm stronger than you. Then you will give up this fight." Hearing that proposal, Gilmer laughs and then gives his answer. "You're a funny guy. All right, we'll do as you say. But if I win this technique of yours called Tienzan, you will become my servant and follow me in all my battles." Krillin agrees to Gilmer's terms. After that, they prepare and stare at each other for moments, and then they launch their attacks at the same time. Krillin's two Tienzans clash with Gilmer's two chakrams. The discs spin rapidly as they try to cut each other, creating powerful sparks of energy all around. But within seconds, the answer comes, and Gilmer's chakrams are split in half. Disappointed, Gilmer laments, It can't be. I lost." Krillin celebrates. "I won. Now you have to get out of here." But the woman who was watching everything gets up from where she was and slowly floats to Krillin. She says she didn't need to do anything. It was that idiot who made a promise, not her. She even turns to Gilmer and tells him to stop this nonsense. His master would be very angry if she knew what he was doing. He must keep fighting. But Gilmer replies, "I can't do this, Litia. I made a deal and I must honor it. And with that last phrase from Gilmer, we discover that this woman is called Latia. Latia says that Gilmer is an idiot, and she will defeat Krillin, who says that she has a very strong personality and admires people like that. Hearing that compliment, Latia smiles and she says that Krillin is an admirable man too, beating Gilmer that way. Krillin is flattered, and she goes on to say that it's hard to find a man like that. She also says it's a little lonely being a strong woman. It's hard to find a man who understands her, but he was different. Latia, after saying these things, approaches Krillin and pats him on the head. This leaves him surprised and embarrassed. "Hey, what are you doing?" said Krillin. She continues her seduction by saying that they give up the fight and get out of there. She invites Krillin to leave the planet with her. The only thing that went through Krillin's mind was to accept the proposal. Latia kisses Krillin's forehead, which embarrasses him even more, but he feels strangely calm. Latia asks if he wants to be with her, and he, confused, says he does. Latia hugs Krillin, who is so reassured that he starts to feel very sleepy. She asks if he still cares so much about this town and these people. He says not so much. She asks if he is going to let it all go. He says yes. He will leave the city, his house, and his wife. But when he says the word wife, he gets a big shock of reality. Krillin says, "My wife, my daughter. I'm sorry, but I can't go with you. If this city is destroyed, my family is in danger." Latia is very surprised. What happened? He was giving up the fight. Krillin then gives his final answer. "I'm sorry, lady, but I can't give up the fight. I have to defeat anyone who poses danger to the city and this planet. That includes you." After Krillin says these words, Gilmer approaches and says to Latia, "Looks like your spells didn't work." Krillin didn't understand what did he mean by spell. Gilmer explains, Latia is a disciple of the Grand Mage of Illusions. Her ability to manipulate people's mind through love. She makes people create strong feelings for her very quickly. Krillin was shocked by that information. "So you're bewitching me?" he says. Latia says yes, she was, but apparently it didn't work out. He must love his family so much since he can resist her spells. Krillin smiles, a little embarrassed. Latia says there's probably no chance of her beating him now. She gives up. Krillin asks what happened now. Gilmer says, "I don't know if we could go back to our masters now. We would probably be killed or severely punished. We go somewhere else and wait for the situation to end." Krillin says, "I understand. When all this is over, you can come to Earth and live together with us." Gilmer laughs and says, "You really are a funny guy, warrior, Krillin. We will always remember your honor and loyalty to your family and planet." Latia completes the eulogy by saying that Krillin's wife was lucky to have him. Krillin says, "Well, any day you come by and tell her that." Gilmer says, "Before we go, it's important that you know a few things. As you may already be aware, we are not from the world. In fact, we don't belong to any of these universes that are under Zeno's command. We belong somewhere else. I believe that mortals here have no idea of the true size of what is called existence. You are currently in one of the 12 universes created by Zeno. All that you know is the great kingdom of Zeno, but this kingdom that we are in is just one among the 7 that exist. To tell you the truth, I know almost nothing about the other 7 realms, but I know where I came from. The realm of Yardrat. The kingdom we came from used to be a beautiful place. But one day, our king, in an attempt to steal this entire kingdom by himself, ended up being defeated. When that happened, our kingdom ended up sinking into chaos and destruction. All those who were weak died, and in the end, only those who could fight were left. Since our king was defeated, those who were once part of Yardrat's elite have a single goal: bring Yardrat back and take possession of this kingdom we are in. Curious and apprehensive, Krillin asks, "If Yardrat wakes up, what will happen to us?" Now the answer is Latia. She says that on the first visit to this planet, Yardrat just wanted to take power and rule the 2 kingdoms. But since there are now countless mortals scattered everywhere, it's possible that he wants to kill all the mortals and all gods, starting everything again. Krillin, surprised by all that, asks, "If your kingdom is descending into chaos and destruction, and you finally have a chance to have a peaceful place again, why are you telling me these things?" Gilmer justifies. "As I said in my kingdom, the weakest die and the strongest stand. Now is no different. The strongest kingdom must stand. But don't think that all my comrades who are attacking this planet right now think like that. They will do everything to have a peaceful place to live." Krillin says that his friend will not be defeated, which causes admiration in Gilmer. And Gilmer says, "Interesting your trust in your friends. But Krillin, be careful. Our powers don't even compare to the next opponents you will face. And to tell you the truth, with that level of power, you'll be dead in the blink of an eye. I believe your friends won't be of much help with the powers they have at the moment either. You have 6 months. 6 months until the mages start to really act, so you better get stronger." Krillin even scared of all the information, thanks the two for their kindness for telling him that. Latia calls Gilmer, they must leave before someone comes after them. Krillin, after saying goodbye to them, quickly heads towards the part of the city that is being destroyed. At that moment, the strange disciple who had fled from Krillin was fleeing over the city, being seen with suspicion by the entire population. When suddenly he says, "They look like insects from up here. I will show you the terror of Fangor, the disciple of the great mage of invocations." Fangor forms two purple spears in his hand and throws them, one into the air and one on top of the city building. Both spears transform into round portals, and from these portals emerge a giant falcon and a gorilla-like creature that was approximately 2 meters tall. Seeing all this from the ground, people were terrified and began to run desperately through the streets. While all this was happening, Yamcha was driving his car through the city streets when suddenly the traffic stopped. It didn't take long for Yamcha to notice something was wrong. As all the people were running out of their cars and screaming in the streets, suddenly a shadow appeared above his car. And when he looked up at the sky, he saw a giant falcon flying over the city. "What is it?" he asked, surprised. The falcon attacks the city's buildings and knocks them down. The pieces of the buildings fall from the sky, causing even more panic in the people. A huge chunk of concrete falls towards a little girl. Yamcha jumps at high speed, picks the girl up, and carries her out of the way of the big rock, which shatters on the ground. Placing the little girl on the ground, Yamcha says, "Get out of here! Go find your mother." The girl runs away as Yamcha looks up at the sky and sees the creature attacking the city. He thinks, undecided, "Damn it, it's been a while since I retired from martial arts. I went back to training to protect Earth along with the Galactic Patrol back then, but I still don't have the same power I used to have, and I still don't have the same fighting spirit. But I can't let this thing kill people. I'll fight until someone comes to help me." After making his decision, Yamcha focuses his energy and prepares a super Kamehameha. After a while of concentrating energy, the attack is finally ready. Yamcha says, "Now! Kamehameha!" The energy wave reaches the giant falcon. The attack hits right in the middle of the creature's chest and knocks it down on one of the city streets, destroying some cars and buildings, but luckily no one was hurt. Yamcha celebrates. "That's it! That's how it's done!" Yamcha hears a voice asking, "What the hell is this? What's going on?" said Fagor. Looking around, Yamcha sees that behind him in the sky, someone is watching him. Yamcha asks, "Who are you?" Fangor replies, "I'm the one asking you, attacking my invocation like that." The Earthling says, "Your invocation? You who are responsible for this damn thing?" The mage confirms, "Exactly, you garbage." Yamcha replies, "And why are you doing this? Can't you see that there are many innocent people here?" The mage with great arrogance replies, "I don't need to give explanations to you. You're nothing but a bunch of feces." Fangor turns his back on Yamcha and lands on top of a building, which angers the Earth Warrior. "Hey, damn, I'm talking to you," said Yamcha. Yamcha goes at high speed towards Fangor, but the gorilla suddenly jumps out of the building and falls towards Yamcha. The gorilla hit a full punch on Yamcha. He blocks the attack, but the animal's force launches him away, causing him to knock over a traffic light and cross two establishments, only stopping when he hits a car. Yamcha is badly injured by that attack. As soon as he reaches the ground, the gorilla wastes no time and jumped again at Yamcha, who jumped away with a backward leap, causing the gorilla to hit only the car. But the gorilla grabbed that car and threw it at Yamcha, who again dodged. The human, while preparing the attack, says, "Now it's my turn." Yamcha goes toward the gorilla and lands a strong blow on the animal that made him fly a few meters back and stop on his back on a wall. After that, the Earthling flew against the animal, hitting him with a strong flying kick in the stomach that made the gorilla cross the wall and end up in the back street. But the creature got up quickly, appearing unaffected by those blows. Yamcha thinks, "Only with these blows I won't be able to finish him." Suddenly, Yamcha sees the falcon coming to grab him with its claws, and he's very surprised. At the last second, he dodged the falcon, but then the gorilla caught up to him and hit him with a punch that sent him flying several meters high, crashing through two buildings and slamming into a wall of the third building. After hitting the wall, Yamcha plummeted several meters before falling to the ground. And when he reached the ground, he was extremely injured. On the floor, Yamcha thinks, "Damn it, wasn't my Kamehameha enough to take that thing down?" Fangor, watching from the top of the building, laughs and says, "You're by far the weakest person I've ever faced." Sadly, Yamcha agrees. "He's right, there's no way I can win this fight," said Yamcha. Fangor says, "After I kill you, I will kill all these useless people." Hearing that, Yamcha yells, "Damn you, I won't let you do this." But Fangor only laughs and says, "What are you going to do, you worm?" Very tense, Yamcha thinks, "I don't have the strength to finish off these creatures, but if I manage to catch him, maybe those things will disappear. I have to try." Yamcha gets up with a lot of effort and sees that slowly the gorilla was approaching from the ground and the falcon was approaching from the sky. He thinks, Yamcha. If they hit me again, I won't be able to resist. Yamcha raises his hand and begins to focus all of his ki. Seeing this, Fangor thinks, so, he's still willing to make one more attack? Well, it makes no difference. My summons are very tough, and if he couldn't defeat them when he was at full strength, surely he won't get hurt the way he is. As he forms an energy sphere in his palm, Yamcha thinks, this is my only chance. Yamcha launches the attack towards Fangor, who thinks, got it, so I'm the target. But the gorilla makes a big leap towards Fangor, trying to get between him and the attack. Fangor laughs and says, it's useless. My summons will protect me. But Yamcha smiles, and before the attack hits the gorilla, Yamcha dodges it downwards, letting the gorilla pass right into his jump. This surprises the mage. Fangor says, what? Can he control? Yamcha again manipulates the attack towards Fangor. This time the falcon takes the lead, but Yamcha again controls the attack. This time upward. After that, he again changes the course of the attack downwards towards Fangor. But Fangor dodges it by flying out of the building. The attack hits the roof, going inside the building. Laughing, the wizard says, nice try, but not enough to catch me. But Yamcha smiles and shouts, not yet. And then the energy goes from inside the building, crashing through the wall and going at high speed towards Fangor, who yells, what? The attack hits the mage, and there's a large explosion in the air. After that, the gorilla and the falcon immediately disappear. Yamcha drops to his knees, and he sees Fangor falling from the sky and crashing to the ground. After that, people start to come out from where they were hiding and start to fill the streets. Everyone starts to applaud him. Yamcha is extremely embarrassed, but he was happy. He thinks, I can't believe I made it. I had forgotten how good it feels to save people. A few minutes later, Krillin arrives at the scene, and he asked, Yamcha, what happened? Are you okay? He answers, I'm fine, Krillin. This weird guy attacked the city, but I've already solved the problem. Krillin congratulates him and says, looks like you took care of everything. Congratulations. But Yamcha asks, what's going on here? Krillin says, I'll explain everything to you. After Krillin summarizes the situation for Yamcha, they head to the celestial platform. Piccolo chasing a trio of soldiers consisting of 2 men and a woman. They arrive in a region full of mountains, and after arriving in that region, the invaders stop fleeing. Piccolo says, Piccolo, finally, they stopped running. One of the men says, who's Jotaro, you were really dumb coming here. Now that your friends are far away, you won't have anyone to help you. But the Namekian replies, it's you who are at a disadvantage here, not me. You who need help. The woman says, whose name is Kalia, you are too arrogant, so you will die. Piccolo suggests, let's make a deal. You give me the information I want and I won't kill you. What do you think? After Piccolo says this, the 3 disciples get very angry. One of them says, Rudo, damn you. Are you going to continue with all this arrogance? All you get from us is your death. The other man, Jotaro, says, Kalia and Rudo, stay here. I'll finish him alone. The man named Rudo asked, are you sure about that, Jotaro? Don't forget he's a Namekian. We have to be careful. But the man named Jotaro replies, I'm sure. I don't care if he's part of a primordial race. He doesn't look like much to me. Kalia agrees and says, that's fine by me. The story about the Namekians is nothing more than an urban legend. Piccolo is curious about their words. He thinks, what are they talking about? Jotaro focuses his energy for a few seconds, and suddenly he was covered from head to toe in what looked like key armor. Observing this, Piccolo thinks, this is a curious technique. I've never seen it before. But still, the power he emanates is low compared to mine. But just in case, I will provoke him to analyze the true extent of his powers. Jotaro says, you better say your last prayers, Namekian, because soon you will die. But Piccolo teases him. I feel a very weak power coming from you. It's almost cowardly to face you. I don't even need to take off my heavy clothes for that. Angry Jotaro yells, you worm. Jotaro flies at high speeds towards Piccolo and punches him in the abdomen with all his strength. But the attack didn't even make his opponent move, which surprises all the mages. Kalia says, it can't be. He received a head-on attack but didn't take any damage. Rudo, scared, says, now I'm confused. Is the legend really true? But Kalia, in denial, says, don't talk nonsense. That still doesn't prove anything. Piccolo, without much effort, counterattacks Jotaro, flinging him away, causing him to destroy a rock. Jotaro gets up and quickly charges at Piccolo at high speed. When he got close to Piccolo, he tried another blow, but this time Piccolo felt much greater energy and had to defend himself. Surprised by Jotaro's increase in strength, Piccolo thinks, what happened? His strength doubled first blow for now. Jotaro tries a great string of punches against Piccolo, but the Namekian blocked all the attacks deftly. He taunts the enemy. Piccolo says, "Unfortunately, it looks like that's all you got. Now it's my turn." Piccolo concentrates his strength in his hand, and with just one punch, launches Jotaro against another mountain, causing even greater destruction than the last blow. Kalia, very angry, yells, "Jotaro, react! This is getting ugly." Jotaro comes out of the middle of the rocks, going again at high speeds against Piccolo, surprising the Namekian with a huge speed boost. Jotaro hit Piccolo with a strong punch that ended up cracking the entire ground around them. Piccolo blocked the attack, but this time he was thrown back by the impact of the blow. He thinks, "His strength is increasing with more and more every blow I take. Every time I hit him, I feel a strange energy in his armor." This time it's Jotaro who makes a provocation. "What's up, Namekian? Are you getting scared?" Piccolo makes an observation. "Your armor is the key to your power, right? Somehow, it makes you stronger with each of my attacks." Jotaro replies, "I thought it would take you a little longer to understand, but yes, it's true. Every time I get hit with a blow, this magic armor absorbs the energy my opponent uses in the attack and turns it into power for me. That is, with each attack I receive, I become stronger, more resistant, and faster." So Piccolo decides and says, "I see, so I'll finish you off before you become a problem for me." But the mage replies, "You think it's that easy, arrogant bastard? Who do you think I am? I am Jotaro, disciple of the great warrior mage." Both flew at high speed against each other, but just as their blows were about to collide, Piccolo dodged Jotaro's attack, letting the mage pass right through him. Then he stretched out his left arm, grabbing Jotaro's ankle and knocking him to the ground. Soon after, the Namekian completes its attack with a super Masenko. But before Masenko finishes the enemy, Jotaro's companions, Rudo and Kalia, intervened. Rudo clapped his hands and then points to the air, and after he does, a blue circle appears. When Piccolo's technique hits the circle, it disappears completely. After that, another circle identical to this one appears in front of Piccolo. From within this circle comes his energy coming in his own direction. But Piccolo quickly dodges his own attack, which destroyed a gigantic area close by. Seeing the destructive power of Piccolo's attack that would hit him, Jotaro is very scared. "You bastard! If that hit me, I die!" said Jotaro. Meanwhile, Piccolo ignores him as he reflects on what Rudo had done. Piccolo says, "That guy put that thing in the air and just transported my attack back to me. I have to be careful with this." Kalia creates a bow in her hand and fires an arrow at Piccolo. The arrow was really fast, but Piccolo dodged it easily. Kalia's arrow traveled a great distance until it hit a mountain. The arrow's power was so great that it went through the mountain as if there were nothing, and that impressed Piccolo. He said, "Her arrow has great piercing power, almost as great as my Makan Kosapo. I have to be careful with this." Kalia says to Jotaro, "Jotaro, your party is over. Now let's all fight together." Ruth adds, "It's no use getting stronger after each attack if you're going to not live long enough to become stronger." Jotaro has no option but to agree with his teammates. Rudo says to Piccolo, "Listen well, Namekian. I am Rudo, disciple of the great mage of seals." And Kalia says, "I am Kalia, disciple of the great warrior mage." Piccolo listens intently, starts to think about his strategy. Piccolo says, "Two disciples of a female warrior and a disciple of a seal user. That means the big guy and the woman are raw power, and the one who sends my attacks back is my support. The brute will come for melee combat. The archer will cover him from afar, and the other will be supporting them with those weird circles. Taking out the big one now will be difficult because the other two will be helping, and I can't keep attacking him all the time, or he'll get more powerful." Kalia fired several arrows towards Piccolo, who dodged all the shots as he flew at high speed towards the archer. Piccolo said, "You be first." At great speed, Piccolo disappeared from everyone's view and reappeared behind Kalia, landing a great blow that finishes her, throwing her to the ground. After that, he thinks, "Piccolo, it was just as I thought. Her power comes down to the destructive power of the arrows. Without it, she's just a little girl. Now just two left." Seeing Kalia defeated, Jotaro gets very angry. He says, "That damn," but Rudo calms him down. "Keep calm, Jotaro," Rudo said. "It doesn't mean anything. We still have number advantage." As Piccolo flew towards his enemies, he made several clones. Rudo is surprised by that technique and asks which one is real, but Jotaro gives a simpler solution, telling them to destroy them all. Jotaro attacks the clones, which disappear as they are hit. Meanwhile, one of the Piccolos flies towards Rudo, who asks his companion for help. Rudo says, "Jotaro, this is the real one. He's coming my way." Rudo uses his technique and causes Jotaro to appear in front of Piccolo. The warrior mage says, "Got you." But at that moment, another Piccolo appears and hits Jotaro with a strong kick, knocking him to the ground and leaving the way clear for the original Piccolo to continue towards Rudo. Rudo tries to run away, but Piccolo reaches out his arm, grabs the mage by the wrist, and pulls the enemy toward him. Piccolo says, "Got you." Piccolo forms a key ball in his hand and points it at Rudo's face. The mage tries to beg for his life, but it's useless. The Namekian warrior fires a wave of ki that finishes off the invader. At that moment, Jotaro despairs. Kalia and Rudo were killed. I thought the whole story was just a fairy tale, but fighting this guy, I believe it might be true. The Namekians may indeed be descendants of the primordial king Zarama. Approaching the last enemy, Piccolo says, "It's time to end this." Piccolo points his hand towards Jotaro and concentrates a large amount of energy. Before being finished, Jotaro says, "Now I understand. The primordial race really does exist." Piccolo says, "Goodbye." Piccolo fires a large blast of yellow energy that hits Jotaro and swept away all the mountains that were nearby. After that, the Namekian thinks, "It's finally over." But one thing doesn't get out of my head. What did they mean by primordial race? After defeating his enemies, Piccolo set off towards the celestial platform. While all this was happening there on planet Earth, somewhere hidden in the universe, the celestial mages were commenting on what just happened on the planet. Odisu says, "So this is Piccolo, Zarama's most powerful descendant. It seems he still doesn't know the real power he has, and that's perfect. We have to kill him before he becomes a problem." At this point, there are only 6 invaders left. Gohan chases them through the skies until the group finally decides to stop running and they all land in the middle of a desert. Gohan also lands in the desert and faces the enemies. There were 4 men and 2 women. One of the enemies asks what he was thinking and if he didn't realize he was following 6 people. But Gohan replies that he can count very well. But even if there were 1,000, it wouldn't make any difference to him. One of the enemies says he must be crazy and asks the companion what his power level is. The other man measuring Gohan's power says that his power doesn't even show up on the tracker. Upon hearing this, the man who asked confirms that he's just another idiot and then asks his name, which he answers. Another man, after hearing Gohan's name, says the name of all of them. His name is Greylob and the others are Jakram, Kyolo, Hello, Issa, and Arakos. They are disciples of the great mage of the elements, the most powerful among all mages. After saying that, this man named Greylob says that he will be Gohan's opponent. But the Protector of Earth refuses. He says that for that fight to have any fun, they need to all go together. This angers Greylob, who says they are the most powerful soldiers in the Elite 16, and he's just an arrogant idiot. Meanwhile, at Kami-sama's temple, Piccolo uses his telepathy to communicate with Gohan. Piccolo says, "Gohan, are you listening to me?" Gohan replies, "Master Piccolo, what happened?" Piccolo informs, "Listen, Gohan, you're facing the last 6 invaders. All the other 10 have been defeated. I just found out that these guys came to this planet with the intention of collecting the energy of the strongest warriors and go to their hideout to free Yardrat from his long slumber. In order for us to find out where these guys are hiding, I want you to use all your power and let them steal your energy." Gohan, reluctant about the plan, argues. Gohan says, "But Mr. Piccolo, isn't that dangerous? If this god wakes up, it could be the end of everything." But Piccolo explains, "From what we know about Yardrat, he might be even stronger than the gods of destruction. So your energy, even being great, will not be nearly enough to wake this monster up. Don't worry." Hearing his master's words, Gohan agrees. The man named Jakram asks what Gohan is doing standing still. Obviously, he doesn't know that the Saiyan is mentally talking right now. After finishing the conversation with Piccolo, Gohan says to the enemies, "I just found out that all your friends were defeated." Very surprised, Greylob says, "Now that you mention it, I really can't feel the energy of any of them here on this planet anymore." Damn. The Saiyan also says, "I also heard that you came to this planet with a mission to collect the energy of the strongest, so I believe that if you come back with nothing, you'll end up getting hurt." Jakram asks what Gohan wants out of that conversation. Then the Earthling says, "Let's make a deal. I'll give you the energy you came for, and you'll never set foot on this planet again. What do you think?" But the man named Arakos says, "You idiot, your power is so low it doesn't even show up on my tracker. How do you intend to give us anything?" But Greylob interrupts his companion. Arakos, calm down. "Son Gohan, if you can give us that energy, I promise we will never set foot on this planet again. But how do you intend to do this?" Smiling, Gohan says, "I don't think you should put your trust in those trackers too much. The truth is, I am the strongest warrior present on this planet." This revelation shocks Arakos. "What? That's impossible." Gohan, as he prepares, says, "Just watch." Gohan accumulates his energy and transforms into a Super Saiyan. "This is my first transformation, the Super Saiyan. With it, my powers increase 50 times compared to my normal state." Arakos, impressed and frightened, says, "Amazing! With that power, he could defeat us in the blink of an eye." But Gohan continues, "Now I'm going to show you my second transformation. To be honest, this is the one I like the most." The entire planet Earth begins to shake with Gohan's great power increase. Greylob laughs and says, "So this bandit was hiding all the power. Arakos, what is this brat's power level?" completely shocked Arako says this is amazing. This brat's power level is as great as the power of the 9 dominations. Chakram, impressed, says, that's impossible. There shouldn't be any mortals that powerful in this world. After finishing the transformation, Gohan tells the invaders, this is my second transformation, the Super Saiyan level 2. It's twice as powerful as the first transformation. Chakram, finally accepting the situation, smiles and says, impressive. In your normal form, you didn't show any power, but now, showing all your power, you managed to make me very impressed. But then Gohan explains, no, this is not my most powerful form yet. Greylob, not believing, says, impossible. No mortal should have that level of power. How could you go beyond that? The Earthling Saiyan says, just like that. And Gohan closes his eyes and reverts to his normal form. And then he uses his ultimate form. As enemies are shocked by that power, Arako, surprisingly excited, says, yeah, if we take all that energy to Master Odisu, he'll definitely give us a promotion. Gohan says, hurry up before I change my mind. Arako's pointed a strange artifact at Gohan and started draining him of all his energy. After a few seconds, Gohan loses his transformation and falls to his knees on the ground, panting heavily. Greylob says, listen, I don't know what you intend to do from now on, but if you go after our masters, I must warn you that you'd better be very careful. The great celestial mages have very powerful spells. Gohan asked why he was saying that, and Greylob replies that it was a way of saying thanks for sparing their lives and giving them all that energy. After dealing with 6 remaining invaders on Earth, Gohan went to the celestial platform to meet with his friends again and talk about the next step to deal with the threat of the 5 great celestial mages. Meanwhile, in a faraway place, the mage Odisu thought, so, in this realm there are also mortals with that level of power? Interesting. I'm starting to believe that Yardrat will wake up earlier than I thought. When that happens, the realm will be ours. Closing his eyes, concentrating on something, Odisu thought, who is the very powerful warrior in this universe? The most powerful. I think I found it. Frieza is very angry. He says, Cooler, that idiot. He just waited for me to turn around for 2 seconds and disappeared like a worm. Frieza suddenly feels a presence, and he senses something very bad. Odisu realizes that Frieza has noticed his presence, and decides to approach. Frieza, very scared, thinks, that feeling. It's like feeling own death countless times. Odisu finally reveals himself, surprised that Frieza senses his presence. Frieza confronts the enemy, arrogantly asking if he knows who he is. Odisu replies, you are a mutated demon from the planet Winter. Your name is Frieza, and you're Cooler's younger brother and Cold's son. You call yourself the Emperor of the Universe, and you're currently the most powerful mortal in Universe 7. You also hold a great grudge against the Saiyans, particularly the current god of destruction of Universe 6, Goku. Am I right? Frieza is very scared by all those very precise informations. Frieza says, who are you? What do you want with me? Odisu replies, I am Odisu. I'm as old as creation of everything. Currently, I lead a group called Celestial Mages. Soon all of you will die, but for now, I just need your energy, so you better behave yourself, Frieza boy. After stealing Frieza's energy, Odisu says, excellent. Now that I've dealt with the most powerful mortal in this universe, it's time to go back. It will be very interesting. Odisu, the leader of the Celestial Mages, defeats Frieza and collects all of his energy. But what the enemy didn't know is that Frieza is not the most powerful mortal in Universe 7, Planet of Destruction. While Beerus, Whis, and the Oracle Fish are lying on a beach chair, Vegeta is training at maximum intensity in another dimension. Beerus, impatient and worried, says to Whis, Beerus, hey, Whis, it's been a week since Vegeta walked into that place. How much longer do you intend to leave him in there? The angel replies, Whis, what a surprise, Lord Beerus. It's strange to see you like this. You're not worried about Mr. Vegeta, are you? Hearing that question, the god of destruction is embarrassed. Beerus replies, what? Don't talk nonsense. I'm a god of destruction. I don't care about that idiot. But if he dies there, Bulma might not give us those delicious meals anymore. Whis starts doing some sort of calculation on how Vegeta might be. Whis says, let's see, if we compare Mr. Vegeta's current power with what you had when you first entered there, I believe he must already be at his limit. But this comparison did not please Beerus, who said, don't compare me to that idiot. If I remember correctly, last time I was in there was for 3 weeks. But the angel, while laughing, refutes the destroyer, and he says, but your first time, you lasted a lot shorter than Mr. Vegeta, remember? This further increases Beerus' irritation, who yells, nobody asked you anything, okay? At that moment, listening the conversation between Beerus and Whis, the Oracle Fish is curious and asks what kind of training Vegeta is is doing there? And who answers is Whis, who says, "It's easy for us to say that a week has passed, but for Mr. Vegeta, the time inside is extremely confusing. He couldn't tell if he's been there for a second, a week or 10 years. Let's say that inside that place, the pressure is compared to that of a large black hole, and with each movement that his body makes, the pressure increases and the temperature changes, reaching the highest heat or the most intense cold. Just staying inside is a big challenge. This is a place that even the gods avoid entering. We can say that Mr. Vegeta's battle at this moment is against the dimension itself. That place gets more intense by the second. And if Mr. Vegeta can't keep up with this change, his body will be totally destroyed." This explanation makes the Oracle Fish completely impressed. Vegeta is really amazing. While this was happening on the planet of destruction of Universe 7, on the planet of destruction of Universe 6, a training was taking place too. But it was not an individual training, but a training between two very powerful warriors. On one side was Kale, the Metamoru fusion of Kale and Caulifla, the two most powerful women in the universe, and on the other side was the greatest deity of the universe, the god of destruction Goku. A very intense battle was going on, and Kale was giving Goku a lot to work with. Both were in base form. Kale advances, landing a punch on Goku that threw him very far, and then she follows him and complements her attack by delivering several sequences of several punches against the Saiyan god. At this point, the only thing Goku can do is defend himself and dodge some of the various attacks. But while attacking Goku, Kale misses out a single punch, but that single missed hit gave Goku the opportunity to land a punch that launched her towards a wall of rocks. Goku followed the warrior to try to land another blow, but Kale quickly recovered from the punch and managed to stop before hitting the rocks. At the last second, she dodged Goku's kick that ended up hitting the rock behind her. Kale admits that Goku is fast, but claims she is much faster. They go back to exchanging a huge string of blows, and those blows were so strong that they were creating shockwaves that were destroying everything around them, making entire trees and mountains disappear. After a few hits, they put away and fire several energy balls at each other. But Kale's attacks were a little stronger and go through Goku's attacks heading towards him. Goku responds to the attack with a powerful Kamehameha, but Kale says that this attack won't work on her again, probably talking about when Goku defeated Kefla there in Tournament of Power. And so she raises her arms, creating a strong disc of red and green energy, and fires at Goku's attack. The two attacks collide and a fierce energy struggle ensues. Kale, with a lot of determination, says that Goku is not going to win, and so she should transform into Super Saiyan 3, and this drastically increases the strength of the attack, which far surpasses Goku's attack. He was hit by that power and thrown far away, falling under a waterfall. Kale is worried about Goku, thinking that she may have overdone the attack. She quickly goes to check on him and is very surprised to see that Goku has not suffered any scratches. She wonders how it's possible. He received her most powerful attack and didn't suffer any scratches, but Goku wasn't that unscathed and says that the attack really hurt, and that if he hadn't changed his form at the exact moment he received the attack, he would have really gone bad. Kale is confused by that information. Did he transform? What transformation? The one with the blue hair? But Goku explains that actually now that he's a god of destruction, his hair turns purple instead of blue. Kale is very excited to hear that and asks Goku to show her this transformation. Goku closes his eyes and transforms into Super Saiyan Purple. Kale gets even more excited and asks Goku to fight with all this power. Goku asks if she's sure what she's asking for, and she says yes. So Kale dashes forward at full speed to attack Goku, but his speed in this transformation is so great that he easily dodges the blow and appears behind her. But something is wrong with Goku. He has red eyes and is visibly possessed by the power of destruction. With a completely evil aura, he prepares a very powerful punch. The girl's fusion ends and they return to normal. But Goku was blinded by the power of destruction and he wouldn't stop. But Vados immediately intervened, teleporting the girls closer to her, and then Goku ended up hitting the air, and the pressure of his punch alone destroyed an entire forest ahead. After that blow, Goku's energy drains out and he falls in a faint. Caulifla, strangely excited by what happened, says that was really cool and that she can't wait to fight him again. But Vados in her thoughts reflects that they still haven't realized the danger they're in. Fusion or no fusion, if that hit landed, they would both die. She needs to watch out for these sudden outbursts from Goku. Meanwhile, back on the planet of destruction in Universe 7, Whis says that Vegeta finally wants to get out of the dimension he was training in. Beerus orders him to hurry and get Vegeta out of there. Obeying the destroyer, Whis makes a move and a portal in the sky opens, but that that portal explodes. The explosion was so intense that Whis had to create a powerful force field around it. Beerus, very angry and at the same time very surprised, says, "Beerus, that idiot managed to destroy the entire dimension." Suddenly, amid the smoke of the huge explosion, Vegeta appears, extremely injured, and then, in an extremely weak voice, he says, "I want to be a god too." After winning the battle against the elite mages warriors sent by the celestial mages, the Earth warriors can be relieved to have saved the planet. But Piccolo, the leader of the celestial guardians, arrives on Earth along with Supreme Kai Shin and asks Piccolo, Gohan, and Majin Buu to go with him to the celestial world. Piccolo explains that now they have Majin Buu and Janemba on their territory. They have declared war on the neighboring realm. They must prepare for what is to come. Arriving to this world, Piccolo explained the true origin of the Saiyans and the Namekians, that they were actually part of primordial races with a very special lineage. And so it was explained what those Elite 16 members were saying about Piccolo when they fought. After that, Piccolo explained to everyone what would be done from the moment on. Shin takes Majin Buu to a divine fortress while Gohan and Piccolo go on a quest to increase their powers. Piccolo goes with Piccolo to start a mysterious journey while Gohan is introduced to a Saiyan god who is part of the Celestial Guardians, and he introduces himself as Vegeta the Fourth. But he likes to be called by his nickname Yamoshi, and Yamoshi gave Gohan a very peculiar training where he needed to capture a sacred bird which has divine ki. Meanwhile, in Universe 6, Goku, when facing the fusion of the girls Kale and Caulifla, loses control, and the lack of control of this power ends up leaving him completely unconscious. At this moment, a big training battle is taking place involving Goten, Trunks, and the 7 Cell Juniors. The Saiyan boys were transformed into Super Saiyans, but apparently this transformation alone was not enough to defeat Cell's children. Noting the bad situation they were in, Trunks says, "Listen, Goten, at this rate we'll never make it. No matter how many times we try, they're not normal." Goten says he also noticed what Trunks is talking about. The older boy goes on to say, Trunks says, "Apparently these guys have all the abilities of my dad, your dad, Mr. Piccolo, and everyone else. It won't be possible to defeat them without fusion." Goten agrees with his friend, and so they prepare to make the fusion. But they are interrupted by Android 17, who warns them. Android 17 says, "Hey guys, listen up. I have a message from Supreme Kai for you." Trunks, imagining the theme of this matter, asks, "What does this have anything to do with those strange energies we feel all over the planet?" The android confirms and explains, "That's right, little Trunks. As you may already know, a few hours ago, an enemy group invaded this planet. Fortunately, our enemies this time weren't that strong and have already been defeated. But another attack could happen at any moment, and this time we don't have many allies to help us. Earth is without your parents, without Gohan and without Piccolo, and not even Majin Buu is here. When I talked to Supreme Kai, I really didn't understand what he wanted to tell me. But one thing I understand, everyone else is training, because in approximately 6 months, the universes will be attacked. Supreme Kai spoke to me and asked me to prepare you for what is to come, as all help will be needed." Trunks and Goten are very excited to hear that. Finally, they will be able to participate in a real battle, but 17 ends their joy by saying, "To be honest, I'm not really in the mood to train you guys. You can't even fight if you don't use that fusion. If you want to participate in the next battle, you must at least be able to defeat these 7. Goten is very disappointed. Doing this is impossible. Trunks argues, "Fighting alone, I'm as strong as 2 of them, and Goten isn't far from that, so fighting together our strength can only draw with 4 of them. 17, to provoke them, says, "Too bad. Gohan, when he was younger than you, managed to defeat the 7 with extreme ease." Goten is very surprised by this. Goten says, "Is this serious? My brother managed to beat them all by himself?" 17 explains that he wasn't actually there to see it, but that's what he knew. After that, 17 says, "If you want to participate in the next battle, you at least need to defeat the 7 while fighting alone. Let's get started. Cells, attack!" Meanwhile, on Universe 6's planet of destruction. At this moment, Goku is waking up. He's been sleeping since the last battle against Kale and Caulifla's fusion, Kale. Seeing that Goku has woken up, Vados greets him. Goku realizes what happened and asks her how long this will continue to happen. This cannot be repeated. He asks to face the girls again, but Vados tells the destroyer to calm down. She took the girls back to Sadala, and the reason for that is that Goku has work to do. She says this job will help him understand a little better what it's like to be a god of destruction. They leave the castle and go on a high speed into space. After some time, they arrive at a planet. Goku asks where that place is and why they went there. Vados says this is the planet Yardrat. Goku is very surprised and asks why they're on the planet. Vados explains that unlike the Yardrats of Universe 7, which are very peaceful, the Yardrats of Universe 6 are an entirely hostile race. They're dangerous, and they use their abilities to reap havoc across planets. Goku is in shock. They are very different from the Yardrats he met in Universe 7. Vados goes on to say that a god of destruction's job is to prevent this kind of thing from happening. Yardrats are preventing the evolution of other races, destroying entire civilizations just for fun. This is upsetting the balance of the entire universe, and it's Goku's job as the destroyer to put an end to it. She says he needs to destroy this planet. If he doesn't, other worlds will be destroyed, and millions of trillions of innocent lives will be taken. If that happens, it will all be the god of destruction's fault. Vados ends her speech by asking what Goku will decide. Will he destroy this planet, or will he let them destroy all the other planets in the universe? Goku gets extremely serious about this decision. As he thought about what he should do, all the memories he had of the planet Yardrat flashed through his mind. Goku is extremely undecided about what decision he should make. He was already aware about the great dangers that it was to leave the beings of that planet alive. However, for him, it was impossible to destroy an entire planet with countless lives. Even more, Goku, that was a great emotional attachment to the Yardrat race. Goku says to Vados, "Miss Vados, take me there. First I want to talk to them." Clearly disapproving this, Vados asks, "Talk? I don't think it will be doing any good, Lord Goku. I've been watching this person's behavior for a few years, and I've never seen any signal for them to switch sides. But the Saiyan God insists. I need to try. I want you to take me there." Without options, Vados agrees and says, "Alright, then let's go." And then Vados and Goku entered the planet at high speed. And when they reached the ground, immediately dozens of warriors of the Yardrat race appeared on the place, and thus all the Yardrats surrounded Goku and Vados. However, when they saw Goku's outfit as a god of destruction, they all bowed without thinking twice. And then Goku, extremely serious, asks, "Which of you is the elder of this planet?" One of the Yardrat informs that the elder of the planet was not there, but suddenly one Yardrat appeared before Goku using his instant transmission. He compliments the visitors. "Hello, God of Destruction. My name is Piberi, and I am the Elder Master of this planet. What do I owe the honor of your visit?" Goku is extremely surprised by the name of the Yardrat. He thinks, Piberi? Even his name is identical to Mr. Paibara's name, the Elder from Universe 7. After thinking about that, Goku says, "I heard you guys are causing a mess on the other planets. Tell me, why are you doing this?" Piberi tries to explain by saying, "I knew those barbarians on the other side would end up causing trouble. I apologize to you, sir. Lately, our planet has been facing a major crisis, a civil war. Our people are totally divided into two sides. Unfortunately, we share different ideas. While we use our abilities to secure the lives of our people, barbarians prefer to spread chaos without any empathy." Hearing this history, Goku believes, and then he asks, "So that means that this is all the fault of the beings on the other side?" Piberi confirms and says, "Exactly. In recent months, we've been trying to stop them. However, all our attacks end in defeat. It's impossible to control those bastards." After thinking about what to do, Goku asks, "Tell me, Mr. Piberi, where are these barbarians?" Piberi politely says, "Come, Lord Goku, I will take you to them." Hearing the Yardrat saying his name, Goku is very surprised, since he never said his name to him. Goku was about to ask, "Wait, how do you..." But Piberi already knows what he was going to ask, and then replies, "How do I know your name? Well, as you are the most important god in the universe, I took the liberty of learning your name." Vados explains more directly to Goku, "Lord Goku, this man has just read your mind." The Yardrat Master says to Vados, "I see. So you also have the same skills, right? The angel replies with sarcasm, let's just say I know a few tricks. Piberi wants to end this conversation and so he calls them. Piberi says, come my friends, hold on to me, I will take you to the barbarians. Piberi, Goku, and Vados disappeared with the instant transmission and thus reappeared in a very distant region, a mountainous region. Arriving there, Goku was severely attacked by all the yardrat who were in the place. Goku didn't understand anything. He didn't understand why all that aggressiveness from those beings of the yardrat race all appeared to be wild animals, without any kind of conscience. And then after dodging and blocking several blows from those warriors, Goku comes to a conclusion. He says, Mr. Pibara, you just saved your planet from destruction. Thanks for showing me where the problem was. Pibari asks, what are you going to do, Lord Goku? Vados, presuming what Goku was about to do, asks with a disapproving tone, Lord Goku, are you sure about this? Decided about what he's going to do, the God of Destruction replies, I've already made my decision. And then Goku stretches out his hand and says, Hakai! And so all the barbarians simply vanish into dust. At that time, all Yardrat teleport to Goku's side, and everyone started to party, started to celebrate the disappearance of the barbarians. Very happy, Piberi says to Goku, I never thought I'd say this, but thank you, Lord, the God of Destruction. I will send my students to prepare a great feast for you. I noticed that you are hungry. Hearing about a feast, Goku gets very excited and then he says, Food? Really? How awesome! It's been quite a while since I ate some delicious food. But Vados intervenes. Wait, Lord Goku, remember you're grounded. You shouldn't eat anything for the next few months. Now Goku is very sad. He begs to her. What? Just one? Miss Vados, please! But the angel is really tough. No, sir, you're grounded. And then Vados drags Goku off the planet, and they go back to the planet of destruction to continue their activities. 3 weeks later, Goku is sleeping soundly when Vados comes to him. Vados says, Mr. Goku, wake up, Mr. Goku. The destroyer complains. Why did you wake me up so early? Vados tells him the news. Something just happened. I believe you'll want to know. It's about planet Earth. Goku gets very tense and asks, what happened to Earth? The angel says, pay attention, Lord Goku. I don't think you're going to like what I'm going to tell you. When we went to planet Yardrat to talk to the Elder Master, I think you remember how he found out that your name was Goku? Remembering what happened, Goku confirms. Yes, I remember. You told me he read my mind at the time. Vados continues the history. Apparently, by reading your mind, he didn't just get the information of what your name was. He also managed to find out that you were raised on a tiny blue planet called Earth. Until now, Goku is not understanding what she wants to say. He says, okay, but what does this mean? The time I killed all the barbarians, didn't I? In a moment, Vados finally explains, Lord Goku, there was never ever a civil war on that planet. You've been tricked. Elder Pibari was the real villain of the history. He controlled the minds of half of his faithful to make you believe he was a victim there. Goku gets very surprised with that information. No, it's impossible. This cannot be true. Then Vados continues with the bad news. She says, Pibari, when reading your mind, realized that you wouldn't have the courage to destroy the entire planet, so he took advantage of that very well. After tricking you, Pibari and all his followers teleported to the planet Earth of Universe 6 and killed all the humans, wiping out the planet completely. That was the end of the line for Goku. No, that's a lie! Goku starts to get extremely sad, angry, and confused. All that guilt was starting to take over his mind. Punishing the destroyer, Vados continues with hard words. You were the culprit. The entire planet Earth was completely destroyed. The Yardrat concealed their presence with some of their special abilities. Now, not even I am able to locate them. At that time, guilt, regret, sadness, and hatred began to merge with the energy of destruction. Goku would again explode his body in rage. The energy of destruction was killing the Saiyan. Goku's energy was so dense, it was so intense, that the planets around the planet of destruction began to get destroyed. Only the presence of energy coming out of Goku's body began to affect the entire universe and the entire other world. Even the Lord Enmadayo of Universe 6 was scared. He, seeing the situation, seeing all the energy, came to a single conclusion. Enmadayo thinks, if that guy doesn't control that energy, he will destroy the entire universe completely. And when everything seemed to be the end because of Goku's out of control, the Saiyan simply faints. However, when he passes out, Goku's consciousness entered a kind of another dimension. The same dimension he used to find the energy of destruction. Back in his first days of training with Vados, Goku waking up to the other dimension inside his body was extremely calm. Confused, he asks himself, why am I here? What happened with me? And then Goku hears a voice just above him. It's the voice of Kakarot. Finally, I can talk to you in person. What do you call you anyway? Son Goku, right? And then Goku, looking up, realizes that there was someone extremely similar to him. He replies, who are you? Why do you look like me? The mysterious man replies, do I look like you? Don't make me laugh. You're the one who looks like me. I'm the original Saiyan. Goku gets even more confused and then he orders, explain yourself now! With a sarcastic tone, the mysterious man says, well, is the good-hearted Saiyan Lord angry? I think I should introduce myself. The mysterious figure that looked like Goku advances at high speed and appears before the Saiyan, and with a single movement, he pierces the Saiyan's chest, which immediately makes Goku immediately fall to the ground. After doing this, he says, did you ask who I am? Well, I call myself Kakarot, and I am the energy of destruction itself. A few hours later, Goku regains consciousness and without understanding what was happening, he opens his eyes and finds Kakarot turned on his back and looking at the void of that dimension. Angry, Goku asks to Kakarot, so you mean that all this time you were causing me those weird sensations when I turned into a Super Saiyan God? He replies, I tried to become the real destruction this universe always needed. But you know what? After so many attempts, I never made it. Goku doesn't understand what he means. He asks, what are you talking about? And Kakarot explains better. Son Goku, a Saiyan found on Earth when you were still a child. It was adopted by an old martial arts artist named Son Gohan. Since then, purity and goodness have taken over your heart. Sparing the lives of the enemies, even when they killed all your friends. Piccolo, Vegeta, Frieza, Majin Buu. Honestly, whose idea was it to turn such an idiot into a god of destruction? Goku justifies, listen, I never wanted to become a god. It really doesn't suit me. I can't kill millions of people and wipe out planets as easily as those guys. However, I'm doing this for two reasons. The first is that I don't have much choice. Lord Zeno put me here. And second, I need to get stronger at all costs. My friends need me. Kakarot is very surprised with that information and says, what? Were you the great chosen of the Omni Kings? This is a big surprise for me. Look, Goku, I don't want to kill you. I just want to switch places with you. You admitted that you are not capable of destroying a planet. You proved it by sparing those guys from Yardrat. And look what happened. The planet Earth with millions of innocent people ended up suffering the consequences. You need to understand that the post of a god of destruction requires making difficult decisions and not hesitating when something needs to be done. A god's duty is simply to maintain balance in his universe. Whether creating or destroying, there is no bad side or good side in this situation. There is only what needs to be done. Today you hesitated and look what happened. A god of destruction treated you like a fool. You will become a joke in all universes. Nobody will respect you, Goku, unless we make a deal. After hearing that, Goku gets curious. A deal? What do you mean by that? The energy of destruction explains. Well, it's a fact that you can't control me, but unfortunately I wasn't able to control you. So we are at an impasse. You cannot activate my power, and I cannot switch places with you. But Goku, more confused, stopped Kakarot's speech to make a question. Switch places with me? I do not understand. Kakarot gets more angrier, and he replies, you're dumber than a door. To summarize, we are currently within a dimension created in your mind. This is where I belonged from the moment you became a god. But unfortunately, I'm locked in this place. I don't have the freedom to make my own decisions. I'm a beast caged inside you, Goku. So my biggest goal since appearing in this place was trying to get out of here somehow. But every time I tried to do that, I almost killed you, or took an entire universe with me. Which of course, I don't want that to happen, because if you die, I'll disappear too. So I've been thinking, why can't I switch places with you? And after a while I realized where the big problem was. The problem is that you, Goku, may be a guy with the most powerful body in the universe, but your mind isn't ready for my power. The proof of this is that every time I switch places with you, your mind would succumb in a matter of seconds, and you would soon fall unconscious. So I thought of a solution. Why not bring him in the next time and try to strike a deal with him? And that's what I'm trying to do. I brought you here, Goku, to try to solve our problems. I know you know that no matter how hard you try, no matter how hard you're training, you will never make it at this rate. But one thing I assure you, I am your only chance to master this power. Goku's still confused about Kakarot's intentions, and then he asks, "You mean you're going to teach me how to use the power of destruction?" And he explains better. Not exactly. You see, your body is already strong enough to easily withstand all the power I can offer you. But if your mind is not prepared for that power, you'll never make it, and maybe you'll end up killing yourself. So I found a solution to prepare you for the energy of destruction. Now Goku is a little more excited. Goku says, "What kind of solution? Any special training?" The energy of destruction continues his explanation. "That's not the problem, Goku. Since your childhood, you have always trained your body and mind. So your mind is almost as strong as your body. What you need is preparation. All the reason you don't have that preparation is just that. When you were little, you ended up falling off a big cliff, and after hitting your head hard, you lost a part of you. All your Saiyan memories were lost. You were never complete. And that's the main reason you're not prepared for the energy of destruction. To be able to control it, you first need to regain your Saiyan essence." Now Goku is finally understanding something, and says, "So all this time, the reason I couldn't make it was my bump on the head when I was a boy?" And Kakarot confirms, "Exactly. It's pretty simple, so let me explain. With my power of destruction, I'm not only able to destroy anything, but I'm also able to use a mental ability called mental verse creation, an ability that allows me to send someone's mind anywhere from whatever time they've been. In this ability, a parallel universe is created inside the person's mind. That is, with this ability, I can send you to the planet of the Saiyans about 43 years ago. If you accept this, after a few months on the planet, I believe you will be ready to control the destruction." Goku is a little worried about this idea. Goku says, "Send me to the past? You mean I have to travel back in time and change something like Trunks did that time?" Kakarot explains better. "Listen, Goku, I can't send you to the real past. That's impossible and forbidden even for a god. What I can do is create a kind of illusory universe. That it is a perfect copy of the original, only not in the physical world but in your mind. So I will not send you to the past. I will send your mind to a kind of copy of Universe 7 from 43 years ago. So if you do something different there, it won't create a time ring or problems in the real world, as everything is just an illusory world in your mind. When I bring you back, this copy will simply be destroyed. But illusion or not, you will prepare your mind and will be ready and complete to master the Hakai energy." Goku is a little suspicious about all this and says, "You told me this is the only way to master this power, but what do you get out of this?" And he explains. Now we come to the most interesting part. I managed to leave this universe open for the period of 5 months, and this time is over. The universe will be erased, and you will be back. When you return, I believe you are already prepared for the Hakai energy. At that time, we will face each other, and if you win, I will give you control of the energy of destruction, and you will finally have what you desire in its maximum power. But when I win, I'll be able to switch places with you forever. I will have control over your body and mind. So what do you say? Do you accept the challenge?" Goku smiles and gives an answer. "Of course I do, but I will defeat you no matter what." Very confident. Kakarot says, "Actually, I defeated you with just a single blow. It's not about how strong you are, it's how prepared you are." Despite that, Goku says, "I will win. I accept this deal." And then Kakarot and Goku shake hands, sealing the deal. Kakarot makes a hand sign, closing his eyes, and says, "Mental verse creation." So a small portal opens in front of Goku, and before Goku enters that place and goes to his home planet, Kakarot says, "Hey Goku, what you do there will not affect the real world, but it does affect the happenings of the world while you're there. So to avoid confusion, I recommend that you don't say your name or who you are. You need to mix in the middle of the others, so don't say that your name is Goku. That name has no Saiyan origin. You would be seen as a suspect." Goku thinks about that and asks, "Should I say they call me Kakarot then?" Kakarot says, "No. Your version from that world has already been born, and it's called Kakarot. That would be weird. You need another Saiyan name." Goku doesn't know what to do, and says, "Oh damn, I can't think of anything. Hey, you don't know any other names, do you?" Kakarot has an idea. "Let's see. How about Turles?" "Turles? Nice name. Well then, here I go," says Goku. And then the Saiyan runs towards the portal, but before entering, Kakarot shouts from afar, "Hey wait! You can't get there in that god's outfit!" And then Kakarot snaps his fingers, and Goku completely changes his outfit. He likes the outfit. Goku says, "Cool, now I look like Vegeta when he arrived on Earth that time." Then Kakarot tells him to go. "Come on, Goku. I can only keep this universe open for 5 months. Goku go while saying, "Right. Soon I will return to defeat you." And and then Goku enters the portal and appears on planet Vegeta from 43 years ago. Gilmer lay in a scene of despair on the top of a hill. The bodies of his fellow from Elite 16 who had failed in the mission to collect energy from the Earthlings for the awakening of Yardrat were scattered. Each of them died by the clutches of the newly arrived 9 dominations, the only team in the service of the Celestial Mages that was more powerful than they. Gilmer creates 2 energy shurikens in his hands, launching them at the leader of the 9 dominations. Gilmer says, "Take that! This is for my friends, bastard!" The attack is destroyed into particles after Gilmer reneges with a wave of his hand. Gilmer says, "Why did you do that? We serve the same master." Susei says, "You were aware of the condition since you entered." The leader says, "Failing a quest in the service of the Celestial Mages only means one thing," and he raises his right hand carrying red energy as he finishes his sentence and says, "Death." And so Gilmer's life is taken. A woman who is part of the 9 dominations says, "At least Arakos' team managed to collect a good amount of energy," said Core. "But I'm really curious about the power of these Earthlings. How about taking a look around?" To which the leader responds, "I make your words my words. I'm sensing 2 rising energies a little far away from here. If we're quick, we'll get there in time and see who they are. Come on, 9 dominations. Let's see what these Earthlings are capable of, and confirm that we didn't make a hasty judgment on the Elite 16. They head towards the source of power they are feeling. Goten and Trunks continued their match against Cell's juniors, who totaled 7. Transformed into Super Saiyan 2, they glided above the trees of Monster Island, clashing their fists and delivering high-impact kicks, pressured by the speed and combination of the little warrior's powers. Goten yells, "Masenko!" Goten fires a golden flash as he raises his hand to his forehead, looking for 2 of the Cell juniors that were hit squarely. Goku's son celebrates and says, "Got you this time!" But he is dismayed to see that they regenerate their bodies at high speed. The 2 stuck their tongues out, teasing Goten. Cell Jr. says, "You won't be able to catch us again, you asshole." Cell Juniors generate a Kienzan by raising their arms, launch the technique at Goten, who narrowly deflects the attack, then obliterates him with energy balls. Relieved to escape the latest attack, Goten says, "That was close. But wait, where's Trunks?" At that moment, a burst of golden energy occurs beneath the skies, revealing Trunks emerging from the midst of the line of fire of 5 junior cells. Trunks says, "Run, Goten. They're getting more and more bloodthirsty." Goten and Trunks stand side by side, both with Super Saiyan 2 powers. Trunks says, "We will have to fight together if we want to have any chance. If we awaken the Super Saiyan 3, we will win easily." Goten looks around to see Cell Juniors surrounding them, and then he says, "Now!" Both start an incessant fire of golden energy balls that are invading the creature's attack field. Goten yells, "Are you enjoying this?" But then an unfamiliar voice echoes. It's Takebe, and he says, "Very much." Ravenous flames invade the place, setting fire on everything. Takebe says, "Burn! Burn, Earthlings, burn!" The author of the attack was Takebe, one of the 9 dominations in the service of their leader, Susei. At that instant, number 17, which was patrolling the island, was on alert, creating a defensive shield at the place where the newly arrived enemies revealed themselves. He was there and lying in wait, contemplated the current scenario. 9 warriors lay face to face with Goten, Trunks, and the Cells, each with their very peculiar appearance. Android 17 thinks, "If I reveal my presence, I won't be able to protect the animals effectively. I'd better leave the problem to Goten, Trunks, and the others, and hope they have the wisdom to guide the fight away from here." Furious by having his training interrupted by someone who clearly had bad intentions, Goten asked the visitors, "What do you want from us? Do you belong to that evil group that invaded Earth not long ago?" Another member of the enemy group, Jishin, reveals, "Don't you dare compare us with those weak from Elite 16. We are the 9 dominations, the most powerful team of warriors in the service of the Celestial Mages." Susei, the leader, reveals, "We are here because we feel your energy, and we think you might be interesting, as many of the Elite 16 worms have failed in their mission to defeat the Earthlings and gather the energy needed for the Supreme Being to awaken." Showing a provocative smile, Trunks asks, "So, you're here to fight with us? Looks like we're getting important. Goten, it's time for us to fight side by side with our little friends here. What do you think of the idea, Little Cell Juniors?" One of the little creatures exclaims, "Looks like it will be fun. Come on, guys, get rid of them with them." Putting herself on guard, the woman named Core says, "It was easier than I thought. Permission to kill, Lord Susei? The leader responds, permission granted. Susei faces the group of warriors coming towards him with a slight smile. When the clash occurs in the gale, the warriors disperse in one-on-one combat at full speed. Goten faces off against Takebe while Trunks faces off against Jinshin. The rest of them, Susei, Kyofu, Kinsoku, Purasa, Kor, Yogan, and Mokusai, faced the Cell Juniors, who were now fighting separately. Laughing, the enemy leader shouts, "You're not worth anything. You're nothing but trash," said Susei, as he delivers a palm swipe that reveals itself in a colossal pulse of water. Behold, a torrent of stones runs through the air, as Trunks is destroying with his punches and kicks until he finds himself face to face with Jinshin. The boy comments, "What strange powers! Do you use the energy of nature to fight?" Trunks extends his right arm, charging energy as Jinshin explains. "We actually use our own energy. But yes, we can easily connect with the energy around us." Jinshin easily breaks through Trunks. Big bang attack, grabbing the boy by the neck and diving with him in a high-speed spiral with both hitting the ground. After doing this, he continues the explanation. "Each of us master one of nature's 9 essential elements. That's where our organization's name comes from. Of course, hearing that before death is irrelevant to you." Trunks lands a kick on Jinshin's sensible regions in time to avoid the warrior's final blow, who is now making a comical expression of pain. The boy says, "If you're thinking it's going to be that easy, you need to review your concepts. Big bang attack!" By moving his hands at high speeds, he shoots golden energy balls, which Jinshin directs to his face. Nearby, crossing the torrent of fire that spreads through the skies, Goten invades Takebe's attack field, throwing punches and kicks that the invader was dodging and hitting. Goten punches Takebe straight in the stomach until he realizes something. Goten says, "Ouch, my hand is burning." He sees that the fist he used to hit Takebe is slightly scorched. The boy complains, "What are you made of?" The flame mage replies, "When I'm connected to the world around me, my whole body becomes a glowing mass of pure heat." Takebe laughs evilly and continues his speech. "Ha ha ha ha, whoever touches my body will burn more and more until he can't fight anymore. Do you want to continue?" Goten responds, "It just means I have to avoid direct contact." Goten guides the arms to the right side of the body and concentrates a blue energy. Kamehameha! He smiles as he fires the energy cannon at Takebe. Takebe summons a pillar of fire-colored energy against Goten's Kamehameha, saving himself from destruction. After doing so, the invading mage says, "We're just getting started, kid. I believe it will be interesting. After all, you're much stronger than your little friends." Goten is surprised and worried by those words. Goten says, "What are you talking about?" Goten looks in the direction where Takebe pointed, seeing that the Cell Juniors were having a hard time against the other members of the 9 dominations. Goten says, "I see. When they fight together, that can create combinations of attacks that easily overwhelm us. But fighting alone isn't as powerful as they seem." Takebe adds, "They will fall one by one into the hands of my dear friends." Takebe envelopes his body in blazing flames as he says, "Just as you will fall through my hands." Kyofu creates a whirlwind that lifts one of the Cell Juniors aloft, hitting him with overwhelming air pressure. Kinzoku delivers a blow with a silver blade generated from his own arm, breaking the shoulder of one of the little cells. Purasa traps one of them in a clear fluid in the ground, firing a shot straight into its head. Kor freezes the body of one of them, who was trying to free himself by devouring the ice around him. And Yogan ambushes another, leading the lava stream in pursuit, making him run for his life. Mokusai drives a stump into the 7th body, now aiming to deliver the final blow to his head. Seeing all these things going on, Trunks says, "Damn it, the Cell Juniors aren't doing it by fighting separately." Trunks analyzes this while dodging the gigantic rock thrown by Jinshin, and after doing so he continues, "If it continues like this, our training partners will be destroyed." Trunks launches himself into Jinshin's body, hitting him with a high-powered punch, launching him like a meteor towards the sea. Cell Juniors were running away from the onslaught of the 7 invading warriors, grouping themselves on a rock, placing their hands on each other's shoulders. They begin to glow with an opaque aura vaporizing from their body. They all say at the same time, "If we can't beat them alone, then we'll do it together as one." A flash floods the battlefield, leaving the members of the 9 dominations surprised. Cell says, "What nostalgia to fight with this old body of mine."
After the glare fades from the battlefield, the warrior reveals himself to everyone's surprise, with black wings and what appears to be a helmet on his head. The little Cell Juniors had grown into a single, incredibly powerful warrior. Cell says, "What nostalgia to fight using this old body of mine," Cell says as he reveals his perfect form, this time with his skin colored a little blue instead of green. Seeing the enemy that appears in front of him, Kyofu says, "So, you were just part of another being. This is getting interesting." Cell explains, "Actually, we were all Cell's children. By using a technique called assimilation, coming from Piccolo's DNA inside us, we can unite the 7 into one, becoming a faithful copy of our father. But we are much more powerful." Hearing all this, Susei, the leader of the 9 dominations, says, "That's what we're going to see. Come on, dominations. Together we'll tear him to pieces. Don't be fooled by appearances." With a smile on his face, Cell says, "Let the massacre begin." Cell begins firing shots of golden energy which invaded the area where his opponents were, forcing them to spread themselves. As he does this, the newly born warrior says, "Come on, you miserable bastards, come to death." As he charges at Cell, Kyofu yells, "Dragon fists!" Kyofu slides in a low flight, taking his fist towards Cell's chin, who dodges but is carried away by the wind coming from the attack, being thrown backwards where Kinzoku lay ready with his right hand transfigured into a metal club. She screams, "Silver Club!" Kinzoku sends the club spinning in his arm against Cell's back, piercing his body. Cell takes his palms back and fires golden energy shots, which hit Kinzoku, causing her to recoil injured as he faces the arrival of Puraza, Kori, and Yugan. Very wounded, Kinzoku asks his companions, "Finish him off for me." Kinzoku freefalls, shedding blood. The first of the group to attack Cell is Puraza. "Plasma detonation," says Puraza, who summons at that moment a torrential rain of sticky plasma that runs through the area where Cell was, covering his body and limiting his movements. In doing so, she says to the others, "Now folks, this is our chance to avenge Kinzoku." Whoever decides to take this opportunity first is Kori. Ice spears! Kori launches several ice spears which pierce Cell's body, giving Yogan space to perform his attack without any problems. Kori says, "Finish him, Yogan." Yogan appears, shooting a blast of lava from the open palms of his hands. "Die, you monster! Eruption of darkness!" Cell is hit full on by the lava torrent. The 3 warriors gaze at his charred body when they hear a crack inside the burned carapace. Cell, with light blue skin, is unharmed, putting his palms to his forehead, shouting, "Taioken!" The white flash invades the battlefield, blinding Puraza, Kori, and Yogan. Doing so, the android says, "It's over for you." Seeing what was about to happen, Kyofu shouts worriedly at his friends, "Puraza, Kori, Yogan!" But it's already too late. Cell pierces Puraza's heart, causing her to free fall, spitting blood. Kori is hit with a golden energy cannon straight into her torso and is completely pierced. Cell was going to cut off Yogan's head, but he retreated in time. After escaping the attack that would kill him, Yogan explains how he did it. Yogan says, "I can't see anything, but I can still hear. My hearing is keener than normal, so the slightest movement, even from a beast like you, is noticeable to my above-average addition." Yogan retreats at full speed while saying to his companions, "This is a good time for you to do something, Kyofu." Susei and Mosukai, hearing his companions call, Kyofu shouts, "Last gale!" Lamenting the possible death of his friends, Kyofu begins to spin around himself, generating an insane gale that was turning the balance of Cell's fight technique shaken. Mosukai is next. Devastating twigs. Mosukai summons many tree trunks from the island of monsters which travel through the skies, carried by the gale, locking Cell's body in a wooden prison. After doing so, Mosukai says to Kyofu, "I think that's enough, Kyofu. Now let's leave everything in Susei's hands." Kyofu stops spinning, ending the wind. Susei directs his outstretched palm towards Cell's head, who is trapped. Eager to see his leader put an end to it, Kyofu says, "Have no mercy, Susei. Let's teach these damn earthlings a lesson." Susei yells, "Droplets of blood." The pressure of high-speed droplets destroys Cell's head, at the same time that Mosukai's wooden prison falls apart. Susei says, "Now, only the 2 boys are left. It looks like Takibe and Jinshin are having a hard time dealing with them on their own." But then, to everyone's surprise, someone says, "Now there are only 3 left." It's Cell's voice, which echoes as Mosukai and Kyofu bleed to death as they plummet before his eyes. After that, addressing Susei, Cell says, "Surprised, bald bastard? My core cell was moved in time, so I was able to regenerate my body even after my head was destroyed." Furious, Susei curses his enemy while seeing the bodies of his allies fallen overboard. Damn it! You will pay dearly for such a humiliation. Filthy earthling, get ready to behold my ultimate transformation. Susei's body begins to glow in the process of transformation as he yells, Water divination! Blue-skinned, shimmering like water, the tribals of his bald head now spread over his arms. His thong became a petticoat that reached down to his skin, and on his wrists were now black bracelets with dark blue eyes. He looks at Cell without fear. Guiding both arms to chest height, he displays a small show of power. Susei says, See now, creature, what can a mere movement of my arms do? Susei asks as the sea around the monster island begins to churn violently. You were strong enough to make me use my transformation, something only one other person was able to do, so now suffer the consequences of it. Susei opens his mouth wide. Aquatic death! The fight between Cell and Susei continue high in the skies, making it rain on the island of monsters. Number 17 continued to protect the island's animals from the danger of the battle, while everyone watched from afar. He thinks, even though Cell has returned, their leader is a dangerous threat. As he watched the waves churn violently around the island of monsters, 17 thought, if that monster wants to, he can destroy this place in a heartbeat. If it continues like that, I will need to intervene. A blast of fire skims over the top of the trees, and along with it is a golden-haired warrior. Noting this, 17 thinks, Goten and Trunks seem to be in a very difficult fight against these two. I believe there are 3 of the strongest members of this organization. It can only be that, or they would already be defeated. While being pressured by his opponent, Goten thinks, damn, he's too strong. Goten, even with the powers of Super Saiyan 2, is thrown against a rock that shatters, contemplating the blast of flames coming to meet him while deciding, I have to level up. He goes to the side, narrowly escaping death by charring, jumping to his feet and yells, Masenko! With his hands clasped to his forehead, he slams the golden energy cannon at Takebe, who is thrown into the air. After gaining some time, the boy thinks, I have to keep calm and be able to do this one more time. This time alone. Trunks, covered by the Super Saiyan 2's lightning cloak, dodges Jinshin's joined hand attack, which hit the ground, which is split in half. Jinshin smiles, going for a smasher hug. Then Trunks jumps over his shoulder and quickly turns around while invoking the Big Bang attack, which hits the beast's back as it sinks into a crater. Jinshin gets up as if nothing had happened, even though his body is badly injured. Not seeing many options, Trunks thinks, if I want to have a chance to beat this bastard, I have to reach a new level. Trunks' muscles were shaking as he continued to think. Trunks says, Goten and I have always fought together, and with the fusion we were able to achieve incredible feats. But now these enemies have realized that they shouldn't let us fight side by side. We will have to reach our maximum powers by ourselves. We will have to risk our lives. Trunks tries to stay calm while taking a deep breath and concentrating. In the skies, Cell unleashes a Makan Kosapo that pierces the water sphere that Susei threw at him, rendering the attack useless. The waves of the sea coverage to the sea, generating a giant trident of water. The world starts to shake as the waves get more and more violent. Susei says, as you can see, the whole world trembles at my presence. Susei brags, wielding the giant water trident like it was nothing. Not even a powerful creature like you can stand up to that. I am the leader of the 9 dominations, the candidate to become the next celestial mage. But with a calm expression, Cell says, will you keep bragging, or will you pay attention to the true authors of this catastrophic manifestation? Cell's words leave Susei confused, and then the android clarifies his words for the mage. If the world is shaking and the waters are now churning like it's at war, that's the responsibility of just 2 boys. What was it? Are you so distressed that you can't say anything? Cell generates 2 energy discs in his hand, while Goten and Trunks reveal their deadly weapon. Overjoyed, Goten says, we finally got Trunks! Goten is panting as his golden hair falls below his waist. Trunks, sharing his friend's happiness, says, this will be our secret weapon to defeat these guys. Goten and Trunks finally reach the Super Saiyan 3 on their own, shaking the world's structures.
At this moment, Susei, in his final formation, beholds the supreme awakening of the young warriors, being surprised by the effect it had on Earth. Surprised and furious, Susei says, so planet Earth trembles in the presence of these boys, and not in my presence? This is unforgivable. Simply unforgivable. Susei moves his trident and guides it towards Cell, who smirks. While dodging Susei's attacks and throwing a Kikoho at him, Cell asks, did you think you'd invade this planet and get away with it? You got it wrong, you idiot. Goten walks through Takebe's store into flames as if it were nothing. With long flowing golden hair, no eyebrows, and green eyes, he glares at Takebe before hitting him with a direct kick to the chest, sending him flying. Goten reappears near the sea and punches him hard, hitting Takebe's back and shattering his armor as he launches him into the sky. At the top, Goten delivers a direct kick to his torso as he watches Takebe's body collide with the floor of the island of monsters. As he staggers to his feet, Takebe says, "You damn! You knew you had all that power saved. You will pay for it." A cloak of flame envelopes Takebe's body as he shouts, "Fire execution!" He launches himself at full speed towards Goten, who came in a golden aura at full speed. "Super Dragon Fists," says Goten. The clash occurs with both ending at opposite sides. The image of the golden serpent dragon manifests to the heavens, while Takebe's mantle of fire is stopped as he falls to the ground. Goten won the fight. While happily celebrating his victory, the boy shouts, "That's it! Now that we have awakened the Super Saiyan 3, we are invincible!" Meanwhile, Trunks dodges Jishin's rain of rocks and then hits him with a direct punch to the face, sending him spinning through the air. Jishin retreats at full speed and expands his muscles, getting a monstrous appearance. As he lands a hand-clad blow directly to Trunks' head, the young Saiyan hybrid holds Jishin's joint fists with his arms and delivers a kick straight to his stomach, causing him to spit blood. Trunks with Super Saiyan 3 powers asks his opponent, "Why are you so quiet? The cat ate your tongue?" Shocked, Jishin asks, "You earned a tremendous strength. How did you become so powerful? Don't tell me it's just because your hair grew. That's not possible." He blocks the first and second punches, but is then hit by the third and subsequent ones, ending up being thrown to the island's ground. Jishin, the pool blue, scaly-skinned colossus, says, "Damn it, I'll have to spend all my energy on this attack. Ground desolation!" At that moment, the crust of the monster island he was standing on began to crumble and clump through the air. Trunks opens his arms, charging the golden energy as he says, "If you are going to use your most powerful attack, I'm going to use mine too. Receive!" Jishin exclaims, "It's your end, boy." Jishin launches a gigantic rain of stones that materializes into spheres of white energy, following a ritual of destruction. But Trunks doesn't stand still and yells, "Final Flash!" Trunks brings his arms in front of his body and fires a colossal golden energy cannon. In the blink of an eye, the energy sweeps the Jishin spheres as if they were nothing, heading towards the same one who had no reaction time. Jishin is consumed by Trunks' power, fading away. Jishin ended up knocking out in the middle of the destroyed ground, while Trunks, with a smile on his face, nods positively to Goten, who also ends his match. Susei contemplates his water trident being destroyed by Cell's Kamehameha, having to resort to hand-to-hand combat. Both were in a fierce fight of punches and kicks until Cell finds a gap and hits him with a right hook, causing him to retreat a few meters before launching a golden energy attack that throws Susei's body away. Cell guides his index and middle fingers towards his forehead, charging a golden energy as he says, "Get ready, mage, Makanko Sapo!" The spiraling energy flows into Susei's body when the attack was about to pierce him. Someone kicks the attack to the side and places himself in the line of fire, saving him from death. That person was Yogan, the domination of lava. Seeing Yogan again, Cell comments, "So you're still alive after all." Yogan replies, "Not only am I alive, but my blindness from your previous attack is also gone." Yogan spits out blood as he reveals the hole in his body caused by the Makanko Sapo. Susei, mouth open, watched him. Yogan says to his leader, "Lord Susei, prepare your most powerful attack. I'll take care of him in the meantime." Yogan takes off at full speed, leaving Susei behind. With a proud smile from his subordinate, Susei says, "Who knew that out of all of them, you'd be the one to stand by my side in the end?" Susei gets into position, placing his arms at chest height and legs apart, while invoking the ocean waters, generating a large wall of water behind him, which manifests soon after as gigantic spears of water. Susei says, "Water obliteration." At the same time, Yogan shouts, "Lava explosion!" Yogan sweeps the place where Cell was with his lava. However, the monster is unharmed when it regenerates, sinking his claws into Yogan's body as it faces him mercilessly. Mortally wounded, but with great hope in his leader's victory, Yogan says, "It's useless, Cell. You lost." Yogan's body falls while Cell saw the thousands of water spears with their sharp points on the horizon. He brings his right arm forward, clenching his left fist as he slightly arches his leg as a flickering red flash takes over his body. The android yells, "Kaioken!" Cell, now with his power multiplied, faced Susei's fury, heading towards the shower of spears, dodging them all as if they were nothing. "Thought it would be the end of me, right?" said Cell. With Cell under the Kaioken's red cloak, delivers a direct kick to Susei's face, who blocks it with his left hand while saying, "My target was never you." Susei grins evilly as the rain of spears pierces 17 shields, wreaking havoc on the monster island.
After that, he says, "By now those young warriors have already been defeated by my powers, and that means all that's missing is you damn worm!" A final spear descends from the sky, impaling Cell's head as he falls back inanimate. Behind Susei, Goten, Trunks, and number 17 appear, firing cannons of golden energy. He is hit by the attacks, free-falling until he hits the ground. Cell reappears unharmed, still under the red cloak of the Kaioken. He says, "Looks like you didn't see through our strategy, did you? That's the advantage of our hard training." He points the palm of his hand at Susei's head, which has returned to its base form. Cell asks, "Your last words?" Susei raises his hand, manipulating the water away from there, and he says, We'll be back. We will ascend and exterminate everyone." Susei shoots to the side in a swoop when he guides the bodies of the 8 dominations defeated in battle to the skies, surrounded by water spheres. Susei flees, shooting at full speed and disappearing into the sky. Cell had deactivated the Kaioken, displaying a slight smile as he saw Trunks and Goten deactivate the Super Saiyan 3. Number 17 approaches and says, "Glad that in the end everything worked out. That damn thing is gone, and the island is safe. Now we'll just have to reforest some parts and terraform the ground in others. But other than that, not one animal was killed, so it's okay." Number 17 displays a smile from the corner of his mouth. Number 17 says, "Looks like the training paid off. Earth has powerful guardians now." Excited Goten says, "Training is just beginning. Super Saiyan 3 will not be our limits. Right, Trunks?" Trunks agrees and says, "Of course not. Soon we will attain godlike powers just like our parents. That is, if Cell agrees to help us with our training again." Cell nods, clenching his fists. They restart training at that very moment. Cell says, "Let's break our limits." After crossing the hyper dimension and heading to an inviolable path that led to his masters, Susei arrives at the abode of the Celestial Mages. Now kneeling before Odisu, the Mage of the Elements, surrounded by the bodies of his companions, he laments. Susei says, "Unfortunately, we underestimate the enemy, Lord Odisu." Susei struggled not to succumb to the terror of the presence of the Celestial Mages. Susei says, "A fusion of 7 warriors was carried out, which resulted in our downfall. I know this is unforgivable, so if this is my end, I'll gladly accept it." Odisu notes, "Jishin and Takibe are also alive. The others are already dead. I don't see any point in saving them. I could destroy them right here and now, but since you didn't beg for your life, I think it's worth giving you a second chance." Odisu lifts Jishin and Takibe's body into the air and sucks all their vital energy. He kills them, guiding that energy into Susei's body. After doing so, he says, "With that, you already have enough power." Susei asks without looking directly at Odisu, "My lord, to what do I owe this honor?" Odisu explains, "You already have enough power to start celestial training." Susei. Odisu reveals, leaving Susei dumbfounded. "If your ambition is to become a celestial mage, you will need to become more powerful. You will be our secret weapon for the final battle for the 7 kingdoms." Susei stands up after Odisu beckons him to do so, and extending his arm, and then he says, "I see. I will give my life for the mission of the Celestial Mages. I will become so powerful that I will crush those 3 with a single blow." The determination of Susei, the warrior who aspired to become a Celestial Mage, is recognized by Odisu, his master. While this training begins, another was already taking place far away. Son Goku faced Kakarot, now immersed in a lucid dream on the planet Vegeta, where his father, Bardock, and his mother, Jine, are still alive. After being guided by Kakarot's mental verse creation, Goku, who now is playing a character named Turles, appears on planet Vegeta about 6 months before its destruction. He looks to the horizon and sees a large castle on top of a cliff. Flying low on the lake below the cliff, he approaches King Vegeta's castle, only to be met with bullets of energy, while shouting warning, "Hey, hey, hey! I'm not here to cause trouble." Turles explains, comically dodging the attacks until he sees 4 Saiyans coming his way. He warns, "I'm just passing through." "Hey you! Don't you know that invading this territory without an appointment is forbidden?" A messy-haired Saiyan wearing brown armor and a blue cape asks. "What are you doing here, stranger?" The other Saiyans hold Turles by the arms. He shows no reaction at Kakarot's request, the energy of destruction within himself. "I come from a faraway place in search of food." And Turles starts making up his story there. Hearing his story, a guard asks him, with his cape fluttering in the wind, "Are you telling me you came from the Desert of Darkness?" The other guard adds, "Rarely do vagabond Saiyans come from here." Yes, that's right." Turles takes advantage of the guard's words to continue. "It's been a while since I've been here, so I got lost. If it's not too much trouble, I'd like to leave now. First, we have to report what happened to King Vegeta, and just then, maybe you can go." The The guardian turns his back on him and makes a sign with his hand, telling the others to guide him to the castle. "What's your name again, stranger?" "Hi, I'm Turles." Turles smiles when he remembers that he shouldn't arouse suspicion, then asks, "By the way, do you have food? I'm really hungry." At the entrance to the castle, guards kneel, forcing Turles to do the same. King Vegeta walks out the gates with his blue and red cape flapping in the wind. Surrounded by guards and servants, he goes to the guardians and asks, "What happened this time, Zorn?" "This outsider named Turles, coming from Desert of Darkness, was invading your territory, King Vegeta. We think it's wise to bring him to you so that you can decide his destiny from now on." "I see." King Vegeta faces Turles, who by now had already faced him. "You are somewhat familiar to me, Turles, although I can't say for sure who your face belongs to. That armor of yours, well, if you came from the Desert of Darkness and you have an armor like that, of course you're pretty powerful." "I earned this armor in a bet, Lord Vegeta. I'm not that powerful. I was just passing by, and stop." Sorry to interrupt what would have been a very well-rehearsed story. If you were around, you wanted something, right? Well, instead of locking him up in underground prisons, I have another proposal for you. Tonight there will be a festival in the nearest village, where we will have a fighting tournament. I want your presence there, otherwise I won't let you go on. But King Vegeta, is it wise to let an intruder like him free to look around in the meantime? Zorn asks, despite his fear of questioning the king. Don't you dare question my decision, Zorn. Turles will be taken to the nearest village, and he will stay there. I want to see what he is capable of. Put him in the group against Bardock. After all, I just remembered that they are very similar. Turles' heart freezes. He was getting closer and closer to being discovered, and he had just arrived. After King Vegeta's decision, Turles is guided by Zorn to the entrance of the nearest village through a small forest. Listen, outsider, don't get in trouble, otherwise I'll finish you off with my bare hands. Zorn threatens him. No need to worry, Zor-chan. Turles smiles. I'll help as long as I can while I'm here. Just one question. Where do you have food? Turles' stomach starts making embarrassing noises as Zorn takes off without further explanation. Turles follows him through the village, where the houses are carved out of round stone, and now adorned with multicolored herbs. Stalls after stalls stretched out into view, selling everything from carrots and meat to laser pistols and used armor. Turles immediately has his gaze drawn to a workbench, where the flesh was being sliced by a greenish-armored Saiyan. Hello, ma'am. I'm coming from a trip, and I wanted to know if I can eat in exchange for providing my services. Turles says, trying to get a roast in exchange for washing the dishes or something. I don't mean to cause trouble. Hello, sir. Sorry if saying this is inconvenient, but you are the spitting image of my husband. Guinea responds by smiling at Turles. He'd be scared to see you face to face. I think I can make an exception for you. Eat what you want, and you can help me hunt next time. Deal. Turles takes a big chunk of meat and devours it within seconds. Oops, I think I went too fast. I have to keep my cover up. If I come from a deserted area, it means I usually eat little, so I'll have to fill myself up with just that piece. Turles smiles at Guinea as he thinks to himself. That woman, she's not that strange to me. And then he asks, Hey ma'am, this husband of yours who looks like me, what's his name? His name is Bardock. He has just returned from a mission and is preparing for tonight's fighting tournament. Guinea responds, taking payment from a new customer who had bought 2 pieces of meat. Bardock, he's the one I will fight in the tournament. Turles exclaims, remembering King Vegeta's words. He must be a really strong guy, right? Yes, he is. I hope our son Kakarot becomes as strong as he is. What? Turles in a state of shock inside, with the word Kakarot echoing over and over in his mind. He thinks, Kakarot? Is it a common name around here? Or it can only be kidding. This woman is my mother. After that, he says, lying to her, Kakarot? I've never heard that name before. Is it a common name in this region? No, my son's name is unique, just like him. Bardock doesn't pay much attention to him because he's always on missions. But I know he likes the boy. By the way, what's your name? My name is Turles. I was just thinking about something. What time does this tournament start? Turles disguises it as if it were nothing. In about 2 hours, even Frieza, the one who has business with King Vegeta, will be present. Frieza? Turles asks, opening his mouth, while Guinea smiles at him like it's nothing. 2 hours later, Turles heads to the arena that was at the end of the festival's big fair. There he sees a long line entering through a silver gate. The fighters, all Saiyans, warmed up wearing their armor of the most varied colors, confirming their presence with their superior. I think it's right here. Turles stands in line until his turn comes. And you, who are you? The supervisor, a partially stout-bodied Saiyan wearing a robe, asks. Hi, I'm Turles. He nods, smiling until he remembers the deal with Kakarot's spirit. I'm Turles, he said again, more seriously this time. There's no one named Turles here, sir. Are you sure you signed up? Turles tries to convince the supervisor, unsuccessfully, but then a familiar voice interrupts them. No problem, Onion. I forgot to tell you. Turles will participate in Bardock's group. Bardock would have to face 2 warriors at once because of the absence of one in his starting party, so Turles' participation will be very helpful. Sorry for the inconvenience, King Vegeta. The supervisor bows. I'll put you in Bardock's group right now. How funny. Another voice, now more sadistic, echoes. He's even similar to that Bardock, if you look closely. It can't be. That voice. Turles thinks to himself as he turns his face to the side and faces Frieza sitting on his movable throne. I think I've been told this before. Turles smiles as he scratches the back of his head. But I'm nowhere near as powerful as he is. That's what we'll see. King Vegeta says, joining Frieza and his guards. They enter through the big golden gate on the right, where the elite were heading to the cabins. Good luck, Turles from the Desert of Darkness. After a few minutes, all the fighters were already in the middle of the gladiator arena. With the stands packed, they felt the vibes of Saiyans looking forward to the fights of the great festival. Saiyans who came from all over the planet. Turles was amazed at the vastness his people once had, even though most died in intergalactic wars. The famous Summer's Festival Tournament of the Saiyans from planet Vegeta is finally starting, the announcer in red armor exclaims. With the magnificent presence of King Vegeta and the great Frieza glorifying us, we will contemplate this incredible tournament of fighters. Warriors, join the corresponding groups now. On the panel, the name of the participants lined up in groups, defining the fights. I will finally be able to meet my father. Turles heads towards the indicated location. I can't arouse suspicion at this time. I must be just a baby. The 8 warriors of Bardock's group were already on their post, just like Turles. With fear, he turns his face to the side looking for a warrior who looks just like him. When he sees one with an extremely cold look to face him, with a scar on his face and features similar to him, the warrior wore caramel armor with his monkey tail wrapped around his waist. Are you the outsider from the Desert of Darkness, Turles? Bardock asks. You are using a well-preserved armor for someone who lives there. Too preserved, actually. Well, you know how it is. Turles smiles, scratching his head. I just put it to this sacred moment, where I will fight before the honorable presence of King Vegeta and Emperor Frieza. Smart boy. Bardock nods his head while smiling. But you certainly won't stand a chance. Your body is that of a true fighter, but your spirit is weak. I can tell just by looking at you. I don't know how you survived for so long in an isolated place like the Desert of Darkness. Is this guy my father? Turles thinks to himself. What an annoying guy. He's such a moron. The tournament continues with maximum intensity, with the fights happening quickly. Turles tries to use a little force as possible to not accidentally kill any Saiyans, winning 2 fights before reaching his group's final confrontation against Bardock. The moment they meet face to face under the platform of Group 8, Turles shows a big smile of happiness. Finally, the time has come. Turles clenches his fists and arches his knees, avoiding Son Goku's famous fighting pose again. The moment I can fight you. Why are you so eager to fight me? Bardock faces him, taking his left leg back and keeping his fists at chest height. What a sucker. You've barely arrived and you already think you have some friendship with someone here. You have no idea. Turles smiles at the excitement of the battle. Let the Group 8 final begin! Bardock versus Turles! The referee initiates the fight and both Turles and Bardock head into a deadly showdown. I have to be careful. One slight slip and I end up killing my father by chance. Turles thinks to himself as he dodges Bardock's punch and punches him in the stomach. Oh no! And there he goes! Bardock is thrown to the end of the combat platform, facing Turles. Well, well, well. You really have a good punch, Turles. It would be very useful in the service of the great Frieza's army. Bardock makes a dash across the platform and lands a sweep kick. Too bad you can't go on with your little exhibition show. Oh yeah, that's predictable. Turles jumps and dodges the kick easily, when Bardock almost falls off the platform by himself. It looks a lot like the tournaments there. The tournaments of the Desert of Darkness. Turles lands a kick to Bardock's head, who blocks with both arms and backs away. My disguise is almost gone. That's right, Turles. Tell them you live on Earth. Turles scolds himself in his mind for almost blowing his disguise. I have to be more careful. This tournament doesn't interest me, so I'll let the old man win. If I wanted, I could end up with everyone here in a few seconds, but I think that will not be well seen. I see they fight to the death there. Bardock shoots in a low fly and charges a sphere of blue energy, leading to Turles' torso. But they are too weak for tournaments like this. The spear hits Turles, who lets himself be thrown to the edge of the platform. You're not so bad, but the fun's over. Turles waits for Bardock to arrive with an outstretched fist, ready to hit. Turles dodges Bardock's fist several times, playing with him, and then directs his face to the center, allowing himself to be hit by the punch, falling off the platform.
And the winner of Group 8 is Bardock. The announcer announces while several Saiyans cheer and applaud. Bardock! 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 It can't be. Bardock was in shock inside. He dodged several times and let himself get hit. Why? Who is this guy anyway? It was a good fight, Bardock. Turles thanks him, bowing. Next time I'll train hard to finish you off. You can be good at anything. Bardock turns his back on Turles. But you're certainly a terrible liar. And so he goes. At the top of the Colosseum, in his place of honor, Frieza was in ecstasy, sitting on his mobile throne beside King Vegeta. He breaks his silence. This fighter, Turles, is not an ordinary person. Frieza looks at him with his evil eyes. Did something happen that I didn't see? King Vegeta asks. For me, Bardock won fair and square as expected. And so time passes and the tournament comes to an end with Bardock beating the leaders of the other groups and claiming the prize money. I told you, Lord Frieza, he may not be elite, but he is a great warrior. Whenever you want, feel free to place your speech. Frieza goes with his mobile throne to the place where everyone could see him. All Saiyans who fought in the tournament were back in the arena to hear Frieza's words. Dear Saiyans, it is with great pleasure that I come here to announce the real reason for this tournament. Frieza pauses briefly, then continues. This tournament served for you to demonstrate your skills in battle. Those who are most successful already have a guaranteed place in my personal army. At least half of you have earned this opportunity. The great Frieza is amazing, one of the Saiyan exclaims. Who knew we'd have an opportunity like this? Another cries out. The great Frieza is the best. If I'm chosen, I'll have enough money to take care of my family. So that's what the damn Frieza wanted with this tournament. Turles asks Bardock, standing next to him. Just using the Saiyans as a tool. Hey Turles, if you intend to continue your disguise, you better keep your mouth shut. Bardock stares at him with his eyes of extreme coldness. If Frieza was watching carefully enough, you'd be one of the selected ones for sure. But I don't want to be part of Frieza's army. I just wanted the prize money. You know, right? Turles says, but Bardock replies. It's not that simple, Turles. No one can just say no to Frieza's invitation. But think on the bright side. At least now you'll have a job, and you won't have to go back to the terrible place you came from. After making his announcement, Frieza finishes his speech. Today I am very pleased with what I saw. It's great to know that my loyal Saiyan servants have good warriors to fight on my behalf. Now go and rest, because soon my army will have many new missions for you. After Frieza's farewell, Bardock tells Turles, Okay, Turles, I'm not the type to make a lot of friends, but for some reason I like you. If you want, I can arrange a place for you to stay until you complete your first mission in the army, and finally get paid and support yourself. Shortly thereafter, Bardock inevitably discovers that Turles had already met his wife Guinea, and that she had given him food in exchange for work, and so Bardock and Guinea took the foreigner to fulfill the deal. Facing the two men, Guinea says, Oh my, I still can't believe how incredibly similar you two are. That's scary. But Bardock doesn't like this comment. That's silly. We're not that much alike. Now stop talking nonsense and get this idiot to work. I found out that Turles is placed in my group by King Vegeta, and tomorrow we're going out on a mission. I have to prepare some things for tomorrow's mission, so I can't go with you. After saying goodbye to Bardock, Turles and Guinea leave to hunt, and they don't have to look far to find the first wild beast to be brought down, an animal that reminds Turles of the wild boars of planet Earth. Wow, are there wild boars here too? Turles asks as he sees the brown-haired pigs running through the bushes. Boar? What are boars? These are gabarizes. They're very tasty. What you ate yesterday was the leg of one of them. How cool! Let the hunt begin. Turles quickly goes into the middle of the forest, when after a few seconds, he returns with a pile of gabarizes in his arms. Is that enough? Are you really a Saiyan? Guinea asks, surprised. Of course it's enough. Actually, that's enough for a whole month. Now go rest tomorrow. You leave on your first mission under Bardock's command, right? Turles responds, happy to be at his mother's side. Wow, that's right. I have to get ready. Bardock seems to be a very strict guy. Being his son should not be easy, right? The next day, the mission members were already on the runway. The spherical spaceships were at their posts, 5 in all. In addition to Bardock and Turles, Tora, Leek, and Fasha were there. The ship's engineer finishes the last repairs and tells the soldiers from Frieza's army that was there to supervise the launch. Members of the mission of unknown planet TL0762, on guard! Frieza's soldiers stare at them as everyone gets ready. The ships are already programmed for a direct and non-stop trip towards the mission location. Remembering the wish of the great Frieza is that you check if there is intelligent life on the planet. If so, finish off everyone and plant the Empire's flag there. Yes, sir! Tora cries out, clapping a hand to his chest. All for the alliance between the Saiyans and the great Frieza. So be it, Bardock says, entering the ship, which didn't take long for the rest to do. Hurry up, Turles, we don't have all the time in the world. The ship is too tight. How am I going to train in here? Turles sits inside the typical Saiyan ship, adjusting his pink scouter to his face, which he got when he was assigned to the mission. No one here is going to train now. If you intended to train, you should have done it earlier, Bardock responds. The trip will take 2 months, so be patient. The food pills are in the compartment on the left. We'll have to ration them to last. Oh, that's easy. I'm already used to eating little because of where I come from. Turles' stomach rumbles as the ship's hatchet closes, and the launch begins with the 5 spears heading into space. What is that thing? Is anyone listening? What do you want, Turles? What happened? Damn, we barely started the mission and you're already annoying. What was it? I just wanted to wish everyone a safe trip. It's going to be so long that I think I'm going to use this time to do some mental training. What the hell is mind training? Fasha's voice echoes in the scouters. Is this another one of the customs of the people of the desert? Well, just concentrate in your mind and simulate a fight. Turles responds, seeing that he was talking too much. Anyways, good trip, everyone. Oh, seriously, what the hell is this guy thinking? Did this Turles hit his head somewhere for talking such rubbish? Hey, Bardock. Tora is the one speaking now. This unknown planet. Well, isn't it a few million kilometers from the planet where your son left on his mission? Yeah, they'll arrive at their destination a few days from now. We might bump into each other somehow. Bardock responds. Raditz is doing well in his missions for the Alliance. After this mission, he already has a next one to accomplish. Not that it's any of my business. Hey, Bardock, don't be so hard with Raditz. Turles alert. He might grow up to be a bad, irresponsible person. Oh, Turles, you really are a joker. Everyone in their ships, seeing that Turles had a certain refined humor. Little Raditz sneezes billions of kilometers away inside his ship. I'm getting bored already. Don't be so hasty, Raditz. Little Vegeta exclaims from his ship as he presses the button on his scouter. When we get there, it'll be worth it. We have authorization from the great Frieza himself to exterminate a few thousand miserable insects. Gohan continues with his training with the powerful guardian Yamoshi in the planet of the gods. Meanwhile, Piccolo heads to the other side of the planet, being guided by the leader of the guardians, Piccon, who has promised to train him. Piccon takes Piccolo to a strange portal, and as soon as the two go through their portal, they find themselves in a large desert that is taken by a terrible sandstorm, so intense that it is practically impossible for them to see what is 1 meter ahead. Curious about that place, Piccolo asks, "What is this desolate place, Piccon?" The Guardian replies, "This place is called the Desert of Perdition. Our goal is to reach the center of this desert." The Namekian asks, "And what's so important there?" The Guardian replies, "Something extraordinary, but I think it's the kind of thing that it's better for you to see than for me to tell you." Confirmed, Piccolo says, "So you're the type who loves a mystery. Alright then, I'll trust you, but isn't it better to wait for this storm to pass before continuing?" Piccon reveals, "The sandstorm never passes in the Desert of Perdition. It is eternal. It works as a protection for this place." That revelation causes curiosity in Piccolo. Protection for what? But the Guardian again gives an indirect answer. "For what I'm going to show you," says Piccon. Despite not understanding exactly what is going on, Piccolo is already very impressed. A desert whose existence only exists to protect a secret. It must be something extraordinary. Piccon warns the Namekian, "Pay close attention, Piccolo. It's best to always stay close to me and never lose me from your line of sight. It's very easy to get lost in this place." Piccolo agrees. "You're right. I can't sense divine ki, so if I lost you, I'd be in serious trouble." But Piccon explains that the problem is much more complex than that. Piccon says, "Even if you could sense divine ki, the sands of the Desert of Perdition have magical properties that distort those kinds of senses, so finding anyone by ki is impossible here. The other common senses are also limited, as the storm limits our vision because of the sand and limits our hearing because of the wind. In other words, if you get lost here, you will hardly be able to find me again, or find this portal, which is the only way out of this place." After hearing all this, Piccolo gets curious. "And how do you know this place so well that you want to venture into its center with me?" The other green man replies, "I once got lost here." Then Piccolo tries to refute him, saying, "So there's a possibility to leave once you get lost." But the attempt at refutation is frustrated. Piccon says yes, if you have a few millennia of life to spare. Piccolo is in shock. "You're kidding. You spent millennia in here?" Piccon confirms. "Yes. The other gods told me it was somewhere around 7,000 years. Piccolo is even more in shock. 7,000 years trapped inside a sandstorm, where you can't see, hear, or even have any sense of direction. You must have great mental resilience not to have gone crazy with all that." The Guardian says, "At least it helped me get to know the place a little. And also, with what I found here, it was worth going through all that." Now Piccolo is even more curious. "Well then, just show me what's so important about this place." Piccon agrees. Piccon says, "Come on, and remember to always hold on to me."
Piccolo takes Piccon by the shoulder, and then they enter the desert, immediately disappearing in the huge sandstorm. Piccolo and Piccon advance through the great storm. However, Piccolo, even holding on to Picon's shoulder, has difficulty continuing. "I can't move forward, Piccon. This force that pushes us is very powerful." The Guardian tries to motivate him. "This is happening because we're almost there. Hold on a little longer." "I can't," says Piccolo. At one point, the wind becomes so strong that Piccolo lets go of Picon's shoulder. But before he is blown away by the wind, Piccon catches his arm as he says, "You have to make it." The Namekian justifies, frustrated. "I'm trying, but it's my limit." Piccon thinks for a moment, then decides to take drastic action. "Piccolo, pierce my body." This takes Piccolo by surprise, asking if he's crazy, but Piccon justifies the idea. Piccon says, "If I go forward carrying you like that, your arm will be ripped off. But if you're holding my body with an arm across it, it'll be steadier. I'll lower my ki for you to hit me. Do it at once." Even with great regret, Piccolo obeys Piccon, crossing the god's body with his arm and holding tight to him. Ignoring the pain, Piccon concentrates his ki and starts flying with more power as he shouts, "Let's go!" With each meter Piccon travels, the wind gets stronger and stronger, until suddenly it breaks. Then he gives the good news. "We're here." When Piccolo opens his eyes, he finds himself in what seems to be the center of a hurricane, a region surrounded by walls of wind and sand, and all that storm seems to happen on the other side of these walls. Looking up, Piccolo sees a magnificent blue sky illuminated by an intense sun. Looking down, he sees on the desert floor a magnificent sculpture of the shape of a golden dragon, and this sculpture was the size of a mountain. Seeing this, Piccolo is completely amazed. "That's beautiful." Then Piccon makes the announcement, "Piccolo, behold the ruins of Zarama." Piccolo asks, "Ruins of Zarama? You mean the dragon god Zarama? The one who created the Super Dragon Balls?" Piccon confirms. Exactly. Piccon lunges forward, pulling his body away from Piccolo's arm and removing it completely. Piccolo was so surprised that he even forgot that his arm was going through Piccon. After pulling Piccolo's arm from his body, Piccon begins to heal. Piccolo comments, "I feel a majestic aura coming from this place." Piccon agrees. "I feel the same. The first time I was here. To be honest, I still feel that way now." Anxious, Piccolo asks Piccon to go inside. Piccon agrees. At that moment, Piccolo and Piccon enter the ruins of Zarama through the mouth of the large dragon sculpture, as that is where this gate is located. The ruins of Zamara looked as big from the inside as it was from the outside. The ruins were full of corridors, and on the stone walls of these corridors were engraved several apparently very old drawings. Curious about these drawings, Piccolo pays attention to them and realizes something. The impression I get from looking at these drawings is that the entire history of the Namekians and the Dragon Balls is here. At one point he sees a drawing of a planet that he recognizes as Namek from Universe 7, and next to that planet is a large ship that he recognizes as belonging to Frieza. Piccolo says, "That's the time Frieza's army attacked Namek." Looking closely at all the drawings following that one, Piccolo realizes that the whole history is told in those pictures. Piccolo says, "This is the moment when Frieza and his men practically wiped out my entire race in my universe. This is the moment when I faced Frieza after making a fusion with Nail. This one is definitely Goku transforming into a Super Saiyan facing Frieza. Even in the history of the Namekians, this guy is there." Piccon explains. By the looks of it, in the ruins of Zarama, there is the entire history of all the Namek people and the Dragon Balls, including recent histories. Piccolo says, "I never thought there would be such a place." After walking for some more time, Piccolo and Piccon leave the corridors and end up entering a huge hall, whose center is completely empty. But at the back there is a huge wall, and it is from that wall that the two approach. On that wall, from left to right, there are several ruins written in the language that Piccolo has never seen in his life. After these ruins are engraved designs that appear to be the 7 Dragon Balls, and within each one is the image of a dragon. Then comes the drawing of a large dragon, apparently giving a blessing to a Namekian who is depicted in the image with a great radiance. Piccolo asks, "Is that what you wanted to show me? What is this?" Piccon says his theories. "I don't know for sure, but I've theorized a few things. I don't understand what's written on these runes, but I imagine it's some kind of ancient language, created by Zarama, and I also believe that what's written there is the key to understanding the other figures on this wall. About those orbs with dragons inside, they are definitely the Super Dragon Balls, but I don't know who those dragons are. The great dragon that comes after the orbs is definitely Zarama, the creator of your race, and he is apparently gifting this Namekian being with some power. From what I believe, this Namek is actually the Namek god." Piccolo is surprised. "A Namekian god? I've never heard of anything like that." Piccon continues. Piccolo, I theorize that after gaining an understanding of what is represented on this wall, we will discover the key for you to become a Namekian god. Now Piccolo is even more surprised. You want me to become a god? I don't think that's possible, Pikkon. From what I see of the Namekian in this figure, it's a being that's far above me. But Pikkon insists. Piccolo, in all universes, you are the strongest among the Namekians. I am certain that you are the one who can become the divine figure, and we will never know without trying. If you manage to become that deity, it will be a key step for us to be able to win the battle against the 5 great celestial mages. Piccolo asks, and why do I need to become a deity for that? I thought the purpose of my training was simply to increase my powers. Pikkon says, indeed. If you become a deity, your powers will increase dramatically, but that won't be your main contribution to saving the universe. At that moment, Piccolo sighs, convinced by Pikkon's words. Alright, I'll do as you ask. After all, you're a legendary hero who's done a lot for us in the past. Pikkon gets very excited. Excellent. Now try to understand what is written on these runes. Piccolo asks, and how do I do that? I don't understand these letters and symbols. Pikkon theorizes. I feel that everything written there has magical properties, probably made by Zarama himself. As one of your descendants, perhaps you will be able to assimilate this energy and understand what is written. Despite not convinced, Piccolo agrees. Alright, I'll try. Piccolo touches the writing and suddenly half of those writing runes begin to glow, and a magical force takes over Piccolo, who starts screaming as his pupils shrink to the point of disappearing. In Piccolo's mind, several strange images begin to appear, and finally he hears a loud roar, before finally removing his hand from the runes and falling to his knees, panting. Worried, Pikkon approaches. Are you okay? What was that? Piccolo explains. Indeed, there is a great magical power surrounding these writings. It's all very strange, but it was as if the writings had come out of the walls and transcribed themselves in my mind, and somehow I managed to understand what they said. Pikkon is very happy. That should be a start. What did these things tell you? Piccolo tells, they said that to continue with the ritual, I need to become a complete being. Pikkon says, but you are already a complete being, correct? So keep going. Only half of the runes lit up, so the other half is left for you to decipher. But Piccolo refuses. No, for some reason I know that even if I try, I won't be able to understand the other half of what's written. The Pikkon excitement is gone. But why? You should be able to read them. You're a complete Namekian, aren't you? Confused, Piccolo replies, well, I should be. I became complete when I merged with Kami-sama several years ago, but for some reason I just can't go forward. How disappointing, says Pikkon as he sits with his back against the wall, clearly frustrated, and then asks, tell me just for curiosity, how many Namekians have you fused with? Piccolo explains, with 2. The first of them is named Nail, a Namekian warrior I found on the brink of the death of Namek at the time Frieza attacked the planet, and the second was Kami-sama, the ancient earth god. Kami-sama was my father's good half, who was called Piccolo Daimao, the king of evil. I fused with Kami-sama at the time when I had to face the androids on Earth. At that time, I became a complete being. Pikkon asks, was this Kami-sama one half of your father? Explain it better. Piccolo does as he asks, Kami-sama and my father, Piccolo Daimao, were just one being. When old Kami-sama aspired to be the Earth God, he was required to get rid of all the evil that dwelled in his heart. So after a lot of effort, he got rid of that inner evil, which became another person, which was my father. My father ended up dying at the hands of Goku, but a little before that he gave his life to me, and then I started to form a bond with Kami-sama similar to the one my father formed. So when Kami-sama and I fused, my powers increased a lot, and I was able to become a complete being. After hearing this explanation, Pikkon smiles. That's it, Piccolo. Actually, you are not a complete being as you think. Piccolo is caught by surprise. What do you mean, Pikkon? The Guardian explains his point. Think about it. Maybe you could have felt like a complete being when you fused with Kami-sama, as he had a bond with you because of your father's genes. However, the truth is that at the time he fused with you, Kami-sama was not a complete being, as he did not have his original other half, which was your father. By that logic, you cannot be a complete being while Kami-sama within you is incomplete. We need to make you really complete to continue this ritual, and we'll do that by resurrecting your father and fusing you with him. Piccolo doesn't like that idea. Are you crazy? I will never resurrect my father or join him. But Pikkon insists. That's the only way. Do you want to save the universe or not? Piccolo lowers his head. I want to, but this way. Piccolo closes his eyes and thinks it through for a few seconds. After thinking it over, he seems to make up his mind. Alright, if it's the only way, I'll do it. Pikkon is very excited again. Excellent! We will resurrect your father using the Dragon Balls, and then you will fuse your beings, and you will be complete. after deciding to revive Piccolo Daimao to unite him with Piccolo. Pikkon and Piccolo leave the ruins of Zarama and leave the Desert of Perdition, returning to the fortress of the Planet of the Gods. They ask Shin to teleport them to Namek. With Shin's Kai, Piccolo and Pikkon immediately arrive on Namek and ask Shin to come back for them within a few hours after they finish everything on the planet. Once Shin leaves, they meet with the Namekian Guru and convinces him to give them the Dragon Balls. With the help of the Guru and other Namekians, Piccolo and Pikkon quickly gathered the Dragon Balls, then summoned Porunga, the Dragon God of Namek. In Namek's language, the Guru makes his 3 requests to Porunga. The first was that Piccolo Daimao be resurrected. The second was that Piccolo Daimao was transferred from Earth where he died to Namek. And the third was that he was bound by chains, which he would not have the strength to break loose. Porunga fulfilled the Guru's 3 wishes and then disappeared. Now Piccolo Daimao stood before them, alive and bound by magical chains, from which he could not break free. Before his father, Piccolo trembles, surprising Pikkon, who thinks, interesting, even though his power is so much greater, he still trembles in front of his father's figure. Piccolo Daimao, who until then seemed to be asleep on his knees, finally raises his head and finds himself in front of dozens of people watching him. Piccolo Daimao says, "What the hell is going on here?" At one point he sees his son among all those people. "You are my son," afraid Piccolo confirms. "Hi, father." Happy, the Demon King says, "I knew it. I knew my son would defeat the damned Goku and revive me. Why? My son, why did you raise me with these chains? And why are we surrounded by people who look like us? Well, never mind. Just release me so we can start wrecking hell on this world." But Piccolo says, "My father, the situation is not as you imagine." The king fades his smile. Piccolo Daimao says, "But what are you saying, son?" "Well, now that I see it well, there's something different about you. I feel something inside you. Is that Kami-sama? Why is this bastard in your body? Explain yourself now." Piccolo explains, "Father, a lot of things happened. I'm no longer part of the family of evil." Piccolo Daimao gets very angry. "You bastard! What are you saying? Is this a bad joke?" The son replies, "It's true, father. I no longer fight to destroy things and kill people. I fight to save them." A silence reigns for a moment, until it is finally broken with a loud and long hysterical laugh from the Demon King. "My son fights to save people? You cursed traitor! How dare you bring me back to life only to embarrass me like this? It would be 1,000 times better to have stayed in hell than to hear that from my own son." Upon hearing his father's words, Piccolo lowers his head and closes his eyes for a moment, saddened. Then he lifts his head again and looks directly and intently into his father's eyes. "You know what? I'm not going to argue with you. That's not why I brought you here. The reason you're here is that I need you to join me." The father asks, "Join you? And why do you think I would do that?" The son responds, "Because if you don't, I'll send you back to hell." The elder Namekian replies, "Do you think you can with me, you brat? The only reason you aren't in pieces right now are these chains that bind me." The younger one says, "Oh yeah, so that won't be a problem." Piccolo points one of his hands at his father's chains, and using the power of his mind easily breaks them. "Here's what we'll do, father. If I win, you'll join me. If you win, you can kill me and do whatever you want from now on." Piccolo's father agrees. "All right, I'll take it." Pikkon, who's next to Piccolo, backs away, and all the other Namekians do the same, startled. At that moment, Piccolo King begins to concentrate a great amount of power in one of his hands, causing a strong wind in the place. Piccolo Daimao says, "I'll kill you with one blow." Piccolo Daimao leaps at Piccolo Jr. and hits him full in the chest with a strong punch that causes an impact wave that knocks away all the nearby Namekians, and also knocks down some nearby trees and houses. However, Piccolo stands still in the same place. The elder Namekian asks, impressed, "What is this? Why weren't you affected by my blow?" His son explains, "You fool, you could be very powerful in the past, but your powers have long been outdated." With a punch that apparently he didn't even put a lot of strength into, Piccolo hits his father's stomach, who falls to his knees vomiting blood. And then he asks, "How could you have gotten so strong?" Piccolo says, "The need to protect what was important to me made me train and overcome my limits more and more, and then I was able to get here. Of course, someone like you, who only ever wanted to cause gratuitous evil, would never understand something like that. I think your defeat is already very clear, so it's time to fulfill the agreement." Seeing his clear defeat, Piccolo King lowers his head, giving up. Piccolo touches his father's shoulder, and an intense light begins to emanate from the two Namekians. And then the bodies of father and son begin to merge. But at that moment, Piccolo begins to feel something strange. "What is that?" The father replies, "I said I would fuse with you, but not that you would let me dominate. Let's see if your will is as strong as your body." Pikkon, seeing that there was something strange, is worried. "Piccolo, stop now! Something wrong could happen!" However, it was too late. and the bodies of father and son became one. After the fusion of Piccolo Jr. and Piccolo Daimao, Piccolo's body remains and his father's body disappears. However, he is completely still, as if he was sleeping on his feet and with his eyes open. Pikkon approaches curious. Pikkon says, "What's going on?" Piccolo emits a very powerful ki, but his ki is out of control, and he appears to be completely asleep. The Guru of Namek approaches to explain. Right now, a battle for dominance over Piccolo's body is taking place. Pikkon asks, worried, "You mean the father is trying to dominate the son's body?" The Guru confirms and explains, "Yes, probably in the fusions that Piccolo has done so far, with Nail and that of Kami-sama. He had full permission from them to remain in control of everything, making his conscience the dominant one among the others. It's just that Piccolo Daimao isn't giving him the facility, and since this situation is a surprise for Piccolo, he probably wasn't prepared to deal with something like this." Pikkon asks, "And what happens now?" The elder explains, "If Piccolo's son wins, everything will be fine. He will retain his body dominance and will have much greater power than before. However, if Piccolo's father wins, he will retain his evil conscience and will have access to all of his son's powers." After explaining this to Pikkon, the Guru gives him an annoyed look. "It was your idea to do this, and now my planet and my people are in danger with the possibility of this evil being winning. I hope you have enough power to stop Piccolo if necessary." Pikkon tenses up as he thinks. "Even though Piccolo has greatly increased his powers, they still don't compare to mine, so I'm not in any danger, but that's not the problem. The problem is that if Piccolo Daimao wins, he may not want to act according to my plans and ruin everything." Meanwhile, inside his mind, Piccolo is in the midst of what appears to be an abyss. Where there is only darkness, he asks himself, "Where am I?" And then he hears a voice. Piccolo Daimao says, "You don't recognize it? This is your subconscious." He starts looking for his father, but doesn't see him. Not going to show up? As soon as Piccolo asks this, the shadow, whose only highlight is its red eyes, appears behind him. "But I'm already here." Piccolo already turns around with an attack, but the shadow vanishes. Right after that, the shadow grabs him by the ankle and starts pulling him down. As he's carried down, the great sea of darkness becomes a blue sky, and Piccolo continues to descend until he arrives at an utterly devastated ground. He recognizes that place as planet Earth, but don't know where. He asks, "What is this place?" As he looks around, Piccolo sees his father in the sky, and towards him goes Goku, still a child, propelled by a Kamehameha. He asks his father, "Is this the moment of your death?" Piccolo King responds in his still distant voice, "Yes, that's the moment I was killed. But it's not my death I want you to pay attention to, but what I say afterwards." Then the evil Piccolo says,
Good luck, my son. Get revenge for my demise. Destroy all of my enemies.
See how much faith I placed in you. All my lineage, all my belief in domination, and the desire to have my death avenged. I have pinned all my hopes on you." The son argues, "That's your problem. Who said I needed to agree with your thoughts?" The father replies, "Well, but you agreed." At that moment, Piccolo Daimao's shadow appears on Piccolo's back and, pulling him by his cape, flies away at high speed as the son shouts, "Let me go!" The father agrees. "As you wish." Piccolo Daimao's shadow hurls Piccolo in front of a country house. Looking at that location, Piccolo doesn't immediately recognize the place, but when he looks closely, he notices a wagon with a giant egg parked in front of the house. "I recognize this place. It's the place of my birth." King Piccolo continues his convincing work. "See how promising you were, a brave child, determined to avenge his father's death." But Piccolo continues to resist his father's arguments. "I was just an alienated brat." But the elder's arguments are not over yet. He says, "But it didn't end there." Piccolo Daimao's shadow reappears and grabs Piccolo from behind without giving him time to react, then takes flight. Annoyed with that happening all the time, he complains, "Damn it, stop doing those things." Piccolo is again hurled from the sky and lands directly on the ground. This time he hears the sound of a crowd screaming. When he finally gets up and looks around, he sees that he is at the martial arts tournament. Looking at the arena, he sees his past self fighting hard against Goku. "This is the tournament where I face Goku for the first time." King Piccolo says, "See, my son, see how you fought with all your strength for the honor of your late father, which was exterminated by that accursed brat." As Piccolo looks intently at the fight, Piccolo Daimao's shadow appears at his side and points his hand at the scenery in front of him. It abruptly changes to a moment where Piccolo is in his giant form, and Goku make him a fool, hitting him a series of blows. The father provokes the son. "See how that bastard played with you? How he humiliated you?" The sight of that scene makes Piccolo uncomfortable to the point that he doesn't even care about his father standing beside him. He argues, but not as confident as before. "So what? That is all the past." But his father argues, but it's a past still present inside you. Again, the shadow points a hand at the scenery, and it changes to the moment when the entire arena had been destroyed, and there was only a desolate scenery around. At that moment, Goku punished Piccolo with several blows. King Piccolo continues with provocative arguments. Look at that. Do you not bother with these depressing memories? Now Piccolo is very annoyed. Stop that nonsense. You want to prove that Goku defeated me? Yes, he defeated me. So what? The elder Piccolo says, not only did he defeat you, he also broke you. The younger Piccolo asks confused, broke me? The elder explains, of course, you do not realize. Where is that ambition of yours for domination? Where is the importance you gave to your origins and your goals? Where is that desire to be the best? You just got used to being inferior and living this mediocre life inside these people who have nothing to do with you. In denial, Piccolo says, I don't know what you're talking about. But his father emphasizes, you do know. You know that as much as you are with these people, you still feel alone and misunderstood. You are always more detached from others because you are not familiar with them. And you know that the moment I laid eyes on you, the first second I looked at you, you felt that someone understood you much better than all those people. Sad and confused, Piccolo denies. That isn't true. But his father insists, it is. If it weren't, why in your conscience is there all that darkness that I showed you at the beginning? With the snap of his fingers, Piccolo Daimao makes the same abyss that Piccolo was in at the beginning reappear. Piccolo doesn't say anything, and his father gets closer to him, touching his shoulder. Come on, my son. You don't have to feel alone anymore. Piccolo Daimao reaches out with his other hand to touch Piccolo's head, who doesn't react. However, before his father touches him on the head, another shadow approaches and pushes Piccolo Daimao away while he shouts in fury, Damn you! Piccolo Daimao disappears into the abyss, and when Piccolo looks at whoever pushes his father, he sees that it's Kami-sama. Kami, what do you want? The elder Earth God replies, Piccolo, don't let that bastard break your spirit. But the young Namekian says, revealing his weakness, What can I do, Kami? Deep down, he's right. Everything he showed is embedded in the innermost part of my head. Kami-sama says, Don't you know what a treacherous person your father is, Piccolo? He only showed you that part of your conscience that interested him, the dark part that you abandoned a long time ago. With the snap of his fingers, Kami-sama completely changes the scenery around. And then Piccolo finds himself in the mountainous land of planet Earth. And there his past self was training with Gohan.
Yeah, but my dad used to tell me. He said ever since you were reborn, you're not nearly as bad as you used to be. He said now you're more grumpy than evil. I don't know, I think he was kinda right.
Full of nostalgia, Piccolo says, This is the time when I trained Gohan for the battle against the Saiyans. Good times. Kami-sama says, Yes, and remember how much you grew attached to that boy during that time? Until Kami-sama snaps again, and the scene changes to the moment when Nappa fires a huge blast of ki at Gohan, and Piccolo steps in to save him.
Gohan, you're the only real friend that I've ever had. I want to thank you. You're like the son I never had. I'm proud of you.
The Elder God says, That day you experienced the purest of human feelings. Love. A love so intense that it made you risk your life for a child. Kami-sama continues, And look how this child became sad and angry after your death. That meant your feelings were reciprocated, Piccolo. Happy to what he's seeing, Piccolo says, I was dead, so I didn't remember that part. Then Kami-sama snaps his fingers again, and the scene changes again. This time to the Tournament of Power, when Gohan and Piccolo fought against Saonel and Pilina, the Namekians from Universe 6. While seeing this, Piccolo says with joy, That moment I remember well. Kami-sama says, See how important you are to him to the point of risking his life for you. Piccolo says, You're not alone. You have Gohan, your most sincere friend and disciple. And not just him, you have Goku, me, and everyone else who decided to trust you and give you another chance. Now full of determination, Piccolo says, No need to say more, Kami. Suddenly, Piccolo Daimao Shadow returns and grabs Kami-sama's shadow. They start pushing each other. The Demon King says, Get out here, you bastard. This is my son. The Elder Earth God replies, It might be your son, but he's not a bastard like you. Piccolo, in an act that surprises both Piccolo Daimao and Kami-sama, holds them back, each with one hand. It's time for you two to become one again. With a single movement, Piccolo crushes Kami-sama's shadow with Piccolo Daimao's shadow, and the two bodies merge into one. Soon after, both shadows merge with his body, so a very powerful light spreads throughout the darkness. On Namek, everyone is standing watching Piccolo when suddenly a red glow takes over his eyes at the same moment that an energy aura surrounds his body. And at that moment, several rays, thunder and lightning, as well as windstorms, hurricanes, earthquakes, and tsunamis begin to appear all over the planet. Everyone around hides scared except for Piccon, who watches everything anxiously. And after a few minutes, Piccolo's ki finally normalizes and the planet's weather anomalies end. After all this, Piccolo looks at Piccon as a red glow in his eyes slowly fades until it no longer exists. Piccon smiles. Now I can feel your ki more clearly, and I realize it's not bad. It seems that you managed to master the evil nature of your father, Piccolo. Piccolo says, I feel a power I've never felt. And more than that, this time I feel truly complete, as if I have achieved an understanding of myself that I never had. Piccon says, that's good. So we're ready for the next step, making you a god. While all this was happening on Namek in the great forest of the planet of gods, Gohan was training with the first Super Saiyan god Yamoshi. The goal of Gohan's training was to teach him how to sense divine ki, so that he would be better while fighting deities. To train Gohan, Yamoshi sent him to capture several divine birds, so that he would learn to feel their ki at least. Even after managing to capture the birds and feeling the divine ki, a little better Gohan was still easily defeated by Yamoshi, and this leaves him very frustrated. But then Yamoshi reveals the true purpose of his training. Don't worry, Gohan. Beating me isn't your goal. The aim of your training is to become a god. Very surprised, Gohan asks, become a god? Are you serious? The Saiyan god says, seriously. I see that ability in you, Gohan. The Saiyan mortal says, I thought that to become a Super Saiyan god we had to perform a ritual with 5 pure-hearted Saiyans. Although on second thought, I think Mr. Vegeta reached that stage without doing that ritual. Yamoshi explains better. The ritual is just one way to reach that level, and it's also the most flawed. Since the Saiyan acquires the form without mastering the divine ki, it tends to take longer to master it. The best way to learn this form is as we are doing, learning to feel and understand divine ki, then summon it into your body and finally achieve transformation. The best way to do this is to be with divine beings and mainly fighting with them. After explaining this, Yamoshi makes a loud whistle and makes a come sign with his hand. And from the middle of the trees of the great forest, 3 people come out who have the clothes and earrings of the Supreme Kais. A plump, older-looking man, a tall, burly man, and a woman. Confused, Gohan asks, huh? Had Supreme Kais been watching my training? When the 3 approach, it is the woman who answers him. We've been watching you since the beginning of your training, son Gohan. You just didn't notice us because you couldn't sense our ki. The Saiyan asked, surprised, do you know my name? Who answered this time was the oldest Kaioshin. We know everything about you, son Gohan. You are one of the greatest heroes who helped in the battle against Majin Buu. The Saiyan comments, so you know all this? Amazing. But then the tallest and most robust Kaioshin speaks in a critical tone. You are strong, son Gohan. We saw how you faced Majin Buu, but although your body is strong, your mind is too weak, and that's why you failed in your battle. Now he is depressed. You're right. I'm very ashamed of that, sir. Yamoshi introduces the 3 Supreme Kais. Gohan. The elder-looking one is Goraisu, the former Supreme Kai of the North. This woman is Shia, the former Supreme Kai of the West. And that greatest is Korak, the former Supreme Kai of the South. They were all hero gods who gave their lives in the fight against Majin Buu many years ago. Gohan bows to the 3 in a respectful form of greeting. It's a great pleasure to meet you. But Yamoshi, much more relaxed, says, well, let's drop the formalities, shall we? Gohan, they are here to help you with your training. Your objective is to fight them. Fight them? Asks Gohan, surprised. Yamoshi confirms. Exactly. Fighting the gods will make you not only aware of divine ki, but understand it much better. This is the next step in your training. But there's no need to take it easy on them. They've been training here on the planet of the gods since their deaths, so they're much stronger than when we faced Majin Buu. If you let your guard down, you'll be seriously hurt. Right, says Gohan, and then he begins to concentrate his power, releasing his mystical form, exhaling a white aura shrouded in light. After that, he makes his combat stance and calls the Supreme Kais to fight. Piccolo and Piccon arrive on the outskirts of the ruins of Zarama, crossing the wall of sand that mark the end of the Desert of Perdition storm. Piccon has an ordinary face, but Piccolo looks a little tired. The leader of the Celestial Guardians praises the Namekian. You really got stronger, Piccolo. You managed to get here without my help this time. Piccolo says, yes, my strength, both physical and mental, has increased a lot since becoming a complete being, but it was still quite difficult. You didn't have such difficulties. You're really strong, Piccon. In a hurry, Piccon says, let's go inside at once. I'm curious what will come next.
Piccolo and Pikkon enter through the mouth of the large golden dragon statue. Inside the ruins, as he walks through the halls with Pikkon, Piccolo is a little pensive. "Tell me, Pikkon, you told me earlier that you owed a huge debt to my race. What debt is this?" Pikkon doesn't understand the reason for the question. Is it relevant to talk about it now? But Piccolo insists, "Yes, it is. Whatever it is, it must be related to the fascination you have with these ruins. No one is willing to risk spending millennia in a desert like this without an extraordinary motivation. I want to know why you have this fascination with the creator of the Namekians." At Piccolo's insistence regarding his history, Pikkon decides to tell him. "I am originally from a planet called Buran. It was a very peaceful and prosperous planet in the Western Galaxy. But one day, a group of space pirates invaded my planet to take it. However, my people bravely resisted the attack and pressed these mercenaries to the point where they have to destroy my planet in order not to be killed in battle. Just before Buran exploded, my mother put me on a special ship and sent me off the planet. And when Buran exploded, only I survived of my race. After that, I was wandering around in space for a while. I don't know exactly how long it was, but it seemed like forever to me. When I thought I was about to die, I was lucky that my ship ended up crashing on Namek. The Namekians ended up finding my ship, and then they took me to the guru of the time, who took care of me, as if I were his own son. In addition to giving me all the love a child could want, the Namekians also allowed me to train with members of the planet's warrior class, and that's when I discovered my great aptitude for battle. When I felt strong enough, I left Namek on a journey across the universe after the mercenary group that destroyed my planet. And after many years of journeying, I managed to kill them all. During this journey, I also became very powerful and acquired much fame at the time for having passed through many planets and accomplished many good deeds for them. Somehow, my fame reached the angels, and I was assigned to be the god of destruction of this universe, and my master was Mr. Whis. Piccolo asks, "And why did you want such a bloodthirsty role as being a god of destruction?" Pikkon replies, "I don't see this work as being bloodthirsty, but as fundamental work. You see, Piccolo, the excess of life inevitably leads to chaos and death. If you don't believe it, just imagine that even though there are so many different planets and civilizations, war is a common thing in practically all of them. Excess life causes the disturbance of peace, because thinking, living beings are unable to live in peace because of their disagreements. So that living beings do not completely destroy themselves, it is the function of the gods of destruction to erase some of these lives, so that the gods of creation can create them again from scratch, thus giving them a new chance." Piccolo is convinced by Pikkon's arguments. Piccolo says, "It's a dangerous thought, but it makes a little bit of sense." Pikkon continues his history. "After I became immortal, I had more time to research many things, and I acquired a lot of knowledge, so naturally I also dedicated myself to studying about the race that created me. After I ended up dying and no longer needed to have the work and worries of a god, I was able to dedicate myself even more to my studies. When I discovered the whole relationship of the Namekian history with Zarama, one of the primordial beings, I was completely fascinated. And discovering that the ruins of Zarama were in this desert, I didn't think twice before venturing here, and I confess that I regret absolutely nothing." Piccolo and Pikkon finally arrive at the Great Hall, where the mysterious wall that contains the information for the ritual is. Arriving before the wall, they become tense. Pikkon says, "I hope this time it works out. If it doesn't, I won't know what else to do." But Piccolo, much more confident, says, "This time I'm absolutely sure I'm the complete version of myself. It'll work out." Piccolo approaches the wall and touches his hand to the writing he still hasn't deciphered. At Piccolo's touch, the written runes light up, exhaling an intense glow. The magic force takes Piccolo, who closes his eyes, and inside his mind begins to assimilate a lot of writings and images. After a few seconds, Piccolo no longer seems to be uncomfortable with that magical force consuming him, and then he remains motionless with his eyes closed. Pikkon approaches and asks, worried, "Piccolo, are you okay?" "Yes, I am," the Namekian responds. Pikkon asks curiously, "So did you discover anything?" Piccolo says, "Even though I don't know how to read these writings, I can understand them. Just like the first time. They're telling me about a test. 7 tests, actually." Pikkon wants to know more. "And what tests are those?" Piccolo, as if reading something in his mind, begins to recite. "To access the great god Zarama and inherit his divinity, defeat the 7 guardians of his 7 orbs, and acquire their understanding and power." After finishing reciting the information, Piccolo opens his eyes and walks away from the wall, but the runes are still lit. Still not understanding, Pikkon asks, "What does that mean exactly? We have to find the Super Dragon Balls. Is that it? Never heard of guardians guarding them. This is very confusing."
but Piccolo explains, "No, Paikon, these writings do not speak of the physical versions of the orbs as we know them. These writings speak of what is beyond the physical orbs. They speak of their essence. And the guardians I mentioned are definitely those figures that are inside the drawings of the orbs on this wall. From what I'm seeing, each orb has a guardian that I must defeat." But the explanation does not make Paikon less confused. That's even harder. How are we going to get into the essence of the orbs to defeat the guardians? Piccolo replies, "You won't be able to enter, but I will." The Namekian points his hand at the burning runes, and all the magical light in the writing is absorbed into his hand, forming a globe of light. Piccolo hurls this globe of light into the air, and a portal opens. This portal, in a few seconds, forms a great suction current that sucks Piccolo inside itself, making him disappear. Worried, Paikon yells for Piccolo as he approaches the portal and tries to enter as well. However, a strong magical force throws him away. Paikon gets up very angry. Paikon says, "Damn, where did he go?" Meanwhile, in the forest of the planet of the gods, as soon as he discovers that he will have to fight Korak, Shia, and Goraisu, Gohan begins to concentrate his power and releases his ultimate form, exhaling a white aura wrapped in light. After that, he makes his combat stance and says, "Supreme Kais, let's go." Korak, the former Supreme Kai of the South, just crosses his arms, showing no interest. Goraisu, the former Supreme Kai of the North, has no reaction, but remains attentive. Finally, Shia, the former Supreme Kai of the West, makes her combat stance. Shia says, "I'll go first." Shia flies at Gohan and starts to hit him. Gohan, without leaving the ground, just retreats and dodges the blows, and stays like that for some time. But in a moment, he dodges a punch from Shia and finds a gap in her guard, and then strikes her with a punch to the rib that makes Shia immediately stop attacking. Gohan lands an upward punch on Shia's stomach, which launches her into the sky, and then he moves so fast that he disappears from the ground and reappears to the sky above Shia, and lands a strong kick from top down on the back of the Kaioshin, who throws her hard against the ground, opening a hole in it. Even clearly shaken by the blows, Shia gets up, forms a key globe in her hands, and throws it at Gohan. He holds the attack with his hands without showing much difficulty. Shia sees Gohan hold back her attack, smiles and says, Kai. Shia teleports to Gohan's back, and taking advantage of the fact that the Saiyan has his hands full holding her energy globe, she launches a kick towards the back of his neck that would certainly knock out Gohan, but is surprised when he simply removes one of his hands of the globe of energy and holds her foot. Shia, impressed, says, "What? It's impossible. Are you holding my energy with one hand?" Gohan smiles and says, "I'm sorry, Supreme Kai, but you fell into my trap." Grasping Shia's leg so she couldn't escape, Gohan with his other hand smashes the energy globe on Shia's body, launching the Kaioshin into the air along with her attack. And it doesn't take long for the globe to explode. Everyone watching is surprised by that. Yamoshi is the first to comment, Well, Gohan, surprise me now. Both for his cleverness in creating a false opening for Shia, and for the brutal way he hit her at point-blank range, with her own attack. Even though I said that the training is serious, I didn't imagine that he would start attacking like that. Goraisu, clearly disapproving Gohan's attitude, says, "I still think he went too hard on that attack, but Korak seems to have a different opinion than the others, Supreme Kais. He did what needed to be done. This training is not a joke. His enemies will be 5 great celestial mages." After suffering the explosion in the sky, Shia falls to the ground. At first she appears to be unconscious, but then she starts to stir and cough. Shia looks at Gohan and smiles and says, "You're good, Saiyan boy. You managed to deceive me well." Hearing that from Shia, Gohan is relieved. He thinks, "I'm glad she's okay. I was afraid I had overdone it." At that moment, Goraisu takes a few steps forward and warns, "Now I go." Goraisu flies at high speed towards Gohan and fires several blows at the Saiyan. Gohan dodges and blocks the attacks while analyzing the new opponent. He thinks, he's a little faster and stronger than the Supreme Kai I just fought. After spending a few seconds only on the defensive analyzing his opponent, Gohan slowly starts his offensive, now also counterattacking Goraisu's blows. As soon as Gohan starts attacking, Goraisu starts to get cornered, and in a few seconds he starts attacking less and defending more, until he can only defend himself. There comes a time when Goraisu is so cornered by Gohan's blows that he decides to use his power, and then he extends his 2 hands towards the mortal and pushes him using his telekinetic force. Opening Gohan's guard with his push, Goraisu fires a ki ball at the Saiyan, who easily dodges it, but Kai. Goraisu uses his Kai to appear behind Gohan and kicks the ball he dodges back at the Saiyan. Gohan immediately turns around and blocks the attack with his arms, but does not prevent the explosion from occurring very close to his face, blinding him for a split second. As soon as Gohan regains his sight, he doesn't see Goraisu, and starts looking for the Supreme Kai, asking where is he. When Gohan realizes it, he notices Goraisu coming over him, making a sword appear in his hands, and attacking him with a slash from top to bottom that would split him in half. But at that moment, Gohan joins his two hands, stopping Goraisu's sword inches from his forehead, even cutting off a strand of his hair, which scares the Saiyan. Yamoshi, watching all this, smiles in satisfaction. Looks like the training with the divine birds paid off. If Gohan hadn't felt Goraisu's ki at the last moment, he would definitely have been ripped in two. Gohan, scared, asks Goraisu, "If I didn't stop that blow, would you really kill me?" The Supreme Kai replies, "Korak told me this was serious training, so I'm taking it seriously. If you can't survive a fight with me, you'll never survive the Celestial Mages." Feeling even more determined by Goraisu's response, Gohan performs a skillful move that spins the sword in Goraisu's hands and escapes them, then throws the sword away. And then he lands a hard punch to Goraisu's stomach and takes his breath away. While Goraisu is stunned by his blow, Gohan crosses both hands on his forehead and rapidly creates energy as he performs a deft somersault that brings him above Goraisu, and then shouts, "Masenko!" Before Goraisu could react, he is hit on by the wave of yellow energy and is quickly carried to the ground, hitting the ground with great violence and being buried in it. Shia is impressed by that, but Korak maintains a neutral expression. After a few seconds, Goraisu flies out to the crater that had just opened on the ground. He's injured, but nothing serious. Gohan descends to him and the two meet in the sky. Gohan, in a cordial gesture, praises the god. "You fought very well, Supreme Kai. Thank you for your sincerity during the fight. It helped me to take this training even more seriously." The Supreme Kai, despite his pain, also praises the mortal. "You also fought well, boy. I spared no effort in this fight." Yamoshi looks at Korak, who continues with his arms crossed, watching everything. "Will you fight him?" Korak replies, "Not yet. He will still need to evolve a little more before he can face me." Shia says, "Then I'll go again." Shia flies to Goraisu's side and stands before Gohan along with her Kaioshin companion. Yamoshi says to his disciple, "Gohan, you handled the first stage of the training well. Now you should be able to face both at the same time." Gohan is in shock. "What? Both?" His master confirms, "Yes. Fighting two gods, you will be forced to feel their ki much better, as your common senses will be limited." Despite his fear, Gohan agrees. "Alright then, let's go." At the same time, Goraisu and Shia charge at Gohan with a series of blows. The Saiyan begins to retreat into the sky while blocking their attacks with great difficulty. In a moment, Gohan manages to find a gap in the attack of the two, and forming two spheres of ki in his hands, shoots one at each god. The Kaioshin defends but ends up being removed by the force of the energy. After pulling them away, Gohan immediately flies towards Shia and lands a strong punch in the face of the goddess, and that launches her between the trees of the forest, and then turns to block a strong punch from Goraisu, who says, "Can you feel me getting closer again? Very good." Gohan and Goraisu begin to exchange blows when suddenly the Saiyan feels something on his back, and by reflex, he dodges and sees Goraisu's sword passing just above his head, ending up in the Kaioshin's hand thanks to his telekinetic powers. With his sword in hand, Goraisu begins to attack Gohan with several slashes, finding a gap in the attacks. Gohan intercepts an attempt to cut, hitting Goraisu with a kick in the belly that drives him away. And when he thinks about advancing against the Kaioshin, he notices something approaching and turns to dodge a strong kick from Shia that it would hit him right in the middle of the face. Gohan is impressed with himself. Gohan says, "It's amazing. I can feel their ki better and better." Shia and Gohan begin exchanging blows, and then Goraisu joins Shia, trying to slash Gohan with his sword. The Earthling Saiyan defends himself and dodges the two's attacks, and counterattacks as best he can. At one point, he manages to land a punch in the face of Goraisu, but also receives a punch from Shia in that face. Then retaliates Shia with a punch in the face, but receives a cut from Goraisu on the arm. Retaliates with a kick in the belly of Goraisu, but receives a flying kick from Shia in the ribs, and then knocks Shia away with a kick. Tired, he thinks, "Damn, it's too hard to fight both of them at once." Gohan sees Goraisu coming with everything to run him through with his sword. But when he is about to react, Shia extends her hand towards Gohan and paralyzes him with his telekinetic force. "What? No!" Goraisu hits Gohan, slicing through his chest. Gohan, suffocated, moans softly as he lets his blood out of his mouth, and as he loses his strength, his eyes closed. This is terrible. Gohan was mortally wounded by Goraisu's sword.